safe to fall asleep? Is it safe to dream? Eyes open to all these weird things. Alice knew what she had to do. Keep calm and journey on. A splendid time it could be, taking the high road blissfully. Time was ticking, the Mad Hatter was slipping, the mushrooms were kicking, the journey was about to begin. Hectic white rabbit racing against the clock, but Alice had another thought. She knew she ruled the plot, so she ate this and drank that. Was simple as tit for tat. Time was ticking, the Mad Hatter was slipping, the mushrooms were kicking, the journey was about to begin. A caterpillar smoke rings, he really thought he knew things. Two sides to the same thing, blowing smoke rings, cool and cryptic, but Alice didn't miss it. Big or small, Alice would not fall. Time was ticking, the Mad Hatter was slipping, the mushrooms were kicking, the journey was about to begin. Floating smiles disappearing, sitting in a tree, smiling constantly. A type of madness with clarity, as the Cheshire Cat kept grinning. Alice took what she could and headed back into the woods. Time was ticking, the Mad Hatter was slipping, the mushrooms were kicking, the journey was about to begin. Mad Hatter tea party with dormers and hair, they could have lost their minds anywhere, but it was neither here nor there, for Alice really didn't care. Tea time with madmen, a swamp of thoughts. Alice got up and walked off. Time was ticking, the Mad Hatter was slipping, the mushrooms were kicking, the journey was about to begin. Unbothered so far, the Queen of Hearts with her guards. You're nothing but a pack of cards. You can paint the roses red and be off with their heads, but I'm still asleep in my bed. Time was ticking, the Mad Hatter was slipping, the mushrooms were kicking, the journey was about to begin. Alice remained unbothered, you see, for she knew it was all just a dream.
I travel, my eyes upon a house disheveled, walking the halls, all the pain I see, paranoia and anxiety. Usher was telling me, paranoia rising.
All right, guys. Welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. This is your host, Josh Turner. This is PRT. Join us in the real reality. This is where it's at. Man, I'm telling you. The outpouring of people helping the victims has been amazing. So we're trying to figure out which place we're going to try and deliver, because there's only one church
supplies to
one church that they need diapers, they need toilet paper, the essentials. But there are people who are helping from other states and other places. What's most telling about this? What?
Okay.
Me. Let me get this out.
Sound like Beaker.
Let me clear my throat here. You know. So the outpouring, like I said, has been amazing. But there are some people, not a whole passel of them. You know, like that word passel, not a cavalcade. You know, but there are some people who are literally saying that Texas is getting what it deserves. I had somebody send me an email, and this person, I of course, you know, didn't start corresponding with them. I'm gonna just answer you here. You're snarky, and not to be confused with Dick Richards. Dick Richards is actually, he's in the queue. He'll become. Let me get him on first, so I can make sure that people know it's not him. But this guy decides to send me a snarky. Let's bring on Dick Richards here. What's going on, Mr. Richards? Let's call you Richard, because Dick is not your name, obviously.
All right, I appreciate that.
Name you after a genitalia. She that's not your name. Okay.
Well, it is what it is, I guess.
You were named Richard, but you said your uncles would call you, you know, just to mess with you. So you just
There's something else.
So what's up, Abe? Abe's got the Thundercats shirt going on.
How you doing?
What's going on, brother? So you know, and all of us, I could safely say that all of us kind of think very similar. But these people are basically saying that Texas is getting bee slapped. Let's not start off saying bad words. Let's wait till we're 30 minutes in and then say some bad words. Then it's okay.
We're getting female dog slapped.
This will be clipped. I guess it will be clapped. It'll be clapped and clipped by the ops, and they'll be like, "Here he is, folks, saying in 30 minutes he's gonna begin swearing." So that's probably going to happen. So we're going to have that clip going around. So here's the thing. I got an email from a person named Tricky Dick.
It wasn't me.
I know it wasn't you. I know it wasn't you, because this person identifies as a true American communist patriot.
Amazing.
What?
Yeah.
Hey, Abe, how you doing, buddy? Sorry, hi, Anthony.
Not parent. Maybe they're a parent too. I don't know. But they said that they're a patriot. And they took offense to something that I had posted about. They said, obviously, you're a racist. They called me a Nazi. They said being from Texas just makes you that way, because they started arguing with me. You know, what's weird was they were arguing within the email before I'd even responded.
What's up, Tom?
Yeah, you know how somebody starts just like projecting what you're going to say, and they're like, "Well, you're going to say this, and I'm going to tell you right now."
They do that like a hypothetical arguing with you.
The argument hadn't even started.
They're just talking to themselves.
Yeah. So Tricky Dick says that I am a racist and that blah 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 blah. And then they were like, I know you're Hispanic, but you're still a racist, that you don't like people of color. This is what this person says. I would have said, hey, this is a female. But I think this is one of those men who I would say like this. It's a man, but they don't really have cojones.
So same thing.
A eunuch.
Same thing.
Yeah. So they're a person like Abe would say cojones, like that's how we would say it, right? They wear chones with no cojones. Let's put it that way, right? So they're over there, like, you know, just a lot of talk, and I'm reading this and I'm going like, they wrote me a book, And with one button, you just go delete. That's what's so funny about it. But I'm gonna put you on blast because you, my friend, are a liar. You say that I have gotten up here and I have said terrible things about the homeless and about immigrants. I have not said terrible things about homeless and immigrants. I have said things about demonically possessed people that are mentally deranged, because some of these people are. And Abe has done the same thing because these people are. And there's Tony Romo. Look at that. Look at that ugly, mean face. Look at that face.
Look at this werewolf shirt I got on too.
That's a dog.
Man.
That's just a mean dog shirt.
You ever seen a dog that big, bro?
Email.
Look. And Abe's got Lion-O there. Look at him. There it is. With Mumra in the background. Look at old Mumra.
Yeah, and you have a wolf on your shirt.
Well, yeah, I have.
That wasn't even planned. Like all three of y'all have like animals.
Well, you know how we are. Birds of a feather.
That's it. Synchronicity, baby.
Thunderbird feather. You know, we're horrible people. Horrible
Quantum
people.
synchronicities.
We believe in freedom, and God forbid you should own one of the pew-pews. So don't do that, because you have to be cuckolded and end up being like one of these European countries where they're just like, they were grabbing our kids and touching people. And well, why don't you do something about it? Well, I could never do that. You know, of course not.
No, I want you.
That's
to
just
do
part of their
something.
culture.
It's part of their culture. That's what they do. I'm like, dude. So I guess that's what that person's talking about. So, you sent me an email making accusatory statements. Well, here I'm gonna make a statement. I'm gonna make a statement right now. I think that everybody should have their own culture and have their own whatever, but I don't think you should go to someone else's country as a guest and take over. I'm gonna make that statement. How about that? Because
Hitcher's a hell of a drug, eh?
yeah, I mean, and this person basically, is a communist. They're talking. I mean, because that's the one thing I asked them. I said, "I bet you're a member of the Communist Party." He said, "I'm a proud American communist."
What the
Like
fuck does that? Sorry,
two-
what does that even mean?
double.
Well, this person obviously too. I told them. I said, "If you're a communist," I said, and they said they had military experience. So I said, "So were you in the military?" Well, the answer is no. They're not in the military.
They play Call of Duty.
They were in ROTC.
Exactly.
ROTC.
So they cosplay as Abe. So they cosplay, right? And then they say that they had military experience. So what I did was I looked up a video, and the American this is a real thing, guys. There's an American Communist Party, and they have a video. It is hilarious, right? Anthony, we had an experience with him before. Remember when Zane got into it with somebody online? That's one of my nephews. Him and my cousin, they got into it. And there was this communist guy. He was a doughy, fat guy with long hair. He was a goofy doughboy, basically.
He was a freedom fighter, okay, sir?
He was fighting against freedom, basically. And he shows us a video of him punching a heavy bag. I was not impressed. His punches were terrible. He was not trained at all. So this is what they call military experience. Then it shows them shooting guns of various types. Some of them don't even have the magazines in correctly.
Amazing.
Yeah, and one of them was actually walking with one of.
It was weird. He would punch the bag, and then like his own body would shake more.
Yeah.
One of them was shooting a gun, and the one next to him was like this, and and the guy shooting was going. He was closing his eyes.
Yeah.
You don't fire a weapon if you close your eyes. You were not accustomed to, And then one of them is like, "It's loud."
Literally flinches with every pull of the trigger, right?
Yeah, it was, and they're probably peeing themselves too. They're like, these right-wing people are nuts. The loud noise, the
bright flash.
They probably only own a couple cats. They don't have 20 of them. I don't know what's going on here. And so they had a video. And so literally in the video, and I'm not even joking. If I'm lying, I'm telling you right now, one of them was walking with a rifle and it was like upside down. The butt of the rifle was up here, and he was holding it like this, and he's like, you're. So this is the people, folks, that want a civil war. You want a civil war with people like us. You want to attack us. And when I said something about the flood victims, I said, what are you mad about? Why does this come on the heels? And they said that we turned the flood victims into a political piece. I said, no, we didn't. You did. Overwhelmingly, the people that turned it into a political thing were those people. They're the ones that did that. It wasn't us. We didn't say, and they were saying so many horrible things about Texas. Horrible things about Texas. So one of the things you got to remember, the most important thing you got to remember is those people on that side, overwhelmingly, not all of them, but a lot of them, overwhelmingly, they don't believe in God. They don't believe in Christ. That is a big problem. That is the main tenet that I have a problem with them, is that they don't believe in Christ. They don't believe in God.
Amen.
And they have a problem with people like me and Tony Romo here and Abe, because we're God-fearing people and we believe in Christ. Not everybody has to believe the way we do. We don't push it on you. You are free to believe what you want. Now, here's my issue. Reality will set in when this person who claims that they could beat my ass, quote unquote, beat my ass.
Okay.
Yeah, when we get into the gym and you realize when I show up and I'm 6'4" and I weigh 365 pounds, and when I show up and you see that I'm actually faster than you, and I don't gas easy either. My heart rate is like 42.
Let's get them triggered a little bit.
Yeah, get them triggered. They love that word, triggered.
There you go.
That's when reality is going to set in. When you hit them so hard that their liver falls out of their body and they had the out-of-body experience. Right. And this person said another thing. They said this big long book that they typed up. They said there is no proof of a God.
Whatever.
They said there's no proof of a spirit even, and that I am saying nonsensical things up here. And I'm like, well, obviously you listened to it. He said a friend of mine brought it to his attention. Right. He didn't. I don't know if it's a he or she, but I think it's a guy that talks like a girl. And yeah, and Maddie says out of liver experience. Exactly. You're going to feel that punch is going to feel it in every part of your body. You're going to quiver and shake. When you hit somebody and that happens, they tend to just kind of lay there.
Fold up like a lawn chair.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they say boxing is the art of folding clothes with people in them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And so they don't understand reality. They live in some sort of like weird, reality, but that's fine. Let them say what they're going to say. But the bottom line is this: people like that and the other goofballs, they're the ones coming to our channels and watching and stalking. Me and Abe, we talked about this last night, and Richard, you were in the chat.
Yeah.
We had Scott on last night. It was a good show. It was a really good show. Go check it out. We had a great time over at Abe's channel. I sat down, folks. I sat down to watch my friend talk about what had happened to him in an airplane, because that's a scary thing. Like you're getting on a plane, you're putting a lot of trust in people to get you from point A to point B safely. And you're sitting there, and the best thing you can do is just kind of relax and hope that you don't fall out of the sky, right? In a giant metal tube that's going way too fast, right? And so Abe goes and gets on a plane, and he had this experience with somebody. So I'm sitting down, I'm going like, oh, cool. I'm going to watch my friend talk. I listen to Abe all the time, And so I was and then he's very upset, rightfully so, because he's being attacked by these lunatics. These lunatics who, for all intents and purposes, are demonically, at the very least, they are demonically obsessed. Because what happens is it goes in stages, right? It goes in stages. You're demonic, you're open to demonic influence. You're being influenced demonically. Then you're demonically obsessed. That means that demon is obsessing on you, and it's making you obsess on something other than what you should be focused on, which is Christ, right? Third stage, you're gone. You're perfectly possessed. This person is now somewhere in the abyss spiritually, and their body is being puppeteered. They may pop in and out in a weird psychosis. That's it.
Walking Dead.
That is a lot more rare. But if you watch the video that my wife put together, she put a video together of these people. I did not realize this, and she put it on PRT News.
I've seen it.
Yeah,
I've seen
they
it,
are literally
5 minutes
talking
ago.
about hearing voices and demons, or the one.
Sure.
I'm not even going to say their names on here and give them the time of day for that. I'm not going to say their names, but they're talking about hearing voices, and they are demonic. I mean, and they're like, basically, they're admitting it
Laughing
openly.
about it on the
Yeah, they
video.
laugh about it.
They're laughing about it.
There
Really?
is nothing to laugh about if you are demonically influenced like that. This is not funny. This is not a game. They think it's a game. Well, the game is going to be over when they are out of their body and they realize that this was just a preliminary thing. This is a very limited time thing. This is not something that happens you're not going to be here for eternity. You're going to go somewhere else. Where you go, that's up to you. It really is your choice. If you choose to be a sick person that does what they do, like this maniac that sent me that letter, I don't think it was one of them. This person spoke way too well.
Yeah.
This person talks like an educated idiot that has their teeth, at least. But same thing. I mean, they're telling me that when I'm talking about the weather manipulation, and obviously they've been listening to some recent episodes, but they said that the weather manipulation is all in my head.
So can I say something about that? You know, the streamer that wears the beanie has the name Tim Pool.
Who?
Oh yeah.
Tim Pool.
He's a
He
conservative
just
talking head.
he just had the chief of the Texas Weather Manipulation Associate or whatever company he runs.
Mhm.
He said on that guy's live stream that we geoengineered for 2 days before that, but we didn't cause the flood.
Yeah.
I swear, I just saw the clip. I just saw the clip.
It's a company called Rainmaker.
And
Rainmaker, that's it. Yeah, the CEO of Rainmaker was on.
Yeah, I smoked the marijuana, but I smoked one marijuanas, but I did not inhale the marijuanas.
Yes.
The mota did not go into my lungs. It went around me. I put up a force shield against it, and everyone at the party knew that I had my power there to stop the marijuanas from entering my lungs. I asked these Hispanic gentlemen, I said, do not come near me with that mota. Don't.
What you say,
do not.
Brother Judge? I inhaled and was able to dodge the shoe thrown at me.
The people of the marijuana plant have tried to come at me in many different forms, and I have successfully shielded myself. These people come up with the wackiest crap I've ever heard in my life. And this guy who's going to do all these things to me, my butt, right? He's very obsessed with my butt. I'm going to need preparation H for this guy. And the video, I said, dude, you guys sent me a video years ago of your fighting abilities, and I was not impressed. The Red Army, what did they call themselves here in Austin? The Red...
I think it was called like the Red Militia or something like
some
that.
kind of
I remember seeing that
Yeah.
their propaganda downtown, like they had these flyers up advertising their meetings.
So I would suspect that the guy from Oklahoma is probably very deeply involved with them because they're all about free stuff, free stuff, and that works perfectly until the money runs out.
Their combat tour is going to be over real quickly when they can't get Mountain Dew for 2 days. Like, bro.
Yeah.
You know, and what's funny is that they actually believe that they can do something to people like us, and it's so funny. And I'm sitting there going like, dude, I can't believe that these people, they want a war. They want to do something, you know, no borders, you know, which just basically means the third world's going to overrun everything. And we're supposed to sit back. And what's crazy though is guys like me and we're Hispanic, right? Hispanic heritage. Anthony, you can look at Anthony here. Take a look at him. Look at that guy.
Gaze upon me.
Handsome as can be.
He's upon that Muslim
You
man.
look like
Gaze upon.
we're gonna send him in as a decoy. He's gonna have a rag on his head. He's gonna go up and he's gonna be like, "Let me tell you."
Gaze upon my ethnic magnificence.
Yes, he's gonna drive an Uber and go, "Hey, lady, you want a sexy time, lady? Blow up stuff, blow."
You may not like it, but
Let me
this is
touch
the
you. Let me
ideal,
touch.
man.
I come here to a country to touch. We had a guy from Afghanistan that worked for us. We had to let him go. I'm not even joking. He would sexually harass women constantly. I'm not even joking. Am I joking?
No,
it's
he
pretty
showed
bad.
me like his phone, and it was just like outgoing text after text to one woman after another, asking, "Hey, how was your beep today? Your genitalia?"
Yeah.
Yeah, like literally just texting him.
I gave him a ride one time, and we stopped at the Taco Bell drive-thru, and I didn't realize what this guy was all about. He starts yelling over me at this just very pretty young woman, Hispanic woman, and he goes, hey, you give me number, we do this, that, and blah blah blah, and I'm like, dude, you're ordering some burritos, like chill. What are you doing? And this dude was screaming at this girl, and that girl, she was like, I don't know who this puto is, but he needs to chill. What is his deal? I said, he's from another country and he's drunk. I didn't know what else to say. And when we pulled up into the parking lot, dude, I said, if you ever do that again, dude, you get an automatic ass whooping, dude. I don't know what your deal is. And he goes, sorry, Wolf, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm like, what are you? You're sorry. Like, I couldn't deal with this guy. I said, I'm giving you a ride and you're talking to this woman and I couldn't even, and that's when it hit me like there is no, that their culture belongs with them. We belong with us. They
100%.
come here and they think that women in the West are all here showing them their butts and whatever because
Yeah, they do. They do.
They do. They really do. And I'm not even joking. And I'm telling you, dude, that they come here and then they go to their wherever they go for their religious. I'm not going to even say it because I'll get in trouble for saying a bunch of things. But then they go out in the street and they act like animals, dude. And I'm just like, I told this guy straight up. And I don't want to say his name, but he stayed with Tony. He stayed with your.
Yeah, when my sister moved out, he rented a room from us, and it was one of the worst decisions. But
It was horrible. He
He
eventually had to be kicked out.
I remember every time he would order a pizza, the pizza guy would come. And then eventually it got so bad that like I actually picked up the pizza from him. He goes, no tip again. I'm like, dang, dude, how many times does he order from you? He goes, he orders all the time. Never gave any single one of us a tip.
No.
And it just made us look
So
bad.
you can never order from that.
Yeah,
Never.
you won't be able to order.
And it wasn't like a good pizza place. He always ordered from like little crappy ones, but still, like it's just bad reputation. And
Yes.
he thought it was totally fine.
Spit pizza covered in pubes, eh?
Yeah.
Pretty much. But he'd like it. He'd enjoy it.
Yeah, and when he worked for us, he didn't understand basic math either. I had given this guy at your stepdad's behest. I had given him the maximum pay that I could, where I have to pay my insurance, I have to pay taxes, whatever. And he was not happy, and he tried to say that I was ripping him off. So he went to work for this other guy. That guy, man, he used to work with us. He was our sales guy. He was stealing, and he's the one that tried to rip off Scorpion. That worked out real well. So he worked for that guy, and then he calls me back after a month and tries to get his job back and says, "This man no pay me." I was like, "No shit." I said, "Well, keep working for that guy because you're not working for me." And I just hung up on the guy. I never spoke to him again. You remember that, Anthony? I never communicated with him again. Now, I have had people from many other people who are here legally and work for us. Nobody illegal, because in security, they have to be able to pass the background check.
Yeah.
And if they're illegal, they're not going to. So you can't have an illegal. But this guy was here on a work visa, and he had basically spied for the American troops. And so he was here. They brought him over here to keep him from being killed by the Pashtuns over there. That's what he was. And he was Tajik, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he came over here, because he was a sellout or whatever. And I didn't know all this. I just gave him a job based on my long-standing friendship with his stepdad. And so it turned out to be a nightmare with this guy. But that is part and parcel of what they are all about. I'm telling you. And if you don't believe me, go have your own vibrant experience with these people. Okay? If you really don't believe it, go, have at it.
What were you just saying about the demons and people?
Exactly. You know, and to sit there and scream at women and do all this crazy stuff, you know, and this woman's boyfriend worked at that Taco Bell. So I'm in the parking lot dressing this guy down, doing like, dude, shut your freaking mouth. What is wrong with you? Here comes this angry boyfriend. And he comes to my side at first and goes, "What's up, man?" And I'm like, I knew what this was about. And he goes, "You want to step out, you know, you want to step out the truck?" And I was like, I didn't say anything. And then the girl was coming out. She still had the headset on, the little, you know, and she's like, no, it wasn't him. It was the guy in the passenger seat. So I let it ride for a minute. Let's just see what happens. And I said, "Oh, you know," and he goes, "I'm not afraid." He goes, "Give me a wrench."
Then you're afraid.
He wanted a ratchet or
A saga wrench. or
yeah,
something.
there was some tools in the back, whatever, because we had changed the tire. It was, you know, so I was like, I said, "I'm not giving you anything to fight this guy. Get out and fight him yourself. He's unarmed." And this little, his head was shaped so weird. He had the weirdest skull, dude. He looked like one of those little dinosaurs from the Land Before Time. So I told him, I said, "Why don't you take your ass out and fight the guy?" And he wouldn't. And I told that guy, "Don't hit my window." I got out. And I said, "Do what you got to do, man." When I got out, I was huge compared to this guy. So the guy was like, "Oh yeah, I'm glad you're not the one saying." He was already like, "I don't want to fight you, man." He goes, "I want to fight him." I said, "You're about his size. That'd be a good fight." So I told him, I said, "Hey, man," his name started with an H. I said, "H, get out and fight this guy." When he wouldn't get out and fight the guy, he goes, "I call police." I go, "Yeah, exactly." So then we drove off. This was right there in Leander, in Cedar Park. So we drove off. I took him to his job site, which was a construction site. And I said, "That's a lesson to you." I said, "Where you're from and where you've been." And he had been in Germany before he came here.
Mhm.
Like
Oh,
he
man.
went to Germany. So he acted a fool over there in Europe and did all that.
Yeah.
He comes here. And then eventually he was doing patrol for us. Like he got his whatever to work, whatever he was able to drive. So we gave him a route, got his ass whooped. He got his ass beat, dude. Like he went to the hospital with 2 black eyes. He looked like Shake when on Aqua Teen Hunger Force when they were playing with the chickens.
Yeah.
So his eyes were just like, he was like this at the hospital. And I said, "What happened?" And he says, "This man come out of the apartment and scream and yell because I yell at his girl in the pool." I said, "What? I bet you were probably talking about her genitalia." No, I say nothing bad. And then the dude produces a video of him and turns it over to the apartment manager. Apartment manager sends it to me and my business partner. And I said, "Yeah, you definitely did." And so when he went to go work for the other guy, which was like almost immediately, I put him on leave or whatever. I said, you're suspended until I can get more information." He goes, "I go to work for, this other guy." I'm not going to say his name, but I said, "Good." He goes, then he starts messaging me all kinds of crap. "This is like night and day for you and him. You are like the air to the sky for the ground, you and him." Like he kept comparing me. Yeah. And I said, "Good luck getting paid by that criminal." I said, "You're going to end up getting beaten again because you don't know how to behave." So you can see, folks, what they do. They act a fool in other countries like Germany, France, Spain, Italy, the Western European countries, right? Britain, and they're tough over there. They're tough, and they get away with it because they're so. I'm not. Let's not be mean, but like these people over there, they're kind of sissies. They really compared to us, right?
Oh, they're tough for sure.
Oh, they come to Texas. And they come across people that don't take their shit, and they get the holy hell beat out of them, just stomped into the ground. I mean, one of these guys is actually not a bad guy. He's an older guy. He's real mellow. He doesn't do any of that. He works for us. He told me, he says, "Man, people here in Texas are rough." And I was like, "We don't take any shit." He goes, "No, man." He goes, "You are rough people. Don't take shit. No." He's like I say, he's like 60 years old. He don't cause any problems. He's Berber. And you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
His site that he works at too, there's some homeless people that are they're menacing, dude. And so he's had to learn to kind of, but where he was at before, when he was living in France, those people, they're a bunch of pushovers, and they let these people just go nuts. And they've now, if you look at Sweden, there's bombings. I bet you don't know about it because the leftist media hides it all. They do. They are bombing the crap. They're blowing up things in Sweden.
It has that like the highest grenade attack out of all the countries put together or something insane like that. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're blowing stuff up over there. And the Swedes are like, I don't know how this happened. Somebody did something. It's like, you do something. Why did you do this? Why did you allow your country to be turned into a battleground? And they were essaying women, beating the men. They showed videos of them getting beaten on the trains, and they're over there like, Sven is over there. I was just minding my own business, and I got groped and beaten. My girlfriend is gone. They took her. And you're just like, what is wrong with these people? They don't fight like they're supposed to. Can you imagine, Abe, like if they did that here in Texas, like how bad they would get beaten? I saw two of them getting the shoot beat out of them at the mall one day. I mean, they were just getting lambasted. These vatos were just taking them behind the woodshed. And I'm not going to say that I know how it started. Anthony, we just witnessed it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tony,
You have a pretty good idea.
you know what it was, because they had these two girlfriends that were very voluptuous looking, and I'll bet you anything they were like, hey, lady bitch, hey, lady bitch, funny time, hey, happy time. And those guys were probably like, are you talking to my girl, Holmes? And then they beat the living eyeballs out of these guys. They were whooping their ass. Like, it was bad. One of them was hitting them with a trash can, and they were like, say it again, say it again. We walked by, we were like, oh, say it again. I don't know what's going on here, but I see two people from that region getting beaten by two guys from here. I'm assuming what's probably happened. And maybe I'm crazy, I'm wrong, I don't know. But those girls were sitting there like watching. They probably got groped or talked to in a certain way. And then that's where the trash can to the head that's why it was happening. The security came up and they were just kind of like, hey, stop that.
If you don't mind.
Please.
I seen
It's
this
not
when,
much
when I was out there, where they're used to, in their culture, they can do whatever the hell they want to do, disrespect women, disrespect other guys, and they get away with it because their culture allows them. They're the country, they're the way they view women and people, they're allowed to do that over there. But then they come to the United States with that mentality and they get their ass kicked, because they come with thinking what they learned in their country, that it's okay to do those things. They come to the United States and they get their ass handed to them. They learn the hard way. And that's what it is. When we talk about, like Richards was talking about, unclean spirits, a lot of them have they're bonded, man. I've seen it when I was 19 years old, where this guys are holding hands, and they're holding hands and walking in front of me, and I can see the unclean spirits in them going in and out of them. And next thing you know, they put their tongues in their mouth, and you could unclean spirits going in and out of both of the guys. Yeah, and they're holding hands, but it's because they're spiritually bonded. They're, you could say, possessed, in a sensible way, that they're allowing that into them. It's okay, because to them, the bondage is so strong that it's the unclean spirits is telling them it's okay to do this. So to them it's something normal, but they're really truly being bonded by the unclean spirits that are upon them. Just like there's a lot of people bonded in that nature in other states, even here in the United States. I mean, what happened in Austin and in Central Texas with the flooding, that's something natural. It happens. I've seen it happen on Fort Hood. I've seen it happen down the Rio Grande Valley. Natural disasters, that's what we call them. But when you have people starting fires, like in California, and you catching them starting fires because they're pissed off because they didn't win the election and stuff, and they're burned down neighborhoods and all that. Now that right there, what's guiding them to do that? Is it them because they're pissed off, or is it them because they're being spiritually bonded? Arson. somebody causing not just one house to burn down, but how many acres got burnt in California that was man-made?
I have no idea.
Yeah, they're setting all the forest fires up here too, man.
Yeah.
Same thing.
So that's a big difference, right?
Yeah.
You know, that you got people that are starting the fires compared to something that's happened naturally, like a natural disaster.
Well, I don't think this thing was natural, though. I don't.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it, brother. Like
It's
when I was
happened
training
before, yeah. But this one here
in the
was
military,
weird.
where the creeks rise. You know, when we'll be causing the creeks, there'll be no water. I mean, it'll be enough for us to cross in the tanks, and all of a sudden you see like a little tsunami come in and hits us. You know, and the water comes out of nowhere because if it's raining upward, then the water's got to come downward, and I believe that wherever this rain was raining at was upward, and it came downward towards where we're at, you know, which was in Central Texas. That's what I would see a lot when I was in Fort Hood. But you know, that and you know, some of these rivers, you know, they haven't put in the work to make them deeper or some more secure. You know,
yeah, you're right about that.
And then to just build around them, you know.
And these creeks too, man.
Houses,
the creeks are what did it.
They build houses and everything against this. I mean, they're literally flood zones, man. You know, and they're building in the flood zone.
It's overbuilt here in Central Texas.
What's going to happen when it floods, right?
Yep.
It's going to be tragedy.
Not to mention, like, it's not like they build on good land either. They'll build on farmland, which is just soft black, you know, dirt.
Oh, like the farmland out in Taylor.
Yeah.
That's not made to be built on. I mean, you got like a farmhouse out there, and people that are building these tract housing out there, they're going to learn the hard way, because you have to drive these stakes in on the corners of your house, and they have to be several feet deep. Yeah, to anchor. We know this, but the dumbasses come from these, you know, other places, and they build this tract housing, and I'm laughing. I'm like, and then what happens? Not even 2-3 years, and those houses start cracking, the foundation cracks, and we out there in the black land, we know, we're from there. And I told one of the builders, we were doing security for him, and I said, these houses, what was that, 2016?
Yeah.
And by 2019, I said it'll be before 2020. I said, you're going to have problems. And they're like, well, these houses will be sold by then. And I'm like, well, if you have a warranty, you'll be paying. And they did. They sold them 5-year warranties, which was very stupid, because now they're all having to cash in.
Somebody said it was unnatural. I believe it was natural, because I've seen it happen where I used to live, where and I wake up in the middle of the night and there's water all the way up to my mobile home, and all the mobile homes that are underneath me are flooded. They're underwater. The cars are underwater. And I'm like, where did this water come from? You know, this is from just a creek. The whole a lot of people lost their
What about
homes
this, Abe?
and the cars, because the creek rose and it flooded, man. It did a lot of damage, you know.
Here's a point I want to make. And Abe, tell me if you think this is correct, and Richard, whoever. I do believe that these things happen naturally, and I've seen it happen in my life. I saw it in 87. I saw it in 91. I saw it in 98. I saw it in 2007. I mean, it goes on, right? And now it's happened again. But Texas, I believe right now, is a battleground, and it goes from the smallest incidents to the biggest incidents, up and down.
100%.
We are under a spiritual attack, folks, and we are at the epicenter of it. This is why I believe this was not man-made, or not natural. I do believe that it happens naturally all the time. This drought was man-made, and I believe the flood was man-made. I think the drought, and I said this, Anthony, Tony, I said this to you guys and to Nelly. I said this drought is unnatural, and they're going to break the drought with epic flooding, because once the ground gets hard enough, it's not going to absorb the water, and then it's going to flow off into these creeks and these overflows, and it's going to cause a lot of problems, and it's going to kill people. I said that.
Exactly.
And I've said that many, many times privately to a lot of people, you know, and some of them are the listeners. I've said this before. We've talked about it, and I call it HARP. Abe, you're entitled to your opinion. You're a man that I respect, and you've seen a lot. You've been in combat, obviously.
I've trained night and day out there in the fields, of training all weathers to know Mother Nature, But what happened to me in the plane to what happened here on the land. No, you're right about one thing. I believe it wasn't man-made, but it was more of a, you could say, conjured through something else, because what happened to me up in the air, man, before even the flooding happened. The battle I had up there. How you was talking about earlier. I'll give you an example of that. What happened when Moses went to the Red Sea, across his people? What happened with the Red Sea?
God pardon it.
Are you asking? It was parted.
Oh, I thought it was rhetorical.
Yeah, we were waiting.
Yeah.
The Red Sea opened, and he was able to cross the people across the Red Sea. Everybody that witnessed this literally said that the Red Sea opened and the waves were high, and he was able to cross, right? And when he crossed, the sea went back to normal, like it caved in or whatever. Things like that are written in history, the events like that happening, but it's during spiritual warfare.
Yeah.
I mean, what other things happen? What other plagues happened when no one were there to free his people, his people? They had the plague of the frogs. I think the angel of death killing the firstborns. Yeah, so yeah, you're right about one thing. There's so much evil in this world right now that we are at spiritual warfare, and I believe that the things that happen within Mother Nature has to do with a lot with that. It's a spiritual battle. We just have to be ready at all times, because you never know when you're going to be used or placed in a situation where you're going to have to fight spiritually, and it's nothing that you can fight physically. The Red Army can come in there and fight it, because if they're thinking that a weapon is going to help them, they're going to get overtaken them. I'm just making fun of this because it's more of a spiritual battle, spiritual warfare. And I've witnessed a lot of spiritual warfare throughout my lifetime to know what can happen with Mother Nature, and which the elements are used to fight spiritual warfare.
Exactly. Can I add something to that, Abe? So
yes, go ahead.
you were saying about conjuring. So remember Janice and John Brace, how they use their staffs as conjuring tools? Well, one could argue that Nexrad and Doppler is just the next generation of that conjuring technology.
Oh yeah.
Right? It's just magic by another form. It's manipulating the elements.
It's science we don't know.
Manipulating the frequencies and manipulating the elements. When people are chanting, they're manipulating the frequencies. When people are doing their elemental magic, they're manipulating the elements. And I believe they've got it where they've done this meld between technology and magic.
Well, that's what I was trying to explain, is when a lot of events happened on the day of the trip, when I was going to travel to Seattle, Washington to visit my friend. We got to the airport in time and everything. When we started unpacking the bags, and we couldn't find my wife's purse, so she called home, asked her son. We looked through the camera, and you could see the purse on her shoulder. So we were there for about 2 hours looking for her purse. Till somebody contacted us that said that they found her purse. I guess when she opened to grab the ticket because she's short, her purse fell off the vehicle. So the Good Samaritan turned in the purse with whatever money she had in there. She turned it in. By the time we went to the gate, it was we wasn't able to turn in her luggage. So they said, okay, we can put you one flight and him on another flight to make it over there. And she was afraid to fly by herself. So I said, okay, we'll just wait till 7:30. I thought 7:30 in the morning. So I said, okay, 7:30. But what that meant was 7:30 at night. So there I am all day because we were on the road at 3:30. So it's 5:30 all the way to 7:30 at night, sitting there waiting. They finally said, okay, 7:30. We was ready to go. We was waiting by the gate, and they say delayed for an hour. So it went from 6:30 till 7:30, and then they say delayed another hour from 7:30 to 8:30, and I'm like, oh man, this is crazy. I was getting discouraged, and then they said it's 9:30, and they said that the flight was going to be delayed another hour because due to problems with the air. So we're waiting and we're waiting. Finally, we're able to load the plane. So I'm trying to stay positive, positive thinking. I was maintaining a love foundation. And the only thing I could think of, all these things that happened today is for a reason. That's what I would say to myself. All this is happening for a reason. Only God knows what the reason is. So we board the plane. We're waiting there for another 30 minutes before we even take off. We're all happy. We finally left, up in the sky. We're up in the sky. And as we're flying, and this is, I think, Alaskan Airlines or something like that. We're flying, and I see this woman that's standing in the aisle just looking at me. And I was like, in my mind, I'm thinking that she's stretching or something, right? She's looking at me. I'm not trying to think nothing of it, because I'm going to go to a wedding and enjoy myself, So I try not to focus on too much. Next thing you know, as all throughout as we're flying, like the first hour, she just stands up, and then for a while, she's standing up for about 30 minutes in the middle of the aisle. And she's looking at the guy behind me, and this is what she's telling him. She's telling him, let's get him now. And then she stares at me, and she's looking at me. So, I'm like, okay, here we go. Because I've been through this before. I know when it's a spiritual battle. So I'm saying to myself, here we go. I look to my right. My wife is asleep because she's by the window. So I'm trying trying to stay calm and relax. And she starts chanting something. She's chanting something, and she starts moving her left foot like a C, then her right foot like a C, and she's standing in the middle of there's only one aisle, right? And she's chanting something, looking at me real crazy, staring at me. So I start saying the Our Father, the deliverance prayer. I start saying the Our Father. When I start saying Our Father, it interrupts her science. So what do you call it? Seance, whatever she's doing. And she tells the guy behind me, do you hear what he's saying? Do you hear what he's saying? And I'm saying the Our Father. As I'm saying the Our Father, and she keeps on telling him, let's get him now, let's get him now. She starts chanting something. So then I said, okay. And I say, I take authority over you in Jesus Christ's name. I tie, bind, and rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name. I said that 3 times. On the 3rd time that I say that, she sits her ass down, and she looks to the left and never looks at me again. All throughout the flight, the last hour and a half. But what I did witness when I did that is I see something black fly when I tied by rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. Something black went flying along where you put the luggage. It went flying through the sides, and this was in the air. So I had literally had a spiritual battle up in the sky, man. That was my first spiritual battle against what I believe was a bruja, a witch, in the air. She got defeated through Jesus Christ. And I'm thinking that whatever she was doing up there, there's something that happened when she was moving her feet to the left and to the right, like a C. There was a guy sitting beside me, right? You start hearing something banging underneath our seats, like real hard. Boom, boom. The guy wakes up and he's like, what is that? What is that? And I just don't tell him nothing. That's when I had gone into prayer and I rebuked her in Jesus Christ's name. I felt that before during spiritual battles against witches when I was a kid, and my house was on pillars. You could hear banging underneath us, like something's trying to come in from underneath the floorboards, right? So I already knew what I was dealing with. So it's kind of like every experience that I've had, it prepares me for the next one and for the next one. But this is the first time I believe she was using the elements, and I'm thinking there was more than one. And I'm talking about just that plane. I'm thinking that maybe the flood was not created like by a machine, but it was done spiritually through witchcraft and necromancy, and there could have been more than one witch in other flights.
Well, the
If they can
principality of the power of the air, right, Abe?
yes, if they can cover all the spaces of the air and do their rituals up in there at the same time, synchronizes through the watch through time, they can cause an effect. But I believe that when I interrupted what she was doing and overcame her spiritually, that maybe it stopped what was really supposed to happen because I interfered in that, you know. And I believe there was more than one in many planes, to tell you the truth. But I guess that's where the Heavenly Father placed me. I was going to Seattle, and spiritually I was able to identify her. She knew who I was because the way she was looking at me and staring at me real ugly, you know. But that's what happened in the air. My wife seen the man. She had asked him a question before we sat down, and he just looked at her real ugly. And every time I looked at him, he would never look. He never showed me his face. The man, the witch or whatever she was, kept on saying, "Let's get him now. Let's get him now." He never showed his face to me, you know. So I believe it was orchestrated through witchcraft and necromancy. That's what I believe. Who they're working for, who they're affiliated with, is the bigger question. You know how people say there's people working for somebody. So I believe this was planned out. You know, through they did this through rituals up in the air and the airlines to cause the flooding that happened in Texas. That's what I believe, what I witnessed. But you know,
And people might ask, like, why Texas? Well, for me, it's pretty simple. Like, since the very beginning, Texas has always been the heart of defiance. Like, we're very proud, independent people, and it's something that, like, I'm not born here, but I've been raised here since I was one. So in my heart, I'm a Texan first, and then American second.
Yeah, it's usually the other way around.
Exactly.
Mhm.
And like, I've always seen it that way. And when I'm saying the Pledge of Allegiance, I'm saying it to the Texas flag as well.
Yeah,
Not
when we were kids, we were talking. You know, here's one thing I wanted to say. So, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. I don't want to interrupt you. I want to say something here. And Abe is a Texan. Y'all are Texans. We're Texans here. I'm going to say this, and I know I remember the old timers, my dad's generation and the generation before, when the Cowboys would play on Thanksgiving. It was like a rite of passage, right?
Yeah.
And I remember my grandfather didn't care much about football, nothing like that, but his first cousin did, and I remember we called her Sis. And I remember her going, "Well, let's sit down and watch us get screwed," you know. And it was that mentality. And I was a kid, and I was like, I used to call her Aunt Sis, even though it was my grandfather's first cousin. She was like a sister to my grandfather. And I said, "Aunt Sis, what do you mean?" She's like, "Boy, don't you know?" She's like, "Well, you're probably too young." This is like in the early 80s. And she's like, "We always get screwed. If we go to the Super Bowl, we're going to get screwed. If we try to make it to the Super Bowl, we're going to get screwed." And and I said, why is that? And I remember in 1986, I'm a diehard Astros fan. Everybody knows it. I love the Astros, I like the Rangers too, but I like several teams. The teams are not even from Texas, but I watched the New York Mets absolutely rob us of that championship. And I asked my dad, I went out after it happened. I watched it happen. I went outside, and my dad was out there, and he was raking, or he was mowing the lawn, whatever. He said, "Well, time to go, mow the lawn." And it was in October, and he was raking and doing some stuff. And he asked me to help him, and he was just almost in tears. And I said, "Daddy, why does bad stuff happen to our teams?" And he goes, "Son, we're from Texas." He's like, "And we grin and bear it, and we get used to it." Because, and let me tell you something to my dad, I remember, I'll never forget, he was leaning on that rake. He goes, the rest of this country takes and takes and takes from us, and they hate us. And when I was a kid, I thought, I don't think that's true. I think these people are just bitter. Why do they all say this stuff? No. When I traveled, folks, when I traveled around the country, people would say, oh, you're from Texas, huh? Ooh. And it was this negativity that would come to me from these people from these other places, and they had a preconceived notion of what they thought Texas was. And so I dug deeper into this, and I began to realize that there has been a concerted effort by the mass media, the people that can control it, and to demonize, villainize, and hate on us. We have been very defiant of the federal government. When the rest of the country has accepted the yoke of hegemony from the federal government, Texas was like, Texas was that oxen that kind of bucked and said, I don't want that on my neck. When I was young, we were told a horse that won't take a bit, it ain't worth a bit of good. Texas is always spitting that bit out. It doesn't want that. And we have always been that way. We've balked whenever they have wanted to install things in us and give us whatever. We don't want it. In order for the system to work, the beast and all of this other stuff, you have to have compliance. Texas had more people running around without masks during the pandemic. Austin now, yeah, me too. But the epicenter of compliance in Texas was Austin, right? But even then, you had some of these people were just like, I'm not going to wear this. I saw some of these blue-haired women they're all screaming, yeah, Trump, whatever. They were against. They weren't even wearing masks. They were just like, that is that spirit of defiance. And I think a lot of us came together at that time and just said, we're not going to do this. We're not going to go along with what you want. And it wasn't my imagination. I saw it. I had friends that were deep blue people, and they were absolutely not going along with it. And I told them, I said, do you not see how that spirit of defiance against this tyranny, this tyrannical system, and I'm not just talking about our country and our government, I'm talking about the one world government system that they want to install on us and put us through. Every war that has ever been, Abe is an example of that. More Texans go to fight. More Texans died in World War I, World War II, Vietnam, and Korea than any other state. We always are the ones that go fight and die. Why is that? In Texas Monthly, they had an issue of Texas Monthly. It's a magazine we have here. And it showed the Marines that died for Texas. And it was unbelievable how many of them died over in Iraq compared to everyone else.
Was it the First World War when the 32nd and 36th Texas divisions just got smoked?
Well, dude,
Like
it's been
got
happening.
decimated, bro.
Yeah, we always get put on the front line. Everybody I know from Texas is always put up there to die. So
the Delaware Wood or whatever it was.
When you sit there and you watch this happen, and then it trickles down everywhere, even into sports. I was watching the Yankees and the Astros play in the ALCS a few years ago.
Yeah,
was that in 19? Where what's his name was on the mound? The long-haired guy. What was his name? Garrett Cole was on the mound, and he couldn't throw a strike. They would not give him a strike.
Yeah, it's a tiny little strike zone.
Then that umpire went out, and then the Astros just started destroying them. And I said, look at that. That right there was corruption right there. It's corruption. All of a sudden, that umpire goes down, and the next guy comes up, and he's just calling it like it's supposed to be called. It was like the 4th or 5th inning. And then Astros just annihilated them, dude. Annihilated them. And I said, this is what happens when you get a straight shooter in there. You win. When they have these frauds in there, look at what happened with Texas and Georgia. That was a game, right? It's just a game. Everybody always says that, it's just a game. No, it's not. Because if you look at Nazi Germany or Soviet Russia or Cuba, any of these other countries, what did they do? They try to make their teams win. They wanted to prove their superiority through sporting events. Look at the World Cup. People die every year during the World Cup because of the soccer hooligans are killing each other over these games. It is very, very, very important. These games mean something to people. When you go to an Astros game, a Rangers game, a Cowboys game, a Spurs game, whatever it may be, you don't care black, white, nothing. You don't care about gender, race, religion, nothing. You're all there chanting together, basically supporting this movement, this team, right? That is a galvanizing event. And so sporting events have become their focus. They will not let your team win, because if they win, that is Texas pride. And you have to break that from Texas. You have to get rid of it, because that spirit of Texas first is something that no other state has, and they want to get rid of that. They cannot stand it. And now Texas stands in the gap. We are the vanguard between the darkness and the light. And I'm telling you the absolute truth. This is from 50 years of witnessing this and experiencing this. The old timers were not tripping.
The biggest base, Army base, is in Fort Hood, Texas.
The largest one in the entire continent, North American continent. Yeah. And when you stop and you look at these events that take place, you cannot convince me that this is happening by accident. No, dude. What we are witnessing now is demonic oppression on a level that has never been seen. And I'm telling you, here in Texas, we are on the front lines of it. They're using Austin as a cancer, and it's spreading out from Austin, dude. And I'm telling you, Austin is sick. It is a sick, sick place, dude. Downtown Austin, I challenge anybody to go to downtown Austin, our capital, and not witness someone defecating on the sidewalk.
How close are you to Memphis?
Oh, they're a long way from Memphis.
Yeah.
Because do you know about that Hadron Collider that they built in Memphis?
Yeah, that we're so far away from that.
And then Elon built his AI palace on top there, or his AI pyramid on top. Why would they choose Texas to do that if they weren't trying to lead the spiritual warfare out of Texas?
They are trying so hard to destroy our heritage, our tradition. I remember in high school, they literally told us we could no longer say the Pledge of Allegiance to the Texas flag.
Really?
I remember that. I was in 10th grade when they did that. And we would still do it. Mr. Terrazos, our history teacher, I remember him. He goes, he had an accent, he was bilingual, and he was a really good history teacher. And he says, children, they tell us we're not going to do the pledge to the Texas flag, but I don't care. As long as I'm a teacher, we're going to do it. And he did.
Mm-hmm.
And then my next year, I had Mr. Rydell. He did it too. And then the next year I had Mr. Richter, and he did it too. And he says, we're going to say, those Texas history teachers they went against that rule, and they continued to do it. And you get this spirit of defiance against the tyranny that these people are pushing on us. And it keeps on and keeps on and keeps on. And you see it in the sporting events all the time. People always, why do our Texas teams get screwed? The old timers were not just seeing things that weren't there. No, they were seeing it because they knew it was true. They knew that this was what was happening. And I remember Aunt Sis telling me, she told me, she's like, they hate us. They hate us. And when I traveled around and when I traveled abroad, they loved us. I went to other countries and they were like, oh, you're from Texas, eh? Oh, cool. Glad to be here. I love Texans. Yeah. The Australians were very sweet and accommodating, nice people. Same thing with the people that I was on the ship with. They were just very cool. Everywhere I went, when I was in other countries, Greece, Brazil, these places, they were just like welcoming and cool. And they liked me, but they didn't really like Americans, but they liked Texans. They're like, oh, well, you're a Texan, though. You're not like Americans. And
same here in Canada. Same here in Canada. They love people from Texas.
That's weird.
A certain percentage of us do.
Yeah, not anymore. Not like it used to be. When I was in Canada and Windsor, they liked us. I remember. I was from Texas, and they gave me a round of beer. And I just remember going to these different places: Darwin, Australia, and to Sydney. And I went to all these different places. I was in Singapore and I was in Hong Kong, and they called me the Texan. They were just like, oh, you're a big Texan, Very, very cool. But in my own country, and I told these people abroad, I said, in my own country, they don't like us. we go somewhere and they treat us like crap.
And the thing is, like, we support the union. Our
We give
economy
everything
supports
to them.
Yeah.
so much, and we
We
get
support
screwed
it.
out of that too.
Economically, we are being sucked dry, and it's tragic because I wish we could get away, but we can't. And I remember when I don't know if you guys remember this. A lot of stuff happens. People don't forget. They forget. They don't remember. But Obama threatened us.
No-fly zone.
The no-fly zone of 2010. He threatened us, and he said, what was it about? I can't remember what we did. There was something we did. We didn't go along with some bullshit that big-eared McNugget head.
Yeah, I forgot what it was over.
What
Let
he
me
said.
look into it.
That him and his husband were always pushing their weirdness on everybody.
Oh, yeah, him and Michael.
Him and Big Mike.
His
Let me tell
name
you something,
literally
Texas.
means lightning from heaven falls.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
What does it say? I can't remember what it was. No, Altuition, you're wrong about that. See, he says the worst thing Texas gave us was the Bushes. They're not from here.
They're not.
You remember, George Bush, like, I'm a cowboy. Ooh, ooh. He was always running around the Crawford
Yeah, he's from
Ranch.
Connecticut.
He's from Connecticut. He's not a cowboy. He's not from Texas. We hated George Bush. George Bush is the dumbest president we had until Biden said, hold my beer and my diaper. And then he went and became the worst.
My butt's been
Because
wiped.
Texas didn't want to let the TSA agents at the airport
Yeah, that's right.
do a bunch of crap.
Yeah, we didn't want the TSA, which is the worst thing that could have ever happened to everybody. And so Obama threatened us, and we threatened to secede. Texas was going to vote in the Texas Senate. They were going to vote about secession. And he threatened us. He literally openly said this. He said that there would be war. I mean, if you try to leave, we're going to come after you. Basically, he's going to do what he's going to do. And George Bush is not a Texan. He's a fake person and a fake Texan. He is disgusting, vile individual. The Bushes are all disgusting, vile people. His mother, George Bush's wife, George Bush Jr.'s mother, was the daughter of Aleister Crowley.
Yeah, she's a good-looking girl, eh?
Oh, yeah, isn't she? Justin Trudeau is the son of Fidel Castro. You don't think these people keep it in the family, dude? Believe me, they're evil.
So I worked for somebody 20 years ago that told me, he goes, I used to work for Pierre Elliott Trudeau. And he goes, Pierre Elliott Trudeau couldn't get it up, and that they were going to Cuba to have an orgy with Fidel Castro, and that this guy flew him on a government plane to Spain. He had business in Spain, and he flew him to Spain to grab Spanish fly so they could go and have an orgy with Fidel Castro. And I'm like, Mike, you're effing crazy. Turns
hey,
out
that's his
Mike
son.
told me the truth.
Yeah. If you look at Trudeau, his parents were communists. If you look at Trudeau, right, you can absolutely
It's a
see.
spitting image.
If you look at Kamala, like her dad is an absolute communist. He is an openly devoted communist. You can't tell me that these people are not doing what they're doing. And Texas is always just a foregone conclusion. They're going to vote right. And even the Hispanic Latino population here vote to the right. They always do. My mother died a huge Trump supporter, Hispanic woman, Mexican, whatever you want to call it, and she died being a supporter of Trump. You look at this and you say one thing about Texas is it's overwhelmingly red when it comes to the blue, red, whatever. They hate that. And so what they want is to destroy us. We are a cornerstone of the right, and they want to get rid of it. And they're starting in the nation, in the state of Texas's capital, and it's Austin. It is full of deranged, grotesque lunatics. You walk down, Abe. You've been to Austin, many times, and Abe can attest to this, and the boys here can attest to this too. You boys know. You boys work down there. You go downtown Austin, I promise you, I challenge you to not run into a demoniac.
Oh, it's impossible.
You will run into people going, and I promise you, Sometimes I'll see it too. I'll see like this black thing come off of these people, like this. You'll see it. It'll flip around like a
Yep.
little whirlwind or something, and it's black,
Yep.
and it's coming off the back of their neck, off of their back. They are demonically obsessed and possessed people. It doesn't surprise me in the slightest that you ran into somebody there, Abe, because that's what this whole area is. Austin is inundated with these people.
It's ridiculous. It used to be that you would have like good areas and bad areas.
Yeah.
Now, like even I'm working at this like crazy expensive, really high end apartment complex, and just down the road is one of the worst areas you'll ever be in, where there's this constant homeless people all over it, and it's there's like barely a divide, and like you can't even walk out of that complex without running into a homeless person because there's so many around there, and it's all over. Like there's nowhere where it's a nice area anymore. It's just all the same.
You know, one thing they do that the average person would look at and think like that they're that it's not a big deal, or like that they're just like having fun or whatever, but I think is actually a demonically influenced activity that these homeless people do. Is like you'll see them set up these makeshift like drum sets out of like paint buckets and just whatever crap they can salvage, and they'll just be beating on them, not even keeping a rhythm or anything, and not even like panhandling out of it. Like they'll just be beating on something just to be beating on it, and that chaotic like random it's like racket for the sake of racket, just noise for the sake of noise. It's like if you could see that as a sound wave, it would just be like this all over,
Low vibrational beats.
just this chaotic noise.
Yeah,
you can't tell me that that's not something telling them, hey, just beat on this crap all night for no discernible reason. Like that's a demonically influenced thing. I can't stand just
you hear it all the
meaningless
time.
noise.
Yeah.
It just drives me nuts.
If it's aggravates you, and then you leave the spiritual opening through the ears, and it attacks through the ears. It's like the drum beats where I used to live in Elms Grove, that I would hear them at nighttime. Boom, 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 boom. And I already knew that when I hear those drum beats, there's going to be something coming my way. So I would prepare spiritually to fight spiritually. Spiritual warfare.
And Abe, what do you think that is? I mean, there's something driving these people to make that low vibrational noise.
They're conjuring.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so
Like
ridiculous. I mean, like I said, I challenge you to go to downtown Austin and not find somebody pooping on the sidewalk. And there are tons and tons and tons of encounters that we have had. People have had. Let's just start with our guards. We had a guy that used to work for us. He's a good friend of Scorpion. Me and him worked together for years. He had a guy come up to him. He was talking about this. He doesn't work for us anymore, but he was working downtown. I don't want to say because we still have that account, but he was working downtown right there on Riverside and Congress. And he had a person come up and said that they were feeling sick. And when they vomited, it was black sludge, mixed with this yellow bile. And he was telling us about it. And I was like, did not know what that was. Like he's been a friend for years, but he doesn't really watch the show or anything. And we had one of our clients from that, well, not that same property. It was right up the hill from that property. And y'all probably know we go there. It has a very clean restroom. So if I'm in that area, I go there to that property, use the restroom. But there was a woman that was there. She's a concierge. They have all these stores, like these shops right there. Nice place.
Yeah.
And she was like, that woman talks to herself. And when she comes up, she goes up and she gets right. She wants to look people in the eye. And she starts babbling. And it's not just babbling. She's talking backwards. I heard her. So I was there one time with our field captain, and she's a tough bird. And I went there and she goes, oh, that woman just babbles away. She's like, I've had to pepper spray her to get, because she tried to grab her one night. And that was a big mistake because, she'll beat the shit out of people. Like she's not to be messed with. Let's put it that way. She's like a dude, man, but she's tough. She had a wreck, and she hurt her back and her knees, so she's not as mobile as she was, but she still works all the time. So this woman, she told her many, many times to get back. And when I was standing there with her, and me and Anthony were there, she came up babbling, and it was during the fire watch.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, and I said, she's speaking backwards. And I told her, I was like, why are you speaking backwards? She saw me, she was going, and she started like lurching away from me, like running sideways, lurching away from me. And I kept going toward her, and I was like, why are you in this woman? I knew it was a demon. And I said it over and over again. I was like, why are you in this woman? She was getting she was in pain or something, I was like, and she's just like, and she was talking backwards. And I said, this is a demon speaking backwards. It was English, but it wasn't gibberish, but it was speaking backwards. And I told this, I said, she's walking backwards and she's speaking backwards. And she was defecating herself. And she did it right in front of us. And then she ran backwards, and went off into the road and was gone. And I was like, and I told the field captain, I said, look, this woman, and now our field captain, she's been on the show before, she's been on the show. And she was talking about how she died during childbirth, and she came back, and she has the eye now. And she's like, yeah, when I see this woman, I see black spirals coming out the top of her head and from the bottom of her butt. Yeah. I'm not kidding. You see it. It's like smoke or something. And it's obvious, like you can see these black, what Abe, you're always talking about, these black entities, and they'll jump from people to people. If she grabs you, she's trying to, that entity is trying to latch onto you because it has little friends that want to, parasitize you. These things give birth. It sounds weird to say that, but it is the truth. It is the absolute truth. These things breed. And they will jump from person to person to person, and they do what they do. And when you tell people this, they're like, huh? Because they don't get it. They don't understand. What they don't understand too, folks, I'm going to say something, and this may sound completely weird and just like I'm fried out of my mind, right? But I say a lot of things, but I'm right. Abe says a lot of things, but he's right. Richard, you too. You say a lot of things and people think we're outlandish or whatever, but we're correct. And guys, you know this. The energy drink. I don't want to say the name of it because I could get sued, but it's a very popular energy drink, and it is 666 on there in Hebrew. Boom, boom, boom. And when you drink that, or if you drink this other one that they found all kinds of horrible things, those two brothers, the one, he fancies himself a boxer. Yeah, I don't even want to say it. He fought Mike. But these drinks, they have all kinds of horrible ingredients in them. And I'm telling you right now, Mick crap, and all these other ones, all this is garbage. All this is garbage. The high fructose corn syrup drinks that these children ingest, when your little brother, it's
trash.
You have you have three younger brothers, but you have one of them who has like a severe learning disability. He doesn't have like he doesn't have autism or anything like that. He just has learning disability. When they were children, two of them would never drink sodas. They would never drink sodas, right? And I love them all, so I'm not going to pick on him and say his name or but he would drink nothing but soda.
Yeah.
And I told your mother, I said, he is going to have problems because he drinks, and now all he drinks is energy drinks and all that stuff. And I tell them, I said, that is going to cause a ton of problems for him mentally. And then when I said spiritually, she started kind of laughing at me like I was out of my mind.
She did.
And I said, you think I'm cuckoo for telling you this? There is a connection between the mind, body, and the spirit. And I told him, I said, Mijo, you keep drinking that crap. That crap is going to make nothing good happen for you. It's nothing. It's mierda. It's just shit. That's all it is. And I told him that. I said, that's what you're drinking. You might as well drink poop. Because, and he had that sugar addiction. The other two, you couldn't get them to eat sweets or drink sugar. They didn't like it. They had an aversion to it. And thank goodness y'all two did. Zane had the sugar sweet tooth. He wanted it all the time.
So did I.
Yeah, and it will parasitize you. I think that these parasites, they literally, it's the physical.
That's what it feeds them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They eat sugar. My buddy's wife drinks those 666 drinks all the time, or she
Yeah.
used to.
Addicting.
And the amount of times that I was in the back of his truck and we'd be driving to work, and all of a sudden that empty can sitting on the floor would go crunch and crumple on its own. It would move. It would crunch on its own. They thought it was hilarious because it did it all the time. And they're like, "Oh yeah, that can's haunted. Those are haunted." And I'm like, "Yeah, they are.
They're demonic.
They are. They
Well,
literally
the
are.
motto,
Like, get
motto
it
for that
India,
drink-
and get it India."
the motto for that drink is "Unleash the Beast."
Yep.
The
Damn.
fuck
666.
outta here.
Yeah.
What you were saying about the demons multiplying, so it's funny with the black goo. Doesn't graphene oxide, isn't that a self-replicating nanoparticle?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
you
it
remember
would
when
stand
we
to
were-
reason.
Hey, do you remember when we were children and we would eat pan dulce? You know,
Yeah.
you'll go to the bakery, right? The pandaria, as we called it, and you would get pan, right? And they would azúcar is not a lot, puro azúcar. It's not a lot, right? They put enough, but you would eat it, and it was just like eating like a bread snack or whatever. You didn't feel like crap. It didn't feel like you were feeding the devil in your intestines, right? But then you eat this donut, right? When you come, up here, you eat these donuts and they're nothing but sugar. Nothing but sugar. And you feel like you're up to your eyeballs, and then you crash. Before lunchtime, you're like, and you're at work and you're going like, I feel like I'm gonna fall out.
Yep.
Never had that problem when I ate from the pandaria, but when you eat from the American bakery, which is full of preservatives and salt and sugar, and the manteca that they use it's not like beef tallow or anything like that. It's this nasty chemically stuff. And then it's all geared toward that. And I believe the black goo feeds on that. And the more you feed that, you get these people that are really morbidly obese. You get these people that they're just like, they're unhealthy. They're very unhealthy. You would never see them working out. Those people don't go to the gym. You don't see those kind of people at the gym. You don't see those kind of people doing anything, because those are the people that sit around and look at a TV screen all day or at a computer screen and play around and troll people.
Well, hold on. I mean, they do work out. They drink diet soda, so
Aspartame.
That's all you
Yeah.
need.
The aspartame.
Whoa.
The aspartame.
Don't
Let's
even
go
get me
there
started.
with the neurotoxin.
They'll get
The
5
microplastics,
double
yeah.
cheeseburgers, but they'll get a diet soda at least.
Yeah, the microplastics. Yeah, get her
Yeah.
India, bud.
Mhm.
That's worse than drinking the sugar.
Literally.
When I was a kid, when I was a teenager, guys, I worked at Shortstop. Now, Abe would know what that is. It's a little burger stand, whatever, And I worked at Taco Bell. I had the shit jobs, man. And I remember working in the drive-thru. I always had a really good voice, and I would be in the drive-thru and I'd be like, well, "Welcome to Taco Bell. May I take your order?" And if it was a woman, she'd be like, "Hey, Dios mío, oh, your voice." And I'm it's mentiras. Nah, for real. No, I would just be like, "Welcome to Taco Bell," whatever. And they would be like, "I want a dozen tacos. I want 2 Mexican pizzas. I want, 14 Fiesta twist, whatever, and some churros and then a Diet Coke." And it never failed to crack me up, dude. I'd be over there laughing. I'd be like, man, as soon as they pull up, you see this big blob of a person, you know what I mean? And you're just like, yeah.
Makes sense.
It makes sense. And you don't realize that the diet soda is the worst thing that they're ordering.
Mm-hmm.
You could eat all of that tortilla. You could eat all of those shells and whatever, the cheese. But when you eat that crap, that aspartame, it is a neurotoxin. And what it does is it makes you more hungry. And you know what it does? It triggers you to want sugar of all things.
100%.
You drink a diet soda, so you crave sugar, but you're not eating sugar. So what do? You go and absorb a massive amount of carbs. See, they get you coming and going. See, that's what people don't realize is there's not one silver bullet. That's the thing about these dog man. People don't understand.
Death by 1,000 cuts, bro.
Yeah, people say, well, a silver bullet will work. I said, maybe it might work on one type, but we don't know that that's the cure all. I say to people like this, the only thing that we know that works is Christ. Because if you're in the ocean, there are shark repellents, right? They have figured out amazing shark repellent for bull sharks. You know what it is? Does anybody know what it is?
Another shark.
Crocodile urine.
Really?
Crocodile urine. But the problem is that when crocodiles are babies and they're out in the brackish water, whatever, tiger sharks will come right up to the edge right there and they'll eat them. So then that will attract a tiger shark, but it will repel a bull shark. And there isn't anything that they found other than orca pheromone that will get rid of a great white. So you're not going to, what works for one won't work for another. That's a problem, right? So if your country, and this is all, it's all related. If your country's being invaded, and it depends on the invader, right? For one type of invader, you could burn a Quran and they would help you. For another type of invader, you burn a Quran and they get out the curvy sword and they unalive you, right? So it doesn't matter. You're not going to, the best thing you can do is hold fast to your beliefs, hold fast to who you are, keep your gender, keep your race, and keep your religion. Respect others' genders, race, and religion, but know who you are. Because if you don't have those things and you don't have a belief system, and I've talked to both of you gentlemen about this, and of course you boys, you'll fall for anything. You'll believe anything. If you don't have something, if you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything. And so what they're trying to do is to break down and homogenize us so that we will accept the beast. This is all the prelude, folks. Abe's show, and I can't say this enough, and I'm not saying this because Abe's on this show. I gave him a shout out on Marzulli's show. And of course, but Marzulli, half of it got put out and he has the other half. He has a paywall, and I don't blame him. He has to. He gets attacked like we do. It's crazy. Me and him had a long talk afterwards of how these people attack and do what they do. But I told people, I said, Abe at night, he doesn't get a lot of people in that chat, but he gets a lot of replay. And he's got a few thousand people now on that show. And I think you're doing good things and you're telling people what is going on, and you're not even trying to do it for pay or anything. You're just doing it. Folks, listen to what he says, because he's telling you, look, maintain your love foundation, but he's also telling you, I am not your punching bag. I'm not a punk, and you're not going to take, and do things to me. This is a man. This is a man. That's what men do. That's what a real man does. He defends his family, he defends himself, and he defends his friends and his people. That is what real people do. So you get attacked. You get attacked for your beliefs. You get attacked for everything that you stand for. But if you have Christ, and like the saying goes, if you have God and he is with us, who can be against us, right? Right. And you know who the true one living God is. He's the Father of Christ. That is a very, very important thing. Christianity is under attack by a force that people, they have made it so difficult that you can't even call them out on it because you'll be canceled. They have robbed us of the truth by getting these churches to go along with the 401c. They have literally turned people like me and Abe have had to turn into preachers. We weren't here to try to preach the word. It just happened. It just happened. Abe was trying to talk about cryptids and the paranormal, so was I. And instead, we've had to talk about that, but we've also been called. I really believe this is the truth, and we've been called as leaders in this community, and so we are under attack. We're under attack by some of the most vile people you can imagine. Last night was so aggravating for me because all I wanted to do was watch my friend talk about what happened to him. I was very interested in that. And instead, I saw my friend in distress. I saw him angry. I saw him upset because these people were at it again and doing what they do. And so I got on there and I had to say something. And I'm like, here we are again with these people. And it's not just them. They're just the vanguard of what's to come. It's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. And there's a lot of people that are going to deny their faith.
Yeah, no kidding.
Everything that is happening right now is leading up to something. It is a big something. So I tell people all the time, I said, don't jump the gun, because when the time comes, we're going to need all hands on deck. Don't let yourself be suckered in by these cockroaches. And that's what they are. They're just roaches. They're bugs. Because when the time comes, we are going to have to stand, and we're going to have to be accounted. And that's going to be the most important thing, the roll call. When that happens, you are going to have to say, hey, you know what? Take my head, do whatever you got to do, because I will not deny Christ. I am not going to do it. I will never, ever give up on my faith. Texas will be attacked. It will be, it's going to get bad for us because they hate us, because we represent a stumbling block for them. Texas doesn't want to go along with their beast system, all of their bullcrap. Guess what else we did while everybody was paying attention to some other bullcrap? Texas says now we're going to start accepting gold and silver as legal tender. That's not good for the Federal Reserve, because that is their little private piggy bank that they use to pick everybody's pockets. How does that work? How are they going to go along with the beast system? Isn't going to like that, because now you have another way to circumvent them. So
Yeah.
it's getting harder and harder. So Texas is going to have to be dealt with these people. They're like, oh, here we go again with this. We need Texas, and we need their money. We need their resources. The problem with Texas is it's full of Texans.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's why it's no coincidence that all of a sudden Austin's housing prices went real low, and all these people from these blue states started coming over here.
Pouring in.
Then I remember at one point there wasn't a single native-born Texan in the Austin City Council.
Yeah,
How does that even
really?
make sense?
Not even.
Yeah. Rolled over by foreigners.
Really?
Yeah, and then that Shazar guy. He lied. He publicly came out and lied. He was like, "I'm Mexican." No, you're not. He's not even Hispanic. He's some kind of weird whatever. He's full of crap, and he is a communist. And he held up a sign, "Keep Austin burning." I couldn't believe what I saw. I couldn't believe that.
And that Beto guy, like he's
Keep
not
Austin
even.
Oh
looting.
gosh,
Beto is another one. He's the
not
fake.
he's not even Hispanic.
No,
oh, he's a criminal.
He's
Literally.
pandering.
yeah, he's not. He's just a vanilla Obama. That's all he is. Yeah, and the first thing they'll do is try to
Skateboard.
disarm us. If they want to disarm you. So if you notice how many shootings took place under Obama's administration, look at that. There's so many. And then under Trump, hardly none. I mean, it's like barely, because people know now, if you're in this circle of knowledge, MK Ultra is a real thing.
Mm-hmm. Just
Yeah,
sleeper
sure.
cells.
It's a sleeper cell, and they get these little nut jobs, and they stick stuff in their ear, and then they go and they flip out. They say a word, and it activates these people, and people don't understand that. And so these automatons on the other side, they're so stupid. They're like, oh, conspiracy, stupid. Even when it comes true, oh, that conspiracy true, but all the other is stupid. And then another one, and then another one, and another one. And you're like, how about we just quit calling it conspiracy and call it the truth? Well, CNN didn't say that's what happened, and I don't believe it. Computer say.
Yeah.
The computer didn't tell me that CNN, the Communist News Network, didn't tell you. What a shock.
It wouldn't be on TV if it wasn't true.
So here's what happens. We have a good thing here at Paranormal Roundtable. We are at this level where growth, take it or leave it. We have a very strong base. We usually make enough money to survive. We get donations and whatever. Not tonight, apparently. What the heck? What am I doing?
Come on, guys.
Usually we get, let's put it this way. Usually we get donations. Everybody helps, whatever. Sometimes you don't. It's winner hit or miss, whatever. Enough to keep going. And you got enough people where you're not too big to where you're not being, smashed by the globalist media, right? But the dilemma is you have to get more people so that you can spread the word, so more people can hear the words of people like me and Abe. And of course, you too, Richard, you're coming on more and more. You got to be, there has to be somewhere like a happy medium where you can say, look, you know, you want to keep that feeling of that smaller whatever, but you need more people to hear the words. So that is my dilemma. Do we push for expansion or do we keep it more family? Like, you know, like we're a big family here, you know? That's the thing. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is to that, because you have to be able to reach more people because they need to hear what you're saying. And I don't want it to get, you know, so big that it's like you don't really know. Like, I know the names of the people here. Like, you see just right here on the screen right now, you see Randy and Two Shadows. You know, those people, you know who they are. They come on, and a lot of people go and they watch Abe too at night, you know. And JX says, expand, families grow. We need to expand, but, you know, you will lose some of that, and, you know, what makes you what you are. But you have to be able to, hi, Rebecca, how you doing? Joyce, out tuition. You see all these people here, Sailor. I mean, you know, so but where do we go, right? So Jesus says, my people die for lack of knowledge. So what we do is we try to bring them knowledge. With that expansion, though, comes these sand fleas that are going to come in and they're going to bite us and mess with us. And they're parasites, is what they are. La cucarachas. The cockroaches. They're going to come and they're going to do what they do. They're parasites. And right down to the very essence of who they are, they don't work. They didn't serve in the military. They didn't do anything productive for our country or for our society at all whatsoever. And then they come after and attack people who do, and people who are doing things. So enter last night, I go on, and I see Abe, and he's very upset. And he's like, dude, he's just, you know, so they bait us. Me and Abe say things, like we get mad, we cuss, we call them names or whatever. We say things back. We're retorting. What do you call it? Like a reaction. They're getting a reaction from us, and that makes us look unprofessional. It makes us look bad to the people that we need to reach. But the flip side to this is that we know that we're only going to reach so many, and then the doors are going to close because only so many are going to hear the word. And when that time comes, that's it. You've been told, you've been warned. Abe has told you over and over again. I have told you over and over again. The door closes. The ship, the ark is closed up. The rains are going to come. And you're on the outside. Oh, well, we told you and we warned you and we gave you every opportunity to hear the truth. You either maintain the love foundation that you talk about so passionately, Abe. People need to hear that. They need to do that. And if they don't do that, that is something that I will forever be grateful to you, Abe, for showing me that, because I knew it existed, but it was just kind of like, yeah, I'll love this MFer when I'm done hating him.
Yeah.
That was kind of my attitude. And then Abe comes out and says, look, you got to maintain a heavenly love foundation. What does that mean? The more I thought about it, the more I was like, you know, he talks about it on the show all the time. But then these people, they come out and they bite him and they attack him until he snaps and says something. Then they go run out and they go, look at what he did. The Pharisees.
Expect them to be a punching bag.
Yeah, the Pharisees. Oh, look, his people are up there. They're talking bad about us. You know, of course, because you won't stop like some sort of like heat-sinking robot parasite.
It's demonic oppression and being driven by it.
Demonically influenced people that attack and attack and attack. They are the literal modern Pharisee. And then they said, I'm on my knees praying to God. Look at these men. They're so wicked. Look at what they say. Yeah, I see what you're doing, Grima Wormtongue. You're such a pious and holy person. you're up there praying, right? The one guy says his wife is praying 6 hours a day. 50-foot angels are protecting them, and
As you burn their bushes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's ridiculous
You're burning their bushes.
because they'll like quote scripture and then they'll use that as like justification for their attacks. But in my mind, you're no different from Islamic terrorists who will take one thing and use it to justify their evil deeds. It's not how it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
You're misquoting and you're really blaspheming against what it's really meant to be.
100%.
You notice how people like that, like whenever it comes to doing something like nefarious or negative, they never get tired.
Mm-mm.
Like they have unlimited, this bottomless like pit of energy upon which to draw for to use for negativity, to just constantly throw at people, and they can do that all day, all night, not get tired, not sleep.
But when it comes to working a job, they're disabled. They are disabled.
Like when it comes to doing anything positive or anything productive, it's like that they just get now you're tired. You know, like you can't use energy for anything good, for anything positive, because you like when you give yourself over to that darkness, these demonic influences, this demonic oppression, you don't like it will sustain you. Like it will actually prolong your life, and it will sustain it, but only if you continue to serve that purpose, only if you continue to serve it in a negative way and feed it negative energy, but also draw upon the negative energy that it feeds you, because you act as a conduit for it. So like, you know, the saying like a bad weed never dies, you know, or like only the good die young. Yeah, there's a reason for that. Evil people, they will live forever as long as they stay evil, though. Like the moment that they cast that yoke of the demonic off of them, their time is probably going to be short.
And what a
100%.
sad life it is too. 100 years, basically. I mean, that's the longest you could really go. 100 years for what on this planet in misery.
Mm-hmm.
And then what if you die, you either wander into the abyss and turn into nothing. Like that's such a good thing, or based on what they believe, or you go to hell, which is what is going to happen to them.
Salvation is a limited time offer. I mean, like we're here for a short we have a
period.
short little window to get it right,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not gonna, like, that offer is not gonna be on the table forever. So just be very mindful about where you spend your energy and your time, because those are two things you will never get back. Once they're spent, they're spent.
Yeah. I mean, I was just about to say, and Madeline just said it, tomorrow is not guaranteed. She said tomorrow is not promised. So that is why last night when I was on Abe's show, and we talked about a lot of pertinent things, and I told Brother Abe to come on tonight and talk about this bruja who was doing what she was doing. It's not surprising to me, because I'm getting reports of lots and lots of weird things happening. We get it all the time, but in particular, people being targeted by evil and by the demons that are on these people. And you can see them on people. I don't see it as clearly as some people. I know, Abe, you see it pretty good. Like you can call it out pretty well.
Well, you know, they have to identify themselves to us through spiritual law. I'm talking about the demons. Just like the demons, the Legion identified themselves to Jesus Christ because they knew who Jesus Christ was, and he knew that the man was being demonized. So they said, "We know who you are." So that's when he cast them out into the herd of pigs or the swine. In that way, as we maintain the Heavenly Love Foundation, people that are dabbling in the dark arts, witchcraft, necromancy, the demons that are within them have to identify themselves to the children of God, right? If we have a personal relationship with them, Jesus Christ, and We maintain a heavenly love foundation. We're not living in sin. We're not angry. We have no vengeance towards nobody, and we're keeping it a clean slate, placing Jesus Christ first, and we get blessed with the spiritual gift of discernment. The demons that are upon people, they have to identify themselves. Just like the witcher was up in the air, the demons kept on saying, "Let's get him now." I've heard that before numerous times throughout my lifetime. When I go and investigate, I hear it when they say, "Let's get him now, let's get him now." So there's no big difference, the DDN. That's what they say is, "Let's get him now," which are demons, right? Or the disembodied demonic Nephilim, what they are. In that way, when we see Corner the Cob trying to come at us with his fake profiles, it's the demons that are within him, within the Hungry Hippo, a crazy wicked Dana. Because that's what they dwell in. They practice the dark arts, and they focus on one thing, chaos and division, because that's what they feed off of, and I think that the best way for us to overcome them is by just ignoring them completely and not giving them the time of day at all, and maintain our heavenly love foundation and continue to grow spiritually. And like you said, you're talking about growth, grow in through a positive way, but at the same time bring the awareness of how there's people like this, that they're bonded. That's the word I'm going to say. They're bonded because they've already decided where they want to be. Whatever deals they've made, they're bonded spiritually, and the only way to overcome them, which is through Jesus Christ, by tie, bind, and rebuking Jesus Christ. And just like I did that woman, yes, it was a woman. We could give her a title, whatever title she wants to give herself, but I tie, bind, and rebuke the demons, the power that she had within her that she thinks is power, but it's really bondage. And when I rebuked them in Jesus Christ's name, they left the vessel, they left her body, in which she just becomes a normal person. And she sat down and didn't move. They just stand up for the rest of the flight for an hour and a half, looking the opposite way, because it became an empty vessel. You see, I prayed for heavenly spiritual causes to be on her from head to toe. So if there's any unclean spirits, they will not be able to enter back into that vessel. So she stayed sitting down for the rest of the flight for an hour and a half. And the unclean spirits that were on her couldn't come back to that vessel. And if she wished something bad towards me, well, that's up to the Heavenly Father. The 7 times fold goes in effect, because I wasn't accepting the negativity that was coming out of her mouth. Whatever she was chanting, I wasn't accepting it. Just like when there's people that come at us in a negative way, I don't accept the negativity. It might look like if I'm mad or I'm saying something about something, addressing something, but I'm not really mad because I'm attending my love foundation. So if they think they got the best of me in some kind of way, they really haven't, because they can twist words, they can paint me to be a certain way, but in all actuality, they're being kind of set up they're being set up spiritually. It's all I'm saying right now. Because if they think they got the best of me in some kind of way, they really haven't. They're being set up spiritually. That's how it happens. Because you've seen what wicked Dana has wished upon us. He's wished death,
evil prayers
upon us. Through hexing, spiritual hexing, using the Bible. So she's really setting herself up for failure, because I'm not accepting it. So it's any negativity that anybody tries to throw my way, it stays with them, because I don't accept it. Look where I've been. I've been in the front lines. My face might look like if I'm mad, but this is just the way I look. So yeah, it could be very confusing for those people that are wicked, trying to come up against me, because in their minds it's like, oh, we already got them. Just like that witch was saying in the airplane, let's get them now. Let's get them now, because somewhere she might have seen or thought she's seen an opening. But here I am. I've done a podcast every day, and here I am here on your show talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
I praise Jesus Christ no matter what the situation is. I don't fear. It doesn't matter how she's looking. Doesn't matter if there's dark shadow, smoke, or spirits roaming around her, tear ducts coming out of her eyes. If she's chanting, foaming out of her mouth, her eyes roll back white. That doesn't matter, because I'm not fearing her. I'm attending my Heavenly Love Foundation, and I go up against her through Jesus Christ.
One of
all
the
that
things,
other stuff is all show. It's all show. It might look wicked to her, but to me, it's all show, because I go straight for the spiritual battle through Jesus Christ.
one of the things I want to say about Abe and about, and James just made a post here. James Jones, hey, what's going on, Rex? And see, they have someone on that other side using his name. They're saying they're him. And I know it's not, because we made our peace. And I saw when he was on the show, when he came on the show, and he was like, look, man, I'm done. I believe it. I believe he's done. I think these people are they're trying to bring him back into it by using his name. When someone is freed from the captivity of the enslavement from demonic oppression, they become property of the Holy Spirit. And the Holy Spirit doesn't relinquish that just to any demon, whatever. The person, though, can do it themselves. They can walk away from God. God doesn't turn his back on people. People make that mistake. You as a person turn your back on God. God doesn't turn his back on you, because you have free will. And one of the things I got to say is what you said about how these demons, a person is demonically obsessed, and they will say, let's do it now. Let's get them. I have heard people do and say things like that. And I've heard people tell me that they have heard and said things like that. The people that I know them personally. I know they're not schizophrenic or whatever. Or even if somebody is, I'm not going to say that that's not something that they're hearing that really does happen.
Yeah, I think it is.
It does sometimes, yeah, for sure. And I look at that and I think, because I've seen people who don't know me from the next guy at the 7-Eleven, and they absolutely hate my guts, because that demonic spirit will travel and it will find a host close to you. And now, knowing what I know, I wish I knew these things as a child, because I would get bullied and picked on and punched for no reason by some mean kid. And I'm like, I don't know you. Why are you, because there is a demonic spirit that follows you, that's doing this to you, because they want to stop you and stunt your growth. They do this if you have a child, or you're someone who's been bullied, and you really are not doing anything to cause this. Stop and make sure that you're not doing something to aggravate these people. And you're convinced. I mean, think about it. Try prayer, because sometimes these demons, they will jump from people don't realize this. And it's very important when Brother Abe talks about this. Abe, I'm telling you, man, you are hitting the nail with the hammer, dude. This dude is onto it, and you get it. You understand. And Richard, you do too. That's why you're here, okay? Because these demons, they will literally jump from person to person, and they will come at you from different angles, different vessels, and they do it. They really do. That does happen. And so when you are targeted by these, the other side, every time you bring someone to Christ, every time you witness and testimony to someone and you do good works, you are a target. You become a target. And unfortunately, they will take some of your friends from you. They will take some of your family from you, and they will turn them against you. And you can plead and cry out, why? Why? And it doesn't matter. That person doesn't even know themselves. They will come up with a flimsy excuse in their own mind. They're being puppeteered by a demonic entity. There's a movie. It's a Japanimation movie. It's one of the older ones. It's from like 1992, I believe it was. It's called Ninja Scroll. Next to Fist of the North Star, the Japanimation, not that live action, whatever that was. Those are my two favorite Japanimation. I like Gundam too. I'm not gonna lie, but it's the old school stuff. But I remember there was a scene where Jubei was, he was pleading with his friend. He's a master swordsman, and he's standing up against a tree. He's got his sword, and he's pleading with his friend. And he's like, "Please, you're being deceived." And it was this guy Gamma, who was evil. He was one of the 8 devils of Kimon, is what they called him. And I remember him holding his sword, and he was telling him, this guy is on the ridge with his men, and he says, "I got to do what this retainer tells me." And he's like, "Please, we're being deceived." He's pleading with this guy. And the guy's like, "No, I got to do this." He's got to do it, right? Why? Why? Because the guy that's telling him this was deceived, because he was deceived by a demon. And now this guy lunges at Jubei, and it's a memory. Jubei's laying in a boat, and he's remembering this. And then it just shows this, and Jubei kills them all. And he was so angry by that when he's reflecting on this, he finds Gamma and he kills Gamma. The unfortunate thing is that Gamma is demonic, and he reincarnates instantly. Like his body moves back together, right? It's a fiction, whatever. But the point was, when I saw that scene, I thought about my own life, and I thought how many times I have pleaded with someone to not be destroyed. It's the whole Obi-Wan, when he's begging, he's pleading with Anakin. He's like, "Don't do it." And Anakin's like, "Yeah." And he jumps and he takes the legs out, and then he's laying there, "I hate you," and it's like, he pleaded with you. And he was messed with by Palpatine. The whole time it was this evil old bastard who was playing the strings. He was the Sith Lord. He's basically a demon. That's what they do.
I like that scene, but the scene with Padme beforehand.
I love you so much.
Speaks a lot stronger about it when she goes, "You're walking down a path I can't follow." Mm-hmm. Like that scene always sticks out to me, because that's exactly what I think is.
And then he's like, "You turned her against me." Exactly. He's like, "You've done that yourself." Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's like, you're so blind.
Yeah.
Look at what you just did.
And when Samuel Jackson was telling him, "This has got to stop," and he's like, "I'm tired of these mother freaking Sith on this mother freaking planet," and he's like, "This freaking got to stop," and Palpatine's like, "Oh, he's killing me."
Well, then what did he do next? He pulled out the Padawan Slayer 9000.
Yeah. He throws him through, he cuts his arm off, and he's like, "Ah, my arm, motherfucker." Then he flies through the wind. He didn't do all that, but he flies through the, and everybody knows what happened. And then Anakin becomes Vader. And then Vader is a slave to the Palpatine until the end.
Darth Maul did a double backflip over my table at lunch at Star Wars Jedi Academy in Disneyland, just to interrupt. No, he did. It was awesome.
Well, you know what? Now, what's more disturbing, that you met Darth Maul or that you met him at Disneyland?
It was 2010. It was 2010, and before we knew what Disneyland was.
How much candy did he give you?
How much what?
Candy.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I gotta say, man, if you look at this stuff in your life, and like I've said, I've been in a lot of battles with people and things and happened, and I've seen good people on the opposite side, and I've thought, first of all, how did that person get involved with these gangsters? And then you think, I've pleaded with them. I've sat there at a bar and been like, "You're a decent person." And they're just like, "No, man, I got to be loyal to them." I'm like, "You're loyal to someone who's not loyal to you. You're loyal to a faction that would just use you like cannon fodder."
Yeah, I've been there.
And then they still throw themselves headlong against you, and they smash against the waves. And you think back on those people, and you're just like, God, regrettably, it had to happen that way. I didn't want to have to do that.
It's like it's such a waste.
It's such a waste.
Yeah, and then they're all dead, and you're like, "Oh wow."
I didn't say all that. I didn't,
Well,
you said, not me. You're like, they're all dead. What's wrong with this guy?
I've crossed path with people. I've crossed path with. When I was in the military, I was when I got first stationed in the second duty station was the Kev. There was this woman looking for my one of the platoon sergeants. His name was last name was Gomez. He was like a master sergeant. He was in Vietnam. He had gotten out, and come back in the military to retire, right? So he had a big gap in between. He was already older than everybody else. And I seen him talking to some woman over there, and then there was this little girl, like around 3 years old, and she's got black hair, and she's looking at me, and the only thing she's saying is, "I want to be a Disney star. I want to be a Disney star." And he's talking to the woman over there, and I look at the little girl, so I grab her from the hands, and I grab her hands, and I start praying. I pray to the Heavenly Father to bless her to what she's wanting, right? Pray for her and stuff like that. And then next thing you know, the mom calls her and she said, let's go, Selena. And I started talking to the master sergeant, his last name was Gomez. He said, who's that? Oh, that's my ex. She was married to her son. So would she be considered ex sis? What do you call it? She was married to the husband, but they were divorced.
Mm-hmm.
But she had gotten married to a captain in the army, and that was his daughter. Which the little girl was Selena Gomez, which is they were going to Disney because that she was going to go do a couple of things over there to get into the show business.
Mm-hmm.
So I got to meet Selena Gomez when she was like 3 years old. She went out to go do Barney and all that, but I remember her, and it was just crazy how sometimes you cross paths with people, but it's temporarily, right? But you cross paths for a reason. And I believe I crossed path to pray for her because some reason I pray for her, and I'm thinking it's because, you said about Disney, how Disney is. So she needed all the prayer in the world, I guess, because, a lot of that is corrupt. There's a lot of evil there, witchcraft, necromancy. But yeah, her grandfather was a Vietnam vet, and he also was in Operation Desert Storm. I'm just wanted to say that about him. I don't know if he's still alive or not. I lost contact with him, but he was a very tall man. He was like around 6'4" or 5". It was a tall Mexican. He was a pretty big guy.
Yeah, Selena Gomez ain't doing too well these days, eh?
That's for sure.
Like I said, it's part of the balance, man. You get involved in things, you can get corrupted, negative seeds can be planted.
Big time.
I did the prayer that I did to, I didn't know that she was going to make it like that, but I prayed for her to be blessed. And of course, for protection and stuff. But sometimes there's other things you start, when they plant those negative seeds and you wander off the wrong way, then it becomes a choice, a personal choice on how you want to be. But there's one thing, there's something I want people to remember right now, is that you're never alone because Jesus Christ is always with you.
Mm-hmm.
When I was in the Army, I had something happen to me where I got my Kevlar on. It's called a CVC, and it's got the communications and pulling radio watch inside the tank. And I keep on hearing my first name being called. And I take it off, and I go look, and there's nobody outside. And what's weird about that, they don't call you by your first name in the military.
No, they would have called you
by the last
name.
name. So I put it back on. I hear my name being called again. I get up. When I look this time, talking about Doblo hangers, I look to the right of the tank, and I'm seeing my car out there with me inside the car. And I'm like, what the hell's happening to me? This is, it's impossible. So as I close my eyes and blink, whatever's there is gone. So I just do the sign of the cross, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on, So I hear my voice called again, this time very loud. So I take up my CVC off, and I'm like, "Hello, who's this?" And I hear this voice, very very strong voice, sounds like Mother Nature, like lightning, thunder, and earthquake, like very strong. Say to me, this is what he said to me. He said, "Tell your brothers and sisters to keep their doors and windows open for me. How do they expect me to heal them or bless them if they don't let me in?" And it sounded very loud. And then I said to myself, it's just my imagination, right? And then he said, something about my brother. One of my brothers said something about him. And I'm freaking out because I'm listening, I'm hearing to this. And I said, am I losing my mind, you know? And then he said, you don't have to do this job anymore. And I had barely re-enlisted again for the third time. You don't have to do this job anymore. And I said, I questioned. I said, how is this possible if I just re-enlisted? You know what he told me? He said, where's your faith? And I said, I'm sorry. So I looked down like this. Next thing you know, I don't hear nothing no more. And I said, I finished the radio watch. And I said, man, that was, I was trying to figure out what's going on. So I fall asleep sitting down. Well, when I wake up in the morning, I can't feel my left side of my body. It's weak. So they have to call the medics to pull me out of the tank. They thought that I had a heart attack. So they take me all the way back to the rear to the Darnell Hospital, go to the hospital. They did all this test on me and they couldn't find nothing wrong with me. So I'm sitting on a picnic table waiting for them to come. On a bench in front of the hospital, waiting for the Humvee to come pick me up to take me back to the field. And there's this lady there, sits down right beside me, and she asked me, what's the matter, mijo? And I just told her what happened to me, and she said, come with me. She grabbed me and took me all the way to the back of the hospital. There was this room called CSEP. She put me in the room and told me to got me on a computer, fill out this questionnaire, because they said it was for the people that were in the Gulf, right? In war, in Operation Desert Storm. So I filled out this questionnaire, and she said they gave me an appointment to come back like in a week. I went to the field and whatever, but when I came back to the appointment, they did some studies on me for this neuro test. It's two neurologists, and they said that I had epilepsy. So from that day on forward, they gave me this, what they call in the military, a dead man profile, in which I can wear a Kevlar, can wear gear, which means I'm not deployable, that they can't use me anymore. So for the last 2.5 years in the military, I was just doing odd jobs. I never stepped foot back in a tank again. Never went back on a tank again. When he told me, where's your faith?
Yeah.
Well, I'm telling you, man, he's around us. Sometimes things have to happen for a reason. They happen a certain way in order for certain things to happen, But yeah, that's when I know that he exists, because he does show me, man. He does show me, and for the people that they consider themselves my enemies, I'm not your enemy. I've been trying to help you all out for a long time, and pray. I prayed for y'all. I try to do things for y'all, but you keep on coming at me in a negative way. It's not even too late for y'all to ask God for forgiveness and repent for your sins, because he is a forgiving God. It's not too late. That's all I'm saying. It's not too late to change your ways, to start doing good, awakening other brothers and sisters through Jesus Christ, not through you or through what you want to believe you are as an individual. You have to do it through Jesus Christ, through a heavenly love foundation. That's about the only way you can do it. But it's a personal choice. I know I've said some bad things about people, but golly, after 5 years of being trolled
Trolled.
and messed with. I mean, what do y'all expect me to do? Not say nothing back to y'all? I said, okay, let's mess with Abe, and he's not going to say nothing to us anyways. I'm going to say something to you. You know, I'm just giving you a taste of your own little medicine just so to see if you can awaken, or, you know, there's a term we say in the military. I'll say it right now. Get your head out of your ass to get on the right path, man. We can all work together as one, right? Doesn't matter what genre we're from, you know, paranormal, cryptid. We can work together as one to fight the good fight. And that's what it's going to boil down to right now. After all the things that are happening, we've lost a lot of people in the cryptid community, paranormal community, because it wasn't prepared to go out there. So other things overtook them. I believe if we were to get together, which we've tried to do that, I believe, at the conference that Brother Josh had created up in Fort Worth, was to bring the spiritual aspect of things and just talk about it, because everything relates to each other. It coexists with each other. And there's the answer. The answers are there. It's just we have to, I think there's a lot of pride of what I see sometimes. A lot of pride and people, you know, to me, it's not about the money, or, you know, it's about just doing the good works, you know, trying to awaken my brothers and sisters. That's the key. That's what I've been trying to do, man. But it's hard. It's hard to awaken anybody when you're being targeted daily. Like Brother Josh Turner has been being targeted for a long time. I've been targeted. I mean, constantly, you know, like a daily thing. But it's not going to stop me from doing the good works. It's not going to discourage me from continuing to do my little show that I do late at night. The reason I do it late at night is because that's when a lot of the battles happen. It's at nighttime. So you could say I like being there in the front lines, just like I was in the front lines in the military. I've been fighting the front lines spiritually since I was a kid, when I was faced the dark witches and the brujas when I was a kid, late at night, 10:30 at night, 11 at night. So that right there is like first nature to me. You know, I know what to do if I'm placed in a situation like what happened to me in the plane. I knew exactly what to do to overcome the person that was coming up against me. You know how the saying goes, how come we just all can't get along? Well, it's written in the Bible that it's going to be divisions. There's even between family. There's some are going to be in the good and some are going to be in the bad. You know, it's just written in the Bible. The only thing we can do is pray for the best, and hopefully that even our loved ones can follow our lead. You know, you see how they try to corrupt our loved ones through the school systems.
Mm-hmm. It's indoctrination. It's not even teaching you anything.
Yeah. And you know they're all messed up. I lost my niece, man. My brother lost his daughter because of the school he was going to. What they were putting out there, dealing with genders. You know, she couldn't take it, and she's not here no more. He lost her a couple of months ago, and it had to do with the school she was going to. He's dealing with genders. You know, most of her friends were confused. They didn't know what they were. They didn't know they were a female or a male because of the teachings of the schools, of that school. Mm-hmm. It's crazy, man. All I'm saying, for those that are living life, pay attention to your children and what they're telling you. If they're not saying nothing to you, speak to them. Tell them to talk to you, because once it's too late, it's too late. You know, so don't forget about your children. You know, talk to them. You know, tell them, hey, is something bothering you? You know, you can talk to me about anything. You know, but listen to them. Listen to them. Let them speak. Let them get off what they have to get off, because once it's too late, it's too late. You know? Yeah. My brother is hanging in there, man. He's been tested, you know, kind of like Job. He lost 3 family members within a matter of 6 months. He lost his wife to cancer. Yeah, he lost a stepson. A stepson to they found him deceased in his house. He was sick, and then he lost his daughter. So
Yeah, he's been going through it. I mean,
yeah, he's been coming visiting me, and he's gripping, man. They try to spiritually attack him, and I stood by him, and I just tell him, you're here for a reason. I don't think the Heavenly Father wants you to give up. You're here for a reason, We're here to fight the good fight, and he's got 3 urns with each of the family member that passed away within the 6 months. So his life has changed drastically. But then he was telling me, I believe 2 days ago, that he was missing his loved ones. And I said, stay strong. And I said, but I said, you seen the news, right, brother? Look at all the people there. You got children that lost their mother and fathers, and you got mother and father that lost their children in this floods. So, the only thing I told them to stay strong. Place the Heavenly Father first. Yeah, man, it's just crazy. We have to be ready at all times for spiritual warfare. Place Jesus Christ first is my answer to y'all. Like I said, you gotta allow him in the vessel so he can do the works. Teach you, bless you, and heal you. Protect you spiritually. That's what the enemy doesn't want me to say. That's why they kept on coming at me hard, because they don't want people to listen to what I have to say. And I'm trying to share my wisdom and knowledge of what I've been through in my life that got me to where I am right now spiritually. Help out as many people as possible. When these people say that I'm a person that has a lot of hatred, and they use my military background where I was in combat to make me look like an evil person, I had to do anybody placed in a situation in the front lines. You got to do what you got to do to survive, right? You got to follow the mission, the orders that are given to you to survive, but they try to use that to make me look like a bad guy. I'm not a bad guy. I'm a good guy. I'm here to help out people spiritually. It doesn't matter what time of the night or day. If you're going through something, you can always contact me through Messenger. You go to anybody that's doing here. I'm always listening. If you need prayer, I'll pray for you. That's the type of person I am. That's what I have to say.
All God's greatest champions in the Bible were all warriors.
Mm-hmm. I got to say this. I got to say this about what Abe is talking about, and I touched on this last night on the show we did on your channel last night. And I say this: I'm a sinner. I commit sins every day. I wake up. I try. I do what I got to do, but I fail. And that's the thing about Abe too. I mean, we're not sitting up here. We've never said that we were perfect. We're people, folks. If you're listening at home, everybody up here, and I'll even put the camera on the boys there, them too, especially this one over here. They're bad people. I'm joking.
I do bad things.
I do things that are not correct to do. We all fail. We all fall short of the glory of God. Nobody here is Jesus. And if you fail and you commit sin, God still loves you. Christ still loves you. Okay? I mean, these people that are attacking us, they pretend, they put on this mask like they're just the holiest. I pray all the time. I don't care how much you pray. I don't care what you do. You will absolutely fall flat on your face and you will fail. You were supposed to try to be Christ-like, but you're not Christ, so you will fail. None of us are worthy to even touch the hem of his garments. I mean, it's the truth. But he doesn't kick us out. He still loves us, and he wants us to succeed. And that's what Abe is talking about, a love foundation. I'm a very forgiving person. I can tell you right now, I'll tell you right now, here's somebody right here, Wendy. Wendy used to be in their camp. She was one of them, one of those people, the persecutors. It was, she came to her senses. You ever seen, what is it called? Tombstone. This goofy guy, he's always trying to use Tombstone, where that guy comes, McMasters, and he comes and he says, I want you to know I'm done with this because they attacked he said, I'm not down with attacking women and children. And he took the sash off, and so Wilder tells him, brother to the bone, right? McMasters, he goes, not anymore. And he took that red sash off, right? Remember that?
Yeah.
That's Wendy. She came and she says, I draw the line at this. They're over here trying to create a narrative that your nephews, they wanted to try to pin a felony on these guys, that they committed a home invasion.
Yeah,
You don't realize how evil these people are. And now, like I said, there's another guy in here, James Jones. I just saw him a minute ago. James is in here. He came on the show and admitted he was wrong, because that's what a real man does. And we apologize to one another. And here he is right here. He's saying there are only two genders. Well, anyways, I agree with that. I mean, we agree on that, James, because it's evil to say there's 242 genders and confuse children, right? But yeah, so James is another one. So what do? They go and they make a fake account and start using his handle Rex. James, I'll be real honest, James has gone back and forth with me. He said some terrible things to me and Nillian about us because they wound him up and they told him a bunch of lies. They told him that we were satanic and all this crazy nonsense. Nothing could be further from the truth. I am like against that 100%. I am not on that team at all. I want everybody to follow. Every day we pray. Every day we say what we call the morning prayer, and I pray for those who are not saved. This is the way I say it. I come to God in the name of Christ. I pray for those who are not saved, that they accept Jesus in their heart and they deny evil and they repent of their past sins and transgressions, and that they cling to goodness, to the righteousness. That's the way you pray. And you ask people to, you ask God for people to do that. That's because you want more people to be saved. And so, people come to us and they're like, look, man, I didn't know they were doing this and that, whatever. And I forgive. I'm like, that's fine. Move on and don't attack us anymore. Just leave us be, I'm not asking everybody that was once in their camp to go run over here and listen to us. They don't have to listen. They don't have to be like James or Wendy or whatever, but listen, look at both sides of this and make an informed decision. There is one side claiming awful lies that are just spewing venom and lies, saying crazy things that are just absolutely easily provable that they're not true. And then one side that's just saying, hey, just leave us alone and we want to go on with our lives and do our show. And how these people all get together in this group, it's through demonic obsession.
Yeah, they're a legion.
They're a legion, yeah. And so you had this one guy who's devout with them. He's real hardcore, rolls with them. We call him the Roofer. And I'm going to say this. That guy, when he started attacking me, and he went off on Abe because Abe wouldn't join in his crusade, as Joe Doyle called it, the jihad against the Turners, whatever. He went off on him. And then he said that he wanted to build this like coalition against me. And when I talked to him on the phone, I'm like, why are you doing this? He had no real reason. And he apologized profusely. And then as soon as he got off the phone, he ran and he called another one of our friends who's got a YouTube channel. And and told them all kinds of crazy nonsense. And then called Bettina 17 times in one day. Then he called Maddie, called her like 13 times. And I'll say the other guy's name. His name is Matt. He called Matt. That's who it was. And told him, and Matt turned over all of the emails and texts to Barton Nunley. Barton was given the proof of what he was doing and saying. And this guy was even attacking, what's his name, Barton's wife, saying this stuff about her. And I still to this day don't understand why Barton rolled with these guys, especially Roger from the LBL, who everybody knows his story is as flimsy as, melted.
Is that the guy that said he shot Dogman in the face with a 410 shotgun?
No. No, 410 shotgun. I don't know who that is, but the only one I know that shot somebody in the face with a shotgun was a guy from Mississippi. Now Joe Barger claimed to have shot someone, a dogman in the face with a 40. I think it was a 45. Now
The truck driver.
the truck driver, yeah, Joe Barger, and Joe's a good friend of mine. But this other guy, you know, Roger's the one from the LBL, and he's as in my opinion, he's as crazy as just as loony. He's as weird and just disturbed and just, I mean, he's as useless as a football bat. I mean, I'm telling you right now.
Is that the camper van story?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
of course,
he claimed he blasted one of them in the face with a 410 shot.
oh, he did. So now he's claiming. I never knew about that. See,
I've heard that part of the story. Yes.
Jeez. Okay. Yeah. I guess he did. I guess that was him. Yeah. Okay. You're right. Yeah, he did say that. So it just, the story got more and more whacked out and unbelievable, but it kept on. He was trying to push that narrative that they're a physical thing. He's in that camp, and he was saying that they were attacked and unalived some girl, and that they were from the Aleutian dogs or something. I mean, it got so ridiculous.
Do Aleutian dogs fall out of the portals in the sky?
No, that's the thing. Yeah. And after I got off the last episode with me, Barton, Nick Valenti, and King Gerhardt, and everybody was just like, this guy, you know, what the heck? And so Roger is over there running around in that camp, and then he just joined up with them and started claiming that I was this I can't remember the name of it now. What is the handle? What did he call me? They said that there was some guy that was using a handle. I think it was Roger that was using it. I think it was him.
Kept calling you the failing podcaster from Austin.
No. There was a name. Oh gosh, what did he say?
The Austin Hammer.
The Austin Hammer. I can't even remember the name of it, dude. And he kept on, and I felt like Jubei from Ninja Scroll. I kept telling him, I'm like, you know, this is a lie. You know, this isn't me. Why would I use that handle to be subversive? Yeah. And he's like, oh, you're the hammer. You're the hammer. And I was like, dude, this is ridiculous. So that day I lost my friend, but you know, like you said, Abe, you know, he probably was never my friend to begin with. Because
he was infiltrating. Because he was affiliated with Larry.
Yeah. And it was unbelievable.
You know, it's sad, man. You had so much infiltration because they were coming for you, man. I got stuck in it because they were trying to get us to fight, but that didn't work. And I started figuring out who was who, you know, and they just like we figured it out, we talked about it all came to fruition because they all came out of the woodworks. You know, they couldn't hide no more.
Yeah.
So they revealed themselves of who they were.
And then we found out that they were working with this other guy, and they had it going since before the first conference. And me and Bettina and Abe were targeted along with a few other people, and they called it Operation Downfall. And that little fiction writer up there in Missouri, don't think he's not involved either. He is. He was very much involved. If I told you the whole story, folks, I'd have to go to Rumble to tell you. But it started the first, you know, rumblings of this. This is like it's really crazy. It's almost like, you know, Lord of the Rings. You know, there was rumblings before that came before it. The NADP. That's what happened. That's why that guy, what he wanted were the Midwest files, folks. That's what it was. It sounds crazy to talk about this, but there was a person that was involved, heavily involved, who wanted to be the director, the Midwest director of the NADP that I worked with very closely. Not him, but the NADP. And he was one of the people that was instrumental in the breakup of the NADP, and Nick Valente took it on the chin. But I told Nick, I said, you really, I mean, and still to this day, I like Nick because Nick he never pointed the finger at that guy. And I was like, he's the one that did it. He's the one that pushed and got Jody and Nick to fight. And I had them both on the phone, and I was like, you know, this guy did this. I mean, that's what he did. And all of the things that he was digging for ended up in the swamp man's lap. And I uncovered all of that. And I said, look, this is and then they came at me. They came at me, what they didn't realize was that I wasn't going to just be punked out and pushed over and bullied. I don't give a crap where you're from or how much voodoo you do. I don't care. He got his bully boy up there to do something. And they all started with their crap. And I was like, bring it on, dude. That's why Anthony made that meme. What was it? The
Transformers meme where he's fighting off all of the Optimus is fighting off like every Decepticon.
Yeah, there's like there's three of them. There's Starscream, Megatron, and that dude, the helicopter dude, Blackout or whatever his name is. It was from the movie, and where Optimus is fighting all of them. And Anthony made a meme where it says the paranormal. What is it? What is it? What'd you say?
I think it said Wolf defending the
cryptid community
from grifters and liars,
grifters, and then it showed Shia LaBeouf. He's kind of hiding, and it shows like the community, and then I was Optimus fighting all of them, and Abe was fighting too. He was helping, but he had a smaller channel, not a big platform. But dude, it was every day with these people lobbing grenades at me, just coming at me from every angle, and they were spewing so much hate and so much lies. When I talked to LA, the other day when we did the show, and LA says, man, I'm catching so much flack. And I told him, I said, you're over the target. So am I. That's why it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And he said, a lot of the attacks come from these supposed Christians that are supposed to be our base. They're supposed to be our friends, our allies. And instead they're acting like demons. They're acting like demon possessed, wicked people.
Because they're infiltrating. They're infiltrating. They're not true Christians.
Yeah, and they're not. Yeah,
I
and
believe
these
that.
demons are on them, and they're using those people as vessels to come at us. And so, whenever we, are getting attacked by these, you can't just lay down and die. You have to fight. We had literal demons coming into our house, folks. I am not even joking. We saw this black shadow thing that was coming around our house. Other people that I was friends with, Abe and Bettina and everybody else that was involved, they were having weird demonic stuff happening. And then I was told that they had built an altar. They had spiritually built an altar in our house. They told us this. One of the defectors told us, hey, man, and they wanted him to be a part of a ceremony, and he turned them down, and then that was it, And it was crazy. Like, Kirk Reed, he's passed away, but he said that this guy was looking for a witch's circle. I said that on Abe's show last night, like a fairy mound. You know what that is? That is, if you're looking for that, you want to use that. You want to try to harness that power. That's a darkness that you should not mess with. And that's what this guy from Oklahoma was trying to do. Why would you be doing that unless you are on that team? You would have to be really evil to be doing something like that. And, I'm going to tell you, this is spiritual warfare at its base level. I mean, it is absolute. And it was just hot and heavy every day with the attacks. Every day they put curses on us to try to kill us. I'm not even joking, man. Death curses. Not they wanted me to die. I'm not joking. I'm telling you the absolute truth. These guys who had told me, hey, that they bailed on them, they were like, look, they're going out in the woods and doing stuff. Blood, magic, rituals.
Yeah, that's completely insane.
It was crazy. They had this guy had me and Bettina on the phone, and he said that they were wanting to do it. When I talked to those guys, they were like, no, he wanted us to do that. And that's when they bailed, and you don't see them fighting anymore. They bounced. And you had turncoats, people turning and that are pretending to be your friend. And then they just, it was horrible. It was awful. I was being threatened. My life was being threatened. They were stalking us. They were coming around by our house. Somebody says, Lola says they screwed with our vehicles. Yeah. They vandalized our vehicles. They siphoned the gas out of our vehicles. Yeah. You go out in the vehicle, and Tony, you're the one that you went out there. You were like, my vehicle's, there's no gas. We go to the other ones, no gas. It was horrible. And so now they've doxed us again and said, oh, this is where and then they started harassing my business partner. They tried to contact my parents, my stepmom and my dad.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. They have done, and I don't know if it's them or people that they've convinced to do this or whatever, but they've reached out to all of my family members. the roofer was saying, well, why is his family not defending him? What Mexican family don't defend him and blah, blah, blah. And
What?
so they,
Holy
yeah, he
shit.
had a whole
Holy
thing he
shit,
wrote up
dude.
about it, dude. And
Yep.
they contacted Anthony's mother. Tell him.
Yeah.
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
she called me one day and she was like, Mijo, why am I getting like 8 different friend requests from these people that I've never even seen before? And I was just so mad. I was like, I mean, I couldn't at that point. I couldn't believe it. In hindsight, yeah, there's
That crosses the
yeah.
line completely. That crosses every freaking line, bro.
Yeah, there's no when people are demonically obsessed, possessed, oppressed, whatever like that. There's nothing that they won't do. Yeah, I mean, they absolutely wish death on my uncle Josh here, and I mean us too by proxy. But he's the main target, and but they know that they can't get to him directly because it's just they've tried
It's futile.
and it hasn't worked. So when that happens, what they do is they try to go to those around you because they know that's what you care about. If they can't attack you directly, they attack what you care about and hope that they will put you in this emotional chaotic state to where you're weakened and you have spiritual openings that they can then exploit. That's how this works.
That's literally how Satan works.
Yeah, it's all spiritual
It's
warfare.
satanic, and you have to endure the attacks. And then them coming up with this whole Iron Bear narrative.
You'll always be my bear, bro.
Oh, geez. Don't even joke like that, man. These people, so they're claiming that I'm this homosexual that hangs out in a gay pub or bar or whatever it is.
They can suck my balls.
Well, don't say that. They're going to say
I
that's
might
proof.
take you up on that offer.
That's proof.
Well, I guess I'm in their camp just a little bit on that other side.
That's
There's
unbelievable.
a little bit of that, yeah.
It's weird because they're very. It's not just you that they say about. They talk about Abe's marital life. They'll talk about
Tex. They went after
Tex.
Tex and said he was having an affair. They said Abe was having an affair.
They'll make up someone for Scorp and say like, oh,
They
he's
said that
married.
Scorp's that Scorp's wife hates him.
Yeah,
he's never been married. Now I know one of his ex-girlfriends hates him bad, but there again, you want to talk about. She put a curse on him though, and then she talked about it. She told her friend. This was about 10 years ago, and her friend came forward and said like yeah, she put a blood curse on him, and then he got hit by a car. Do y'all remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Get
she was
outta
all
here.
bragging about it on Facebook. She's into brujeria, man. She freaking attacked this dude, brujeria, and I was like, dude, and I told Scorp, I said, you need to be real careful because this woman thinks that you cheated. He never even cheated on her. She was cheating on him. But cheaters, they think everybody's a cheater.
Mhm.
Liars think everybody's a liar. Murderers think everybody kills, and
fake account users.
These people think that we played by the same rules that they were, and we weren't. We were playing fair. Mm-hmm. But I told you guys not to make fake accounts, not to do any of that. I told my people, I said, let us play correct. We will take hits and it will hurt us in the beginning, but we will rebound and we will recover and we will win in the end. It's going to be hard because there's going to be accusations and things slung at you, and it's going to suck because they had people's ear and they were lying, perversely lying, profusely and perversely lying. And it was, like I said, when I say profusely, I mean it. And I say perversely, I mean it. The lies that they would tell. And they had people coming at us, threatening to kill us and do all kinds of crazy stuff. A bunch of people. And they were talking about killing me on their shows. There were people in their chats. I'm going to take care of this guy. I'm going to go cut his head off. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Mm-hmm. And I did not let my people go and do what they were doing. I said, no, because in the end, we're going to win because we're going to play right, play correct, play fair. They're going to cheat, lie, and steal and do whatever they can, and they're going to lose. And they did. And that's over. They just don't know.
Dirty Larry talking about his guns and his bullets all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's going to use them.
He went to a dinner, Abe, that he knew I was going to be at. He went there knowing that I was going to be there, and he convinced this woman that we were friendly, we were cool. And she called and said, "Oh, it's all good. You know, Larry's going to be there." And I'm like, "What?" Dick, you have no idea. I was going to go to this dinner, and me and my wife were like, "Oh, we can't go to that dinner because this guy," of course, he went to that dinner and I didn't, because I was convinced, you know, he's former law enforcement. So my idea, and this is my opinion, I think that he was going to let it happen right there. And he was going to say he had to defend himself. And I think I would be gone right now if I would
I
have went.
believe
I
so.
really do.
I believe so because I remember one time that he would say, "If you come at me, I'll have to do what I got to do."
Yeah. And nobody wanted to come at him. And I'm just like, dude, I am not going to fight this guy because he's, you know, he's an older guy and he's a gun nut and I don't want anything. Somebody told him, or he claims, I don't even know if it's true, that I had said I was going to beat the shit out of him. And I'm like, dude, why would I beat the shit out of this guy? He's like 65, you know, I'm not going to beat this guy. I don't want anything to do with this man. And when I tried talking to him, it was like talking to a wall.
Covington probably told him that.
Yeah, one of these people lied to that guy, and he ran with it. His beef with me started because he said that I had attacked A&M. I had said something about the Aggies. That was his first beef, and then he went on this tangent about the Anunnaki, and he just kept on coming up with reasons, and it's demonic.
Yeah, the Anunnaki. He stuck with the Anunnaki for a long time.
Yeah, and then that, you know, and then of course you had Clough who had told Maddie and he told Scorpion, two different people at different times, that he wanted to hit me with a pipe. What is your fascination with hitting me with a pipe, dude? But if you tell multiple people that and they hear you and they come back and tell me, I'm going to go, huh, maybe you have something you want to do to me, you know? And I think his thing stemmed from when he confessed all that weird stuff to us and we were like, what the heck? You know?
Yeah.
When you start pouring out all that weirdness and then we're not really, it was y'all two, me and Stefan. And we were just like, what? Like, you know, how do you expect me to react, dude? I mean, you know, you're telling me all this weird stuff. I'm not even going to get into what it was. It was just a bunch of weird stuff. And I was like, and so I was just like, okay, you know, and I told Nelly, I said, this guy, he's in our house. Okay. And this dude is out there. Like he is this, you know, but he had these women convinced that he was their savior because he was going out and fighting against DDoS and Dark Waters. But it was all bullcrap because he didn't care. He was character assassinating. And Tony, you were the first one that came to me and says, I'm not comfortable with this guy.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to the, I mean, you've always preached it, but I don't subscribe that like, oh, I have to be the same as them in order to beat them, or I have to stoop to their level. And if you end up becoming the monster that they are to beat them, do you truly win? There's a movie I like to watch. It's a Korean movie that I recommended to Anthony. It's called, remember the one? It's like The Devil Inside or something like that. It's about a serial killer and a cop who chases him, and the cop ends up becoming a horrible person at the end of it. And it's like, did you really win? No, you didn't. You got your revenge, but at what cost? You lost who you really were. And that's why, like, when Wolf said, like, oh, don't make fake accounts, don't make up lies, don't stoop to the level, like, I took that to heart because I don't want to be like that. Like, what they are is despicable. And if you have to be like that to beat them, then you didn't deserve to win in the first place.
Yeah, and when you're fighting, I've always preached this too, when you're fighting the devil, don't become a devil yourself. I've always said that because when you're fighting against these vicious, nasty people, and I can't believe, it's hard, I can't believe, but when I was back in the day and I was the person that I was, I'm talking 20, 30 years ago, I was pretty rough trade and I ran a pretty rough outfit. And I always told my guys, we don't mess with people's families. Well, they do that. They were always trying to get me. I said, no, I don't care. I don't care. That is off limits. There has to be something that keeps us from being them. We're not animals. Okay. And I told my guys, I said, if you do that, and I was very good about it. I wasn't one of these people that hurt my own or bullied my own or attacked my own guys. I didn't do that. But I told him, I said, the one way to get me to do that to you is if you hurt a woman, child, whatever. These guys, they're in this game. They know the rules. And when you fumble, you know, it's dog eat dog. but their families don't have to suffer for their sin. I don't subscribe to that, and I never did. And I survived coups. When I got stabbed, I woke up in the hospital. I had two of my most trusted people right there with me, Scorpion and Willie, and they told me, you've been in a coma for 3 days, 3.5 days, whatever. And I was like, where am I? And I started, and immediately my mind was like, okay, because I had some people who were already kind of, and sure enough, they were already plotting a coup. And one of these guys had absconded with money, and another one had done some things, and I had to bring them to heel real quick. I said, okay, I can't sit here in this bed. And of course, Willie was like, hey, look, I got to tell you, so-and-so's already doing this, so-and-so's doing that, and they're already dividing everything up. They thought you were going to die. You lost 4 pints of blood. They thought you were dead. Well, like Lazarus, I'm not, and I said, well, I started pulling stuff out of me, bro. I was like, what? I got to go. And I had to get to another state because this guy had, luckily for me, he said, okay, oh, you're alive. Oh, okay, I'll come back. And he did the right thing. But in his defense, according to him, these guys immediately went to him and said, Wolf is dead. You're next. That's what they said. And they said, and these were my people. So there were 2 or 3 that did all this. It wasn't a whole bunch. And then some people that kind of followed him because they didn't know who to follow because I was dead, right? And so they were like, who's going to give us the best shot? Because we had enemies that were very powerful. And if I'm dead, well, the enemies are going to come sniffing around like hyenas, like who's leading you now? And they were already getting offers from people like, come work for us. This guy's gone, and boy, they were throwing parties. Some of my enemies were throwing parties, man. These gangs and these families, mafias, they were like, whoa, yes, he's gone. Yes. Now we can talk shit and act big because now he's gone. Now we'll talk about a fake story about how one day I confronted him and he backed down. I punked him out. Yeah. That's the ticket. They were doing that. They were going around. And so I started showing up at places and bars and clubs and different places that I wouldn't usually go to and was like, here I am. And they were like, I thought you were dead. Yeah, exactly. I'm not. This isn't a ghost. And then everything came back into focus and they were like, oh, shit. And there were a couple people that ran their mouth that whole weekend thinking, yeah, he got stabbed to death. Yeah, they were talking a bunch of crap. They were saying things on social media, whatever. They were happy, very happy, jumping around like a bunch of fools. And then when I showed back up and my brother's there laughing, I say, yeah. And what does Scorp say here? He says there were 2 camps already made in 2.5 days was comatose. Yeah, 3.5 days actually. But yeah, in 3.5 days, they had already decided to divide up everything. And this is, it was disgusting. It was sickening. And then you see who is your friend. And I still to this day am friends with the people who were loyal to me. Like my friend Jack and Squid. They were calling every hour. Is he okay? Is he okay? And they had Scorpion and Willie there and they were trying to get everybody under control. And we had people that wanted to do stuff to us. We had problems with a few different groups of people. And I had to make sure that they knew I was still alive. I never went to so many strip clubs in my life. I had to visit like 12 strip clubs and walk in there. That's where a lot of them do their business. And I had to go in there and be like, hey, guys. I had a few different families, Persian, Albanian, and some Armenian and everybody. And just, hey, what's going on? Oh, brother. Oh, so glad you are alive. I prayed to whatever God they were praying to that you lived. I'm like, well, your prayers worked. I'm big smiles here. How's it going? You don't seem super happy. You just seem kind of, relieved.
Yeah, shocked.
So that's it. And then you put things in perspective. See, and that's what these people don't understand is that I've been born and bred in this crap. This isn't my first rodeo. Abe is a soldier. I was a gangster, and we all have been through the wars. I've been shot at. I've been stabbed. They shot my truck to pieces. Stupidly, though, I wasn't in it. But a mannequin was, and that was enough for them to go and shoot it up in front of a club called Nuno's. They shot 40-something bullets into that truck. And then they went around bragging again. Oh, yeah, we got him. Yeah, we got him. No, you shot up a mannequin. Every time. They shot up a bar down there in South Austin thinking I was in there. And all they did was start a war with another gang. I was like, way to go. You guys have done some fabulous work. Yeah. And then when they tried to shoot me on South First, one of them ended up shooting his friend in the leg. Yeah. Another one paid a guy to come, and the guy came to my house on his motorcycle and said, "Here's the money. Here's my cell phone. I'm going to Houston. I'm not in this." And I called and I said, "I got your guy. I got his phone. I got your money. Thank you for that. Thank you for paying me. $2,500. That's a lot of money back then. Thank you. I'm gonna put it in my pocket." These people couldn't kill me. They couldn't get rid of me. And they were just like, "Good grief, dude, what's going on? This guy will not die." It wasn't my time. And then my grandmother, right before she died, she told me, she's like, "Have you ever thought that maybe you weren't supposed to be in that life? You ever thought that maybe God is protecting you so that you can do something better with yourself?"
Exactly.
So that's it. You refuse to die, and then you live your life. So when these people were coming at us and doing and saying all the horrible, evil things that they do and say, they didn't count on the fact that, Abe is a soldier and I'm not a clown. I'm not going to just sit here and lay down and go, "Oh, okay, you win. You've hurt our feelings a lot."
Well, more importantly, I don't think they expected you both to be so strong in your faith and so spiritually strong in your faith, because I mean, that has allowed y'all to maintain, I believe, because you guys have a true fear of God. And so whatever they do, it's like child games compared to what the actual second death. And that's what I fear. I don't fear these things because I fear the second death. So when you have that ability to see that, and you have that spiritual strength to recognize that anything they do is meaningless compared to what can actually happen if you allow yourself to fall into it, you are an impenetrable wall. And they don't recognize, they didn't see that. They were blind in their rage.
Sorry, I'm laughing at what my brother put. My brother was there one night when this guy, he's a young guy, young dude, I think he was like 21 or something. And we were in the back of a club, and he walked up to impress his uncle. His uncle's a murderer, as far as I'm concerned. I believe it. I mean, he passed away, but I believe he was a murderer, and I'll stick by that. And this guy says, "You want to mess with my uncle so-and-so?" And he points the gun at my head. I'll never forget that. My friend Noko was there. Willie, a bunch of my friends. There's guys that are still around. Willie's gone, but a bunch of these guys are still there. They're still around. And the guy had the gun to my head, and I just started talking to him. At that time, I was a different person, and I told him, I said, "If you pull that trigger, you're going to go to prison because you're shooting me in front of all these people, and you're just going to get wiped out in prison because everybody's going to want to make a name for themselves in there, and they're going to you make your name by." Because back then, my name was Wolf. Everybody knew who I was. Everybody. And I said, "You're going to just be a punk ass kid. You're not going to be me. You're not going to be a tough guy. You're just going to be the guy that killed Wolf. That's all you are. You will only be that guy. You will never be anything more than that. And when you go to prison, you're going to get shanked. First, just as soon as you walk through there, they're going to want to shank you so they can say they got you." I said, "That's what's going to happen." I said, "Think about what you're about to do." And I said, "Go ahead, pull the trigger, you little punk." I said it over and over again. "Go ahead, pull the trigger." He was shaking. That was a moment where I could have been dead like that. Boom. He had me. I mean, it was like right to my head, and I just leaned on it. I can honestly say I've only had a gun pointed at me like that a couple times in my life. Once when I was 16, can you imagine that? 16-year-old, this guy from the Rolling 60s Crips, he put a gun at me, pointed it at me. And then this guy, he pointed the gun at my head, and I just put it right to my head. And I had at that point already been through hell and back. And I told him, "I don't give a shit what you do. Pull that trigger. Do it. Do what you got to do." So when you've been in that situation where someone is going to kill you, and you made the conscious decision to just egg them on and tell them to do it, what do you think is going to happen when someone calls you a pupukaka head over and over again? I mean, that's what it amounts to.
That's your real weakness right there.
You're like, "Oh no, you're going to talk about my mom. You're going to talk about my dad. You're going to talk about my sisters. You're going to talk about me, my family, blah, 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 blah." It pisses you off. It makes you mad. You're going to say some things. You're going to retaliate. But at the end of the day, dude, I had guys chasing me down the street, shooting at my truck. And it wasn't like all the time. It wasn't like somebody said something about a movie or whatever to make it a series. It wasn't all the time. There was a lot of downtime. There was a lot of smoking of the herbage and drinking and partying and having fun and fist fighting and stuff. It wasn't every day that this kind of stuff went on. This was over the course of a lot of years. So you figure I got shot at three times in the course of almost a decade. That's not a whole lot, but it did happen. And then they shot up my truck because they thought I was in it. But that it wasn't every day. It's like the haunting. You don't see the ghosts every day. But some stuff does happen. It does. And if you made a movie, of course, you would condense it into the scenes where all of that would be important or whatever, right? And so that's the case right there. But it did happen. That really did happen. And there were multiple witnesses to this, including people who were informing for the police. And the police drug me in and they said, hey, they tried to tell me, well, if you know anything about these people that are trying to kill you, tell us, blah, 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 blah. And I was very honest with them. And I said, if I knew more, I would tell you more. Because at this point, I don't give a shit. I'm not a snitch. Never have been, never will be.
Nope.
But when somebody is trying to unalive you and they're so vigorous about it, and the police aren't doing anything about it, what are you supposed to do? Right. And so I told these police, I said, if you could do your jobs and stop the mayhem, that would be great. And they're like, well, we can't, we only have this, and that, and you got to press charges and this and that. And I'm like, oh yeah, press charges when you're in the position I was in. How does that work? Then they're going to come and everybody's going to think you're a stool pigeon and they're going to kill you. You're going to have more than just them after you. And I told them, I said, that's not possible. Well, then there's nothing we can do. Then why did you drag me in here? You think I know something that I don't? I don't. If I knew more, I'd tell you, and I don't. That was it. Because at that point, I was like, man, these people. And of course, eventually it ended, and this coward, he goes and tattles on me to the police himself, and says that I was trying to burn his house down. I was doing all this stuff. I didn't do any of that crap. I didn't say or do any of the crap he said. And he went and cried to the police, a murderer, a guy that they were looking at for homicide. True story, man. And he's over there crying to them for help because he's scared. He's scared now. He's scared because, you start a bunch of shit and then you're in over your head because you're playing gangster. And the people that he unalived, they weren't me. So he thought he was more than he was. And when he came up to the club, the first time he came up and was like, he's a little sawed off runt. And he was like, you better watch yourself, man. You better not talk to the police about anything. You better not get involved. And I'm like, I was like talking to my friend at the bar and I'm like, I'm not involved in your bullshit. All right, go away. Leave me alone. Yeah, now you better stay out of it. Yeah, I already said I'm not. So leave me alone. Right. I was trying to get out of that life. He comes back again and does it again. The second time I turned around and said, look, you little runt. And I snatched him up and his two bodyguards attacked me and they got the beating of their lives. He runs. And then I called him and I said, let me tell you something, you little fucker. I wasn't involved in your shenanigans, but now me and you have a problem. Because if you would have just left me alone and ran around terrorizing everybody else, well, guess what? I would have left you alone. But now, thorn your ass. Watch what happens. And then we had a bunch of problems. What culminated in us beating the living holy freaking shit out of most of his guys. And then them just giving up, waving the flag. We don't want any problems. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You don't want problems because your boss, whatever the hell he is, wouldn't stop. Just could have stepped on cocaine and left me alone. But no, he had to go run around and act like a badass. I wanted everybody to know it. And bragging about a murder that he committed that was getting everybody's balls pinched because of what he did. True. That's true. That's what really happened. And I still believe he did it. I believe him and another guy did it. And they went and everybody got messed with because of these punks. And then they just went around, terrorizing people, waving guns around and acting like cowboys and being tough and shit. And then They got the shit smacked out of them. Then they run and tell the police, hey, he's trying to kill us. Motherfucker, you started it. But they couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, obviously, because they shot up my truck, not me. I'm a big guy. You couldn't hit me. It's a true story. So these people do what they do. They say what they say. And now you know I'm not that guy. I'm not going to take your shit. And you don't scare me even a little bit. They're like, oh, we'll do this. We'll do. No, you're not. You're not going to do shit. You're not going to do shit. You're going to talk crap and you're going to try and run around. And then you cry victim. You cry out as you strike us. Yeah, he's attacking me. And they're slapping us. And then they're running and crying that we're attacking them. No, we're telling you, like Abe said, we're giving you a taste of your own medicine, you fat little walking skin tag. Do you think you're the first little tough guy that's messed with me? You're not.
He's not even a tough guy. He's
He's
just
not. He's a
Say
coward.
that.
He's a coward.
sorry about that. The B word, that's what he is. But to me, you know, I've been wanting a piece of his arse for a very long time, but he
He's a
never
little
wanted
bitch.
to come meet Sar and see us.
Yeah, and
Just-
and they cry when Abe says something back to them. I think he's threatening us with the tank. What? Where's Abe gonna get a tank to kill you? That was the funny thing, was that he threatened them with a tank. Like, I mean,
They said
the
that?
things yes,
Yeah.
the things that they say are so
awesome.
ridiculous, dude. They're
They
the
get it
ones
from
living
Walmart.
in a freaking fantasy world.
That's awesome.
And
Yeah,
then
but
they're
you're
over
the
here
good,
saying all this
yeah.
crazy stuff. But you know what it is? The same
Oh, the
demons.
tanker in the army. So yeah,
Yeah. Absolutely. And
I do know people. You know, I probably could go, but you know, that's another thing. I know people still that are in the military.
but it's been
No,
how
but
many
I-
years now, Abe? And you haven't done anything to them. I mean, we're not trying to hurt these people. Let me say something. 5 years, right?
You
They've
get a
trolled
tank,
you.
man. The
4.5
tanks are
years they trolled
got
me.
they're hooked up to the satellite. So you try to steal a tank, best rest assured, you try to take a tank, you're gonna wind up dead.
Yeah, you're not going to take
Yeah,
a
they're
tank.
gonna bomb it with an F-18, bro.
Yeah, it's
You know,
over.
you see the video where the guy steals that M60 is going
Yeah, these
down the
people-
highway and they kill him. You know,
Yeah, what did
the
they say,
soldier-
Abe? They said that you were gonna shoot his sister with a tank or something, and I'm like, what is this? This is
How?
I'm gonna marry his sister.
I'm a disabled vet. How am I gonna shoot him with a tank?
it's
Yeah,
it's ludicrous, dude. And you know, when they say the things that they say and they do the things that they do, and then they want people to take them seriously, and they're just like, and then they said that people are going around their property and they're under attack. Man, if we were really after you, it would be over. I'm not after you, dude, because I'm not going to sacrifice my freedom. I'm not going to sacrifice my life for somebody like that, because the time is not here yet. When the time comes, when Christ says, hey, it's time to fight, then it's time to fight. Until then, you don't do that.
Yeah.
I got out of that life and God delivered me. I thank God every day for my life. And I also thank God that I didn't keep doing MMA, because I wouldn't have, you know, and I'm thankful. I'm thankful. I am where I am supposed to be. I got a colonoscopy yesterday, folks. I'm not going to give you the details of it. Who wants to hear that? You know, but I'm going to tell you that they said everything looks good. So
Praise the Lord. That's awesome.
found a couple of polyps. They're going to have them biopsied. They said that it looked precancerous, but thank goodness I got it done. So there's that, you know. So what else do you got? You've thrown everything you can at me, death curses and, you know, whatever. And you've called me. I was just about to say, Odysseus says here, it says, what do you say?
What's up with that iron?
With the bear booty. Okay, so here's the thing. Supposedly, I go around into the Iron Bear and hang out with men. There's no proof of this anywhere at all. Everybody that knows me from downtown. Now, being a gangster downtown, and that is what I was, don't you think that at least one man would be able to come forward and say, oh, yes, I had a rugged night of passion with that bear? Don't you think that somebody would be talking about this? Or don't you think my
So
men would have been
retarded.
like, oh, dude, we're following a Fanuc over here. Why is this happening? I don't know if we should be going to war with these other guys when we got, you know, what's his name? What's that politician's name? Buttigieg?
Oh,
Booty
yeah.
Gig over
booty
there.
gig, yeah.
Why do we got him? What are we doing with this guy?
Yeah.
What's his name from The Sopranos? Vito from The
Yeah.
Sopranos. It's a joke.
Yeah.
I was dancing around in the Iron Bear and grabbing balls and butts and it's a joke.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
I'm just dressed in leather and kissing men.
Yeah, it's
to
a
make
joke.
I'm trying to show you guys what not to do. That's what I'm trying to do.
It's
I'm
a
making fun
I
of
got the
them.
Bible in my
Yeah.
truck over there. You know, I mean, who does like if I'm that kind of guy? If I was from Newark, I would be like, hey, that's me, bro. I'm that guy, but I'm not. And I'm not even judging people. I don't go after people, mess with them. It's not my thing, man. I like women. I like women a lot. I love
Yeah,
my
you only
wife.
married one, eh?
Love my wife a lot. You know, but according to them, her name is what is it? What do they call her? Nelson.
Yeah.
Her name is Nelson Clinton, and she
Oh,
is related to the Clintons. And what else did they said all kinds of crazy stuff, and they said that we're not married, and she's not my wife, and that she's a dude, and all kinds.
Yeah.
This is just crazy. Very short man, you know. She's, but you know, according to these people, this craziness, and then of course I cheat on her, she cheats on me.
she's got a hell of a surgeon, eh?
First, it was she was in a biker gang and she was passed around by all these men, and then it became she was a man. I'm like, oh, so all those bikers were gay. How does this all work? It doesn't all fit together. Then they said I was a Zionist, but then I was a Nazi. Right?
Nazi
And then-
Zionist commie.
Yeah.
Everybody knows the
I'm
famous
a
Zionist
Nazi Zion, but then they said I was a communist, and then but the truth is, he's the one that's a registered Democrat, not me. He's the one that voted for Kamala, not me. I mean, because that's who butters his bread. That's where you get your benefits from. You know, and when you're 164th Cherokee, you know, and he claims I called him an Indian. Like who says that? That was a skit making fun of him, and he clipped that and said, "Here he is calling me an Indian." You know, yeah, right, dude. And then I love Hitler and all this other bullshit.
I wouldn't waste a single bullet on him, man. If I was back in the day, as much as he messed with me for the 5 years that he's messed with me, 65 tons is a lot of weight. That's all I'm going to say, and leave it at that.
Well,
So
remember,
that would
Abe,
be-
you don't need a
I know,
tank
How
to
much,
knock
how
down
much he
mobile
weigh?
home.
Like a good old 400 pounds, you know, the big belly he got. 65 tons.
The
Man, that's a
Dr.
lot of
Pepper.
164th with a booger card. He holds up a card. Look at me. I'm Cherokee.
Oh.
I'm Cherokee.
That makes a lot of sense. I think the booger is that 164th. That's why he has to have it on there to prove. This is it.
Oh, and there it is. You're just like, here you go.
And he's got to stay dirty. He don't take no showers, so they can call him dirty Indian.
You know, he makes fun of Jerry Williams, who's actually a full-blooded Choctaw tracker, right? And one of our good friends. And then he goes and makes fun of him, and at the same time says that we're mocking his heritage. I'm a quarter Comanche, and I don't go around wearing a headdress and acting like in rain dancing. I mean, what is this? This guy. It's so ridiculous and just so out there.
What do you think his tea levels are with that scrubby little beard he's got going on
Oh, dude.
and all the Dr. Pepper he drinks?
It's a lowercase
My
t. I
grandma-
promise
my-
you
Hey,
that.
Jamie, how you doing?
Right.
My nickname is Aguila. My grandmother named me Aguila when I was a kid, which means eagle. And my grandmother, you could tell she was native. I just don't know. Never looked into the family tree of what kind of native I am. But my nickname is Aguila, which is
Well, if
means
you're
eagle.
down in the valley, it could be Kickapoo, it could be Yatki. There's a lot of different natives. A lot. I mean,
Yeah. When I was in basic training, one of the drill sergeants didn't like me. He said, "Look at the way you look." I'm just.
Why am
looking
I
at
the
him.
one with the red skin then?
And,
What's going on here?
He said he didn't like me because I look like an eagle. It's like that's my nickname, you know. So he didn't like me just because I look native, basically, you know.
Yeah.
when we got in a fight out there, me and him. You know, he had to get all his buddies. He couldn't find me as a one-on-one, so he had to get everybody else to try to jump me. 6 drill sergeants. You know, I don't mind getting. You know, if somebody got a problem with me, I don't mind fighting. You know, or taking care of business. You know, if I disrespected somebody in a certain way. You know, I'm used to the old ways. You know, it's like if somebody say they got beef with me, we can talk about it or settle it a certain way. But yeah, that's why I think it's kind of funny how the fat bastard corner of the cob is always starting stuff. Then he's always crying like a bitch. Excuse my French, crying like a female dog. When he's the one that is starting everything, you know, he can handle it. When we come after him, he just cries, and then he gets women. That's what makes me sick even more. He gets women to fight for him.
Yeah.
He's not even a man. He's lesser than the man. He got no cojones.
Oh, but
no
it's
bola.
a conspiracy against him, right? We've conspired with a roofer, wrote a big old thing saying that us and the other channel, Bonds and Booze, whoever, we all conspired to take him down. Like, why would you go after that guy who's
Take what
numbers
down?
are fake? I mean, they're all fake. He buys subs. Like, why would you conspire to take him down? And then he's got all these people riled up to attack you, and it goes on and on and on.
Let me show you a little what do you call spoiler. Josh Turner allowed Abe Sayas to talk bad about Dirty Ike. That's what he's gonna put. He allowed Abe Sayas to talk bad, call him a female dog.
Well, I can even if I had a hat that's too small for my head, I could do a real skit.
It's like every time we say something, about anything, either they flip it or they just come out with some crazy crap. Like get out of here.
Yeah, what you said, Abe. It's not like that video is not even going to be on his channel. It's going to be on one of these women's channels that he has.
Jessipotamus's channel. Yeah,
to fight for him.
Let me see.
Skin tags are literally parasite nests, right?
Here we go, right here. Here we go. Little tiny hat. Well, folks, where's my glasses? We got to do. I'll do the whole skit right here, dude. I'm going to do it right here. I'm just going to save you the trouble, Ike. Here it goes, right here. This is PRT After Hours, anyway. Well, folks, I got to say once again, if you guys haven't gotten your special sauce, your barbecue sauce that I invented with my own excrement, you guys you don't know what you're missing. I'm telling you right now, it is the most amazing bullshit you've ever put in your butt. So folks, of Abe Size has gone on to Josh Turner's channel, PRT, that we talk about incessantly. And I know a lot about incest, believe me. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is horrible, folks. Okay, what you're about to witness, okay, is the most horrible abominations of Satan that has ever been delivered by the human race. This man said some horrible things about me, about the roach-infested trailer that I live in, and about Jessipotamus, who I troll and make fun of with a fake account when she's on, and she's too stupid to know that. But without further ado, here's the clips that I've clipped of Abe and Josh's shows over the last 2 nights. These two Mexicans and what they've been doing and saying. I'm gonna play it now, right now, and then they're gonna show me. Here I am. I'm gonna put the hat on here and blah blah blah. And now there he is making fun of my tiny hat with my big fat head. And you can see the other guy. Don't worry about him, but he calls me a pustule of parasites of bags because I have them all under my neck, parasite eggs. And so this is what they do over there at the Paranormal Roundtable channel that I do try to copy all the time, by the way. But here at the Abnormal Pile of Shit, what we do is we do boots on the ground. Now, I don't know how many of you have questioned me. I don't know why you keep questioning me. That's why I like bots, because they don't question. That's why I have all these fakes. But the real people, all 4 of you, have questioned me incessantly. And like I said, incest, I know about it. And y'all have been asking me over and over again why I hate them and why I copy them all the time. I do not. And also, you've been asking some really weird questions about how come I'm on disability and I'm always out doing boots on the ground. Don't be worrying about that. Okay. I'm just saying right now, as the Baptist preachers say, don't ask no more questions. Just donate generously to my fund to sit on my ever expanding rear end and to keep walking around on my property and throw rocks and calling it Bigfoot. That's what we need to do. Let's focus on that. And then for the next hour, let's talk shit about Josh Turner, who I am secretly in love with. I love him so much, and I wish he would stop hanging out at the Iron Bear and come hang out with me in my trailer. Was that a spooky ghost? I just saw a spooky ghost go behind me. I could have swore I saw a spooky ghost. I heard a spooky. Hold on, folks. Hold on. I got a bug on me. I got a bug. Whoa, oh, whoa. Hey. I just heard a ghost Indian. It's my native ancestors. They are. Do you hear that?
Amazing.
Can you hear that in the background? I have a real Wendigo horn here that I took off of a native ghost warrior. I fought him in Mortal Kombat. And here it is right here. I took it.
We are now selling rubber ducks too.
Orifices and do things. And
yeah, we're now selling rubber ducks, but you get 2 ducks for $50.
Yeah, and here I have a real live obsidian chain that I got from a mound from the Pupacu Indian people. Yes, and that is real. That is from my native heritage. My people conquered their people in Yahtzee. All right. So just so you know, if you want to buy this chain here, it goes for $299. The Wendigo horn or Wendigo claw, I think it's a claw. This has been up my nose and in other holes in my body. Making it very valuable if you are a fan of me, right? And so this right here, I would say probably, what would you say, sister wife? Probably $1,000.
I was in 1,575 and 2 cents.
7,500, 75, 25,
11.5.
11.5. We'll do 11.5 on this. We'll do 11.5 on the Wendigo claw. There you go, folks. So, and then I'm also going to auction off a night of hot passion with my granny. Now, she is deceased, so you will have to go to the cemetery for this. But there is nothing that we won't do here at the Abnormal Infestations. Everything is for sale. Everything. My earwax, sculptures, everything. Okay, folks, I'm going to let you go. Just remember, hate Josh Turner. There it is right there.
I'll give you $8 to marry your sister.
You would really want to marry them? and now the
Maddie knows I'm going to marry her.
He did
His sister
making fun of my sister.
$8 is $8.
She won't come on the
Right?
show anymore because she's so appalled. She hadn't been on the show in weeks because obviously he did something that made her mad. But yeah, there you go. Because people have been saying that I think it's just I don't know. I don't watch it, but I think it's just him and Jessica now, isn't it? I don't think he has anybody else that are even, like I said, he does have like 4 real subscribers. Clough, he's got
Dana,
and he's got Larry. I don't know. The 4th one would probably be Jessica. So he's got 4 people. And if you want people to not make fun of you and not say mean, hurtful things, don't say mean, hurtful things to them or about them. Don't attack people. Why don't you leave people alone? The things you said about Madeline and my nephew, saying that they had STDs and all this other, you are sick people.
Yeah, that's insane.
You cross. There's no line you won't cross. None. Not one line that you won't cross.
that's because of a freaking pervert of Cuffington, man. Sick bastard.
Making up.
I'm still waiting for you, Cuffington, to call me from the truck stop. I'm right by it, man. You said you were going to whoop my ass last time. I'm still waiting for you.
He's the one that actually admitted to us he got a tattoo for a guy. He's probably the one hanging out the Iron Bull over there, or the Iron Bear over there.
What do you mean you got a tattoo for a guy?
Oh, you don't know? Oh man.
Do I want it?
Okay, so this is the true story. I will tell it. Y'all want to hear it? This is PRT After Hours, folks. I have 4 witnesses. My 3 nephews and Stefan, who was there too. My wife was in the room. Okay, she didn't hear this, and I'm not going to lie and say she did. I'll tell the truth.
Like
I
a
couldn't
train
believe-
stamp?
Listen, I'm going to tell you the story. Okay, I couldn't
Sorry.
believe this, but he's got a tattoo, and he says, "Hey, man, I got to talk to you." He's all kind of like, wide-eyed or whatever, and he starts telling us y'all were making breakfast. I remember that. Y'all were all in the kitchen making breakfast. They were making like French y'all were, it was cool. It was the day before Christmas Eve, wasn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, and we were making breakfast, and the boys were all happy. They were in there making breakfast or whatever, and everybody was, it's going to be fun. We're going to eat breakfast, and Clough was there with us. He stayed at our house, and we opened our doors to him, and all he did was talk bad about my brother, talk bad about Tony, talk bad about Stefan. He was like a busy, but like a, what do you say in Spanish?
Chismoso.
Yeah, chismoso, but real chismoso. And
Oh,
like,
Instigator, yeah.
instigated like a vieja, he's
Bitch
real,
ass
like,
motherfucker. No,
Brown
sorry.
nose.
yeah. So he tells me, he says, I got to tell you some things before we
And the cheese
go any
make, yeah.
further as friends. You might look at me a little differently, and I hope not, and blah blah blah. And I'm like half asleep. I'm like, yeah, what's up? I'm up early. Barely got any sleep. And he goes, okay, well, I got this tattoo, from this guy, and blah blah blah. I'm like, oh, dude, what, dude? I don't. We were just talking like friends, and then it started, and I'm like, because he was telling me he followed some dude, and I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, well, I don't really trust people, and I want to trust you guys, but I want to know how you feel, and he told, this is the truth. He can deny it all he wants, but he told us that he was accused. Now, I never said he did it, and I never said that. He felt the need to defend himself when I didn't even say it. He said it. He told us that he was accused when he was underage. He was not quite an adult, but he was accused of doing something to his younger sister who had mental illness, who was not mental. What was she? She's mentally challenged.
Yeah.
So he was accused of essaying his mentally challenged sister. He said, my mother might try to contact y'all and say all this stuff. And I'm just like, I hate when people open up like that, because it's like, I don't want to know this.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a start.
I didn't ask for this information. They were right there in the kitchen, and I was sitting right there in the sitting room, right next to the kitchen in the house we used to live in. And he's telling me this, and I'm like, dude, I look over and I could see Stefan kind of like making eggs, and Tony's like, woo. They heard him. Everybody heard him say this.
Hell of a breakfast conversation, eh?
Well, we hadn't started eating breakfast yet, thank God. And I told him, I said, does Nellie know this? And he goes, no, I haven't told her, dude, the way he talks. And I'm like, oh, man. And so I didn't want to hear all this. I didn't ask for this information. And I knew there was going to be a problem. And so, in my opinion, he panicked. And I think that he thought I was going to go and say some bad things. People that do that, they think everybody's like them. They're going to do bad blackmail or whatever. And so when all that stuff went down and he was trying to get me to be mad at Maddie or whatever, I think that was his whole thing, was like, and this is the first time I've actually said this publicly. So for him to go on that tear and say all the things he did, it could have been a lot worse for you, fat titty boy. All right. Because I was being nice, and now the gloves are off. I don't give a shit what he does or says. This is what he did. And he told me this. And so I went back to the room and I sat down with Nellie and I said, do you know what this fat boy just told me? Like, dude, are you serious? Like, so, of course he's going to be in that camp. I told my wife, I said, he needs to go right now. She goes, well, you can't just kick him out. He just admitted all that. Maybe he just wants to come clean about his life, whatever. I don't give a shit. Because that's going to be a problem down the road. And it was. And God forbid you should be nice to somebody, because that's what ends up happening is they do, because these are weird, sick people that have weird, sick problems that you can't fix. They need Jesus and they need a therapist.
Yeah.
And I'm not either one of those. And when he said all these things, and I was like, dude, and so everybody was like, Maddie was cutting for him, and so was Bettina and my wife. There, he was all in good with all the gals. Well, how did you, Anthony, feel about hearing after you heard that?
Well, I've always saw him as like a weird creep.
Just like I'm just not a big fan of these like dudes who
Have
always
boobs.
have like all these female friends
Yeah.
because they can't relate to being men. Like they're very very sneaky. It's unnatural to be a guy and like your friend group is always like if you're a gay guy, that's one thing, but if you're just like a dude, like I that's like, I don't know, it's something about that. They're very like sneaky, that like, oh, I'm the soft safe guy, they're the most I've said this before, but they're the most dangerous people that you'll ever meet. And
White knights.
yeah,
basically.
and if you're a girl and you know a guy like that who's like just goes out of their way to be like the safe guy, they are absolutely predators, and not your friends. They will turn on you. They want something from you. You can never ever trust them. There's snakes in the grass. You can't trust a dude who's just like a soft little sissy. No. And that's what Clough, that's how he was. Like, he was just like a girly.
Very insecure.
We took him to the
He
gym
showed himself
and
to everybody. He showed his true colors, man.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I mean, we took him to the gym and he was like being outlifted by like some of the little tiny girls who were in there lifting.
Yeah, he couldn't.
Wow.
What I do sometimes, I'll do an entire set of 60 on this with the pull downs, with the triceps. He couldn't even do one.
Yeah.
I mean, and it was glaringly obvious that he had low testosterone. I'm not even trying to be funny or cute. He knows it's true.
That's why you have
And-
man tits. Yeah, your
Yeah, he had
testosterone turns into
gynecomastia,
estrogen.
dude.
Yeah.
I mean, and when you talk to this guy, I mean, and then he tells you all of that. Like, how am I supposed to respond that you said you got a tattoo for a guy?
Where
I
was
mean,
his tattoo at? Did he show you the tattoo?
yeah,
Yeah,
it was on his shoulder, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, he went. The reason I say is because he had more than one, but he had one on his
Was it
shoulder.
the first
that was-
name that he had of the guy?
You couldn't even make out what it was.
It was like some kind of symbol. wasn't
Yeah, it was like a symbol or something.
Like a
I was
heart?
just like,
What really bothered me
no,
was that he was never.
I didn't even want to look at it.
He tried to make it seem like he couldn't talk good, but I have a tendency to ramble, but it's because I have an idea and I'm trying to convey that idea correctly, and the words aren't making it. He didn't have that. He wasn't ever sure of himself when he spoke, unless it was to defame or gossip about someone else.
Yeah.
That was the only time that he was able to speak with clearly. It was because he was talking bad about someone else, and I didn't like that. That's what really threw me off about
You
him.
and Stefan both about the character assassination.
Yeah, and the thing is like me and Stefan are both soft. We're not like big talkers. Like I mean, I have a
Yeah.
better ability than Stefan
Soft-spoken
does,
Soft-spoken guy.
but
Kinda.
that guy, he just doesn't have.
And Stefan said that he was complaining about giving Stefan a ride. They're going to the same place.
Yeah,
They're going back to the same place, and he was getting gas from Stefan constantly. And I was like, and Stefan came to me and he was like, "Hey man, this guy's asking for gas like every day." I'm just like, why am I having to? We're going to the same place. I don't have a vehicle. But I mean, we're paying for. So I just kept giving Stefan money to give to him, and then Stefan was buying his food and stuff too. It was just a very ungrateful. And then when he said that about hitting me with a pipe, which I didn't personally hear it, but four different guards said it happened. They had vouched for it. And I'm like,
Hitting you with a
what?
pipe or hitting you with his pipe?
no, he said, yeah,
No, he
man.
was going to hit me with it. Yeah.
yeah.
But then Maddie, when me and Maddie compared notes, she was like, yeah, this guy said he was going to hit you with a pipe in the legs. And I'm like, what is his deal with that? Like, that's obviously something he thought about. And it reminds me of like Misery. I'm sitting there going like, like, what is, trust me, it's for the best, and then just, I don't know, dude. And then their big thing was that, but I didn't talk to them enough. That's what they told Nellie and Maddie, that I didn't talk to them enough, him and Larry. I'm like, what are you talking about? What? I have businesses to run. I have a show to do. Why would I need to sit there and talk to you all the time? Why would I want to hold your hand and talk to you? What is wrong with you? That is some homosexual behavior. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be mean.
It
Homosexual.
really is.
That's very homosexual, dude. I'm telling you. And then you tell me that you got a tattoo for a guy, and I'll be honest, I tried not to even look at it. It was like something, and I just
I think
Did it say dick on it?
Right.
I remember me
That's it, Richard.
I'm just playing, bro. Right there.
I
That's
remember me and
funny, bro.
Stefan talking about tattoos.
I mean, I figured that's what he's about. So that's the nickname. Okay, we'll say is
Cliff was like, "Oh,
Dick
come
Ward-
on, you
what's his
wouldn't want
name?
to hit
Dick
Wolf with a
Ward,
pipe."
that play Robin and Batman.
Right?
I think that's what his name, Dick Ward, right? If I'm correct, or
Robin,
Batman and Robin.
Yeah.
Dick
Yeah.
Grayson, yeah. And it just when you tell people that you're going to hit somebody with a pipe, dude, and Scorpion and him got into it that night because he said that, and Scorpion's like, "That's my friend. Why are you saying that? It's a joke. It's a joke. I'm joking." And so my brother came out of the guard shack and was like, "What's going on here?" Because there was an argument. They were being loud, and my other friend was there. He worked there too, and one of our female guards, and they were, they heard it because. What happened was the super had asked us, he goes, "Hey man, I know it's not your job, but can you move these? You got 4 guards here at night. Can you move this piping, whatever?" And so they did, they moved it. And he said, he told Scorpion, "This is the kind of pipe you would need to hit Wolf with." And Scorpion's like, "What?" And he
He's
goes,
lucky Scorpion didn't kick his freaking ass right then.
"Oh, I know." And well, there's Scorpion right there. He says, "I told him not to joke like that." And then Madeline said the same thing. She goes, "Because of course he's going to bitch at Jessipotamus is live. We're all lying." Yeah, of course he's going to say that, but the truth is the truth. And I never wanted to talk about this. This is not something that I went and wanted to blab about or whatever. The pipe thing came out, but what you said, Club, if you're listening, you did say that. You told me you got a tattoo for a dude. That the guy, didn't he say he kind of like the guy tricked him or something into getting it or something like that?
Okay.
What the hell?
I mean, I'm just trying to be honest. That's what he said. And then he said, "Look, I was accused of essaying my sister."
You said he got it on his shoulder?
Yeah, I think it was like on his left shoulder. Yeah.
So he can look like this.
Yeah.
I'm going to get HCS right across my chest.
But the thing is, the tattoo, he didn't tell us like which tattoo it was.
No, he didn't tell us what tattoo.
He didn't tell us which one
it could
it
have been a
was.
tramp stamp for all we know.
Yeah, I didn't look at the guy with his shirt off.
I'm not going to look at a dude's tattoo that's for another guy. I'm not interested in that.
I got up and he knew at that point that I would, and I think that was the moment right there when I got up and I was like, okay, dude, I don't need this shit, day before Christmas Eve. I don't,
Yeah.
that was it. I knew there was going to be a problem after that. I told my wife, I said, he just told me a bunch of weird ass shit. There was other stuff too. There was some other stuff too.
Of a rat also, Brother Josh, on his left cheek.
He gave off
Going
vibes of someone who wasn't given a lot of attention, like ever. And so he seeked for it desperately in any way he can. And it often led to nefarious means. And like that's what he was best at because he didn't know how to receive it in any positive way.
And Abe and Richard and Tony here, Anthony, all y'all, everybody listening at home, this is what we're talking about with the evil, the demonic entities, because that to me is a demonic entity attached to that guy.
100%.
And that was that demonic. And when I heard all that, I was just like, here we go with this. I felt like Denzel Washington. I'm sitting there going like, yeah, okay, here we go.
Who tells you that at the breakfast table, bro?
We weren't at the breakfast table. I was in the sitting room with him.
We were cooking and they were
cooking breakfast. The boys were in there cooking breakfast and everybody was in good spirits because, Christmas Eve and everybody, everybody's trying to, it was a Christmas Eve, the day before Christmas Eve was what it was. And everybody was in a good mood. Everybody was happy. And I sit down and he starts telling me all this weird ass shit. How am I supposed to respond to that? Like I knew right there. I was like, this is it. This, can't have nothing because the devil has to pop its head
for
in
real.
and do, it made me mad because it was just demonic crap. And I could see this deceit in his eyes. And I was just like, here we go with this bull crap. And he knows that if he hadn't been conspiring and said all the nasty things he said to Maddie on the phone about wanting to take me down and destroy me and all this other weird shit, because he had that in him, in his heart. He had larceny in his heart from the beginning. He wanted to do things and say things. And I think that was his whole spiel. I mean, he made it in the way that he was kidding around or whatever, but he wasn't kidding around when he said those things to them. It was his true self coming out. And I think that it was from Jump Street. He was like, I'm going to get my way with these people, or I'm going to do something nefarious. That's what he did. And that's my opinion. When Maddie told me the things that him and this the idiot from the LBL and the roofer, what they were saying to her on the phone and how they were going to get me and do all this stuff to me, I believe it 100%, because everything that she said that they said, it eventually came out of their own mouths one by one. So what they did was, after Maddie was upset, and I don't blame her. She was at a hospital where her grandmother was dying, and Clough knew that. He knew that. So he calls me up, or he has me call him. He tells everybody he had tried to call me. I didn't answer. I didn't want to talk to the guy. So I called him. I said, what do you want? What's going on? You've been wanting to talk to me. What's up? And he starts, telling me, oh, well, I just wanted you to be aware, that this Maddie slept with Anthony and blah, 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 blah. And at first I was just like, I don't give a shit.
What the fuck kind of shit
I don't
is
give a
that?
shit about that. What made me mad, though, was he goes, yeah, we were forced to keep it a secret. And I was like, what? And then it just sounded weird. And I was
sounded
like,
offended.
yeah, he said, I'm trying to look out for you, bro. And I'm like, what? So when I called Maddie and Maddie got defensive, obviously she's going to be defensive because I'm asking her, is this true? Or why would you keep it a secret? Why was I not? And she, well, we didn't want to stress you out. You had all kinds of stuff going on, whatever. And I'm like, I don't give a shit. Then the roofer called Anthony. This is a true story, guys. This is how demons manifest themselves. He called Anthony. Anthony is an architect by trade, right? So he was on a build. He's not doing anything with that right now, but he went to work on a job project. This guy, oh yeah, I just want to talk to you. Premarital sex is a sin. You shouldn't have done what you did. And Anthony's a nice guy and put up with his shit. And then he says, y'all just think y'all need to confess and tell Wolf that y'all did that. What the fuck? Who are you? Like, why would you tell somebody that? They're grown ass people. This is so stupid. So everybody was kind of freaked out. I didn't know any of this was going on. And then Anthony tells me, yeah, and Larry said this and that, and Clough is telling you this, and I'm just like, I was upset. I was like, why are y'all hiding it? I don't give a shit. Well, the thing was, she was coming down here to work with us, and you can't, if two people are not together, and it's going to be awkward. It's going to be weird. And I said, it's going to be weird. And I hate that their life was put on blast. And that's what Clough did. He says, oh, it should have stayed with two consenting adults. And then he goes to talk about it for 2 hours. And I'm like, you mother effer. And so me and Maddie talked about it, after she initially had a few things to say to me, and I said some things to her. And she goes, well, it's none of your damn business and blah, blah, blah. I was like, well, I mean, why would you try to hide something like that from me? I don't give a shit what you do. Of course, we got into it, and then she got upset, and she called this puto and said, hey, why did you tell Wolf all of this shit? Why did he? What did it matter? He could have easily just said, I don't know nothing about it, or not even had me call him in the first place. And it could have never been a big deal. And then if Anthony decides at some point to tell me, then he can tell me. I don't give a shit. I don't control what his sex life or Tony's. I don't give a shit what they do. And so, it was crazy. Like, he goes and he tells the whole world.
You call me
You
all pissed off.
inserted yourself into
Do what, Abe?
He calls me all pissed off, and I'm like asleep. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
They called everybody.
This and that. It's like, what's going on? I was sleeping when he called me, and then he sent me all this text. I'm like, what the fuck? And then he's trying to tell me about decide like basically trying to make me decide who I'm going to be friends with and all this bullshit. That's when I blocked him and Larry and booted him out from a
Who the
friends
fuck
list.
does that? That's the craziest shit I ever heard in my life.
You know what my theory is on this, guys? And I'll tell you what I think, guys. And I've told you, I think Abe, I might have told you, but I'm going to tell everybody. My theory was his wife, well, his girlfriend that he calls his wife, whatever I don't know what she is to him. I don't know. They have a weird relationship, but she was jealous. She did not want him to move up here to work with us. At that point, I didn't either. Believe me. And after the whole, I was accused of this and that, I don't know. I'm like, whatever, dude. and she was jealous of Maddie. But I think he had to have a thing for Maddie, and maybe
Obviously.
I'm going to say this too, guys. This may sound gross, but maybe me too. That's my opinion. I mean, and it could be wrong. I don't know. Hopefully it is, but I don't think so. And so I think that he's both ways or whatever. And so he had a thing, and he hated Anthony.
Maybe he was the profile of the iron thing.
Well, it was him or Roger or a little conspiracy between all of them, to try to make me look like a fanook. And the thing is, he hated Anthony, and I didn't understand why he was always dogging Anthony and Tony out. But I think what he wanted was for there to be room for him. So he had to keep Maddie from coming down until he could get moved up here. Once he got moved up here, then it would be the green light for Maddie to come down. So, but he had to stop her from coming here. And so I think that's what I think he was doing when he told me all of that. I think that was his whole thing was, keep her from coming. And then later he could have her come down.
He was a troquero, a trucker, and he could say, hey, what are you doing? Wherever she's living at, he's passing by. He say, hey, you want to meet up for lunch or something? Yeah, he had it in for Maddie, I think. That didn't pan out for him.
Because he tried to convince me that I should get rid of Tony too. He says Tony doesn't do anything. Tony's is useless, and just said all kinds of bad things about him on his back. He told
manipulative
Stefan and Anthony that about
Tony should have rolled his ass up.
Tony's not that way. Even though Tony trains and everything, he's very passive and just wasn't. We were just like, he's gone. We're not going to deal with him anymore. And so that's when all the hey, Larry calls me. Oh, girlfriend should talk to you. Very important. They had it all planned out, dude, as far as I'm concerned. And then when Maddie got on the phone, then Clough has, hey, let's call Phil. Then Phil says, hey, let's call Larry. Then Larry said, hey, let's call Barton. And so
a bunch of hens.
So they all got together.
Honestly, it's freaking women behavior, bro.
Huh?
No offense to women, but that's just like female behavior. Like,
that's men acting like they're not acting like men.
That's just weird.
Yeah. And so they got together, and according to Maddie, it was a hate Josh Turner fest on the phone. And Barton said, well, what has he ever done for the community? And we're better off getting rid of him. And they all just you could tell from what she was saying, you could tell that they had all talked about this before. And they were like, yeah. So this is what we're going to do. We got to take down a giant. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And the plan was at that point, because it didn't work out for Clough to have me just, whatever. I think the thing was, then let's get rid of Wolf. If I can't have my way, because I told Clough to fuck off, so then it was, let's get rid of Wolf. And then let's flip it all over to Barton and give him everything. And Wolf will go down. And they already had been talking to the other camp because those people were the ones that initiated this Project Downfall or whatever. So it was time to get rid of me.
And the thing was, it wasn't just Clough, because Larry was the same way. He tries to make it out like he was a pillar of PRT. He was barely a part of anything we did. And like when he did work, he did it half-assed. He didn't do a good job.
He just slept on post.
He was terrible.
He was horrible. And he creeped out all the guards. All the female guards, especially.
Yeah, he tried to go into the porta-john with the female guards. They had their own porta-john, and he walked all the way across the property to go to that one john and try to, dude. And he had pictures of girls on his phone. He tried to justify it. He tried to show us and say, oh, it was just, but like, everybody said, like, why would you have these pictures of these young girls? Now, granted, they didn't look like they were underage. The ones that I saw, they didn't look underage, and they weren't naked or anything. They had clothes on, but if you're a married man, why would you go around with all that shit on your phone? Like, what is that? And I told him, I said, why are you showing people that? Like, the thought processes of these people was just demonic, folks. That is absolute demonic. And so you have to be careful, because just like what happened to Abe at the airport, it sounds like, why would these people conspire? It ain't the people. It's the demons that are on them, and they're using the people as vessels. And some people see it. They see that and they think, I'm crazy. I'm going crazy. No, you're dealing with these demons. It's these demons that are jumping around between these people, and they're whispering, and they're doing this and they're doing that. and it's a vendetta. It's a vendetta against you personally because they
I seen
hate
that
your
on,
Lord and
on
Savior.
Dana Ortega first out of all of them, that she was doing like indirect witchcraft, and I had warned y'all. I said, hey, what's up with this Dana? And I've been knowing Dana for about 2 years because she was following me on Positive Spiritual. Well, no, for a while I had already known her, and so when she started acting strange, I started noticing a pattern there, like she was doing indirect witchcraft. So that's when I unfriended her off my friends list, and she was still infiltrating in the Paranormal Roundtable camp.
Yeah.
She's still infiltrating till he got rid of her, and then it's like I could feel that there was something wrong with her, and now look who she's affiliated with. Look how bad she talks about me, and she was supposed to be my sister in Christ, right? But I could see that she was just infiltrating. She would write the same paragraphs, copy and paste like Dirty Larry, copy and paste. That's all they do, copy and paste. But I already knew her true intentions were no good. So she gets mad because I'm the one that kind of ratted her out, of how wicked she is. And she's showing herself how wicked she is. She's not carrying them anymore, Not that she's got dementia or nothing like that. She's just a wicked old lady. Wicked, especially as bad as she talks about females. I don't give a damn if she talks bad about me. I'm a guy, I can take whatever. I've taken it in the military, and it's okay. I just don't accept the big bullshit. But when she talks bad about females, the way she does, that's crazy. And sometimes I didn't even think might be completely her. I'm thinking it's corner on the fucking cob, using a fake profile of her.
Yeah, and that's their MO. Like with James Jones, who's in the chat, they have a profile that says Rex, and it's Rex Jones. They're using Rex Jones. Now, if it was James Jones doing it, why would he sit there and use Rex Jones like that? So to me, it's obvious that they're doing it. It's them doing that because that's what they did to me with the whole Austin Hammer. Like, why would you use that profile? And I sat there trying to convince Barton. I was like, dude, this is not true. It's a lie. Finally, I just gave up. I said, do what you want to do, Barton. This isn't true. And I know now that he was just using that as an excuse to turn on me and fight me. But I think he thought that it was going to go way differently. I think that he thought that with everyone aligned against me, that I would go down and I would be destroyed. And he was going to get all of the, the wonderful people to go to him. And he did get some, and Larry brags about it. He got several of the big donors that used to donate to the show. They all ran over there. And, if you watched Barton's show, you would see the first 30 minutes, he'd get a couple $100 in donations. Those were all people that used to be on our side. And they turned, and Barton, boy, Larry was just bragging about how he did that. He was so proud of himself.
You still got a show, or you get canceled?
I don't get canceled. I don't know. He doesn't do a show anymore. He used to be on Wednesday.
It disappeared off the face of the earth.
Yeah, and see, and Maddie, I believe you're correct. Barton wanted a reason to turn on me because no matter what I told him, I finally just said, do what you're going to do, Barton. Then he went around telling everybody that I attacked him and that I was the one that went after him. And I was like, no, I didn't. I woke up. I was taking a nap. I remember I was so tired. I was just beat. And I wake up to that. Nellie's like, you need to look at this. And Barton was attacking us. It was crazy. And I said, Barton, I don't have a problem with you. I tried talking to him and talking sense to him. To this day, that's the only person of all them people. I don't care about any of those other people, but he was, he was my friend. I thought we were friends. I thought we were close.
I thought you guys were too.
I thought we would always be friends, always. Yeah. But he just wouldn't listen to reason. And I kept telling him, I said, dude, if I was going to do that, wouldn't I make up a fake profile without the name, Austin in there? Like, that is so dumb. Like, that's so silly. Like,
they should know you better than that too, because like if you're gonna call somebody out, you'll just call them a bitch to their face, or you'll just call them whatever. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, and we had butted heads about Larry, and I said, look, didn't I tell you? I said, Larry, and what was weird is when Larry had tried to contact me to make peace with Roger in the middle of while Roger was attacking Barton, and I was like, what? Remember, Anthony, we were going out to the farm, to my uncle's ranch, my uncle's
Yeah.
farm. I just, what was that about? I was like, dude, why would you want me to make peace with a man who's going full tilt on my friend?
Yeah.
I think Larry was in with this is my opinion. I think him and Mike had been together for a while. And I think it was him and Mike and Roger. I think Roger was a big component of this.
You forget
He's a
another
psychopath.
person, Brother Josh.
Do what?
The other person who was involved with them was there from Texas.
Oh yeah, dude from Texas was because that's the one that got us
David
into it.
from Texas was the other guy involved with him.
Oh yeah, because he was constantly going at you and Bettina, and he was backstabbing Marvin. He got me and Marvin into it. You know, him and that little psychopath, the communist Chris.
They're from Texas. Most likely knew Dana Ortega. They were in cahoots because he was telling me stuff and she was telling me stuff.
They were all demonically obsessed on, you know, they were sharing the same devil's shower. Believe me, they wanted us so bad to go down. You know, there was a guy that me and I hate to throw a bunch of people into this, but you know, there was a guy that one of the guys from the NADP. He just gonna put it that way. He introduced me to a dude from Arizona who told me that the whole thing. He said that it was a plot. And that he had told me, he says, you know, and I believe him. I mean, he said, dude, they wanted you down. They wanted you to go down. And I asked this guy, his name is Michael. And I said, Michael, why do they want this? He goes, I don't know. He goes, I don't know. He goes, but they are determined to take you out. They want you gone. They don't want you saying anything. They said that you're doing too much, you're saying too much, and it's pissing everybody off, and the community be better without you. No, the community be better without me. You would die for lack of knowledge because that's what they want. Not that you're going to die, but when Jesus says you need the knowledge, that's what they wanted to cut. They wanted to get rid of it. It's not a person. It's not a people thing. It's a demonic thing. And I keep saying that to people. Okay. It's a demonic source that came upon us and came after us and went against us. We weren't hurting anything. We weren't messing with these people. You know, and thank goodness that Bettina did. You know, I need to get Marvin on the show. I talked to him the other day. Marvin, you know, he's still around, and Bettina had brokered peace with us. And Swamp Man, the guy from Louisiana, he was so mad when we were. He wanted to claim the peace. He wanted to say he did it. And I got on Marvin's show and I said Bettina did it, and boy, he was pissed at Bettina. And they went to Bettina and they said, "You're going to either be against us or you're going to be with us." And they tried to get her to fight us. And she was like, "I'm not on your side with that. I'm not going to do it."
What they call themselves, the guerrilla
army. Yeah, that's what she said. Bettina told us that, and they went to her and they told her to join forces because they were going to destroy the cryptid community. And one of the targets was me. And I never did anything to these guys. You know, they had threatened me way back. Him and Vulture, you know, and Vault. He was in on it too. And they had called me up because I was friends with Vic, and him and Swamp Man were like, you know, "Hey, what's up?" You know, whatever. And I'm like, "Look, I don't have a problem with you guys." And they're like, yeah, you better not. Yeah. They were like bullies, you know? And I'm like, geez, that's a effed up thing to do, you know, to cost somebody. So I called up Vic and I said, "What is the deal with these guys?" He goes, "Oh, they've been after me for a long time. Don't worry about it," you know? But he would never defend you. That guy will not help anybody. And he had his own fights with a lot of people. And people don't even realize that. And of course, by the time this war was over with those guys, they were begging Vic for help. And I was like, "Yeah, you're begging for anybody to help you."
Yeah, rest in peace, Harambe.
They got their asses handed to them because they shouldn't have gotten involved in stuff that was none of their. They should never have messed with us. They should have left us alone. We didn't want any problems with those people.
I think they got mad because
any of those people.
We brought Jesus Christ into the equation in the cryptid and paranormal community, and they got pissed off. The people the one that just said that it's all cryptid, they got pissed off, and las pinche brujas and the people that are in cults, they got pissed off because we brought Jesus Christ into the equation. And I think that's one of the main reasons they came after Brother Josh Turner and me, you know, because we bring the spiritual aspect of things to it. You know, we pray when we have to pray. If somebody needs prayer,
It
and
burns the demon on them.
Yeah.
Also,
it triggered the demons in them. Yeah, basically.
You remember at the conference, Abe, you and Bettina, she had the same thing with the pictures and it was circling the faces, and you could see them on the picture. You could
Yes,
see it. And there is a faction, I'm telling you, and it was that crazy guy that called your show that time that was just slamming shots. He's an alcoholic, in my opinion. Sean, yeah, him and Chris, the communist Chris, and then that other freaking Zoid that died. And I'm not one of those people that when somebody dies, they sanctify them. I'm not, because that guy was not a good guy. Dude from Texas. Okay. They were part of a faction that wanted everybody to believe that they were flesh and blood. And there was a war that started before this one. And it was Christianity, basically. I was representing the Christians in that sick group that he had. And I said, you're constantly attacking us. And he goes, who's us? I said, Christians. He goes, well, I don't have a problem with you. I said, no, you have a problem with Christians. You have a problem with me. And we had a problem. And those guys went at us full tilt. And it was me against like 7 of them, 6 or 7 of them. The Dogman Whisperer Sanchez, and then a couple of them other idiots, they went at us, full blown. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There were 7 of them against me. My wife was in
the group, the guy,
Dogman X.
There you go. Yeah, I remember that group.
And they went at me, and I fought them all. And they thought they were going to sink my battleship at that time. And of course, no help from Vic. Vic's a flesh and blood guy. He wasn't going to help. And I said, well, I guess I'm on my own. But I said, I stand on my conviction. And they were like, what they came to me with was like, why do you believe this when your encounter wasn't that way? I said, because I've gotten other people's encounters, a lot of them that were not flesh and blood. Hello. And they were like, well, why do you want this is the hill you're going to die on? I said, who says I'm going to die? What does that mean? Because that's not what happened. And then eventually they saw that I was going to fight. I wasn't going to take it. And so that became the reputation. Oh, he fights with everybody. That's what they kept trying to stand on with this Operation Downfall. No, it's the same people, the same demonic influence. And you see those same people now buzzing around with them. They're still there. It's the same people doing what they're doing. It's just, and then at the conference, I remember the little fiction writer with his little pork pie hat. He comes out and he sees me talking to Vault. The next thing you know, I'm getting confronted by DW. Why am I conspiring with Vault? And I'm like, I wasn't conspiring with Vault. Your spy told you a lie because I wasn't conspiring anything. Now, did Vault say a bunch of bad things about him? Yeah, he did. But did I participate? No, I didn't. And of course, I get attacked. And then one of the women that was there, and Bettina saw it and called it out. She was texting a person and telling him that Nick Valenti had said all this stuff. And then that guy starts going off half cocked about the conference. I called him. We squashed it. No problem. But he says, hey, you got people after you. You got spies. And then they're after you. He dropped the dime on him. I'm not going to say his name. And I said, thank you. And I didn't know who he was talking about. Now I do. Because that was the guy that was instrumental in breaking up the NADP. And like I said, he wanted those files. And it was a woman who was giving all that information to Vic. When that guy got a hold of that information, guess who got it? The swamp guy. That's what it was all about. And then I said, because that's the heart of the Dogman thing right there, is the Midwest. That's where a lot of it was happening at that time. So that was, everybody had their own stake in it. And I was supposed to be the sacrificial lamb, I guess, right? Everybody gets a piece of what I have. Let's destroy him and everybody, let's divide it up and take everything, for everybody take a piece. That was what it was. And of course, Abe and Bettina, very strong allies of mine, get rid of them. Blondes and Booze, get rid of them. Anybody who was on my team, who was supportive of me, we're all just friends. We're not conspiring to do all this bullshit. I'm laying it all out there.
We're just not taking nobody's bullshit.
Yeah, we're not taking anybody's shit.
Don't come.
But it didn't work out for them.
Yeah, I had somebody contact me and told me to stay out of it. Somebody that I knew, and I unfriended him because he was affiliated with Dark Waters. He told me to stay out of it. It's not in my business, or else this and this is going to happen. And I said, look, you're not the first one that's ever threatened me, but I'm making it my business now. What you going to do about it? And I unfriended him, and that was at the end of that friendship. But yeah, they didn't want me to be involved in it. To me, I've always been a hard-headed person. You know, somebody tells me no, that means yes. Yes, Abe, stay involved in it. So here I am still. I don't care. It wasn't going to do nothing anyways. You know, the intimidation tactics that try to intimidate through, they're going to say they're going to do this, they're going to do that. Well, do it then. You know, if you're going to do something, do it. But I ain't going to keep my hands behind my back and not do nothing about it. I got to protect the vessel.
Yeah. And you know what's going to happen is Ike's he's grasping for anybody, a lifeline from anybody. So he's going to run to these people and go, he mentioned your name, blah, blah, blah. I don't give a shit. I'll say it again. I'll tell you exactly who are the people, what part they played in this. They all played a part in this. That's what they did. And it was all about, stifling us and taking us down. If why would so many people be so invested in the destruction of our channels if we weren't on to something? What were we doing to them? We weren't talking about them. We weren't doing anything. We were just doing our shows. And every time I had a guest on, or even if I had somebody whose story I retold, they would run out and try to find them. And sometimes they did. And they would harass these people. In the early days in particular, somebody would tell me, hey, man, this person contacted me. How did they find me? And they thought that I was giving out their information. I was like, no, I'm not. How is this happening? Well, what's happening is that these people, they were so committed to this. And they acted like I was doing something, that was impossible, by bringing everybody together. It's not impossible if you just try. And we could have had peace. It didn't have to be this way. I asked these people many times to just let us alone, let us be, whatever. Nope, it was war. They want war. They wanted to be at war. Well, you got it. You got war. And what they don't understand, the proof is in the pudding. It's 4 hours right now. We have 350 people still in here. It's 1 a.m. here in Texas. Right? That's what the difference is. They couldn't fill a chat room to save their lives. They can pay for people to get in there, and they still won't get people in there. Nobody wants to hear what you have to say, dudes. That's the thing. That was what made them so mad. It's a shame that Bettina left. Bettina told me the other day she's happy. She's glad she's out. She don't want to. It's a shame. They did knock out a few people. Barton's gone and she's gone. And I say they knocked out Barton because they did. They really did. They set him up to be, he fell. They set us up to fight.
And then they turned on him.
And then they turned on him in that group. Like they turned on him.
Even Larry turned on him, didn't he?
Larry turned on him in the way, I don't know anything that went behind the scenes because I don't know. I'm not going to lie and say I do. But he turned on him in the way that he did not defend him when they were tearing him apart and they were attacking him in that group. I'm waiting to see him react. He never said anything. He never defended Barton, not one time. The only thing he did, he says, Barton left. He got attacked. Josh Turner, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, what? Like, I would have been like, why are you going at my buddy? Why are you going at my friend? So obviously Clough, who's a backstabbing, duplicitous shithead, and, Roofer Larry, those two, in my opinion, these two, this is what they are. They didn't defend Barton. They're still running around. There's a new group now. The other group has been paused because of all the vile shit they were doing and saying. There's a new group now, and they're using that group and to say all this, spewing all this vile bullshit. And, why would you, if you're friends with Barton and he was in on it with you, which obviously he was, or he went along with it, why would you go along with that meat grinder that chewed up and spit out your friend? So, I guess it's been unpaused now. So I just was told it's been unpaused. Okay, so it's back up and running. So it's a hate group is what it is. It is an actual hate group. And so you have these people who are doing and saying the most vile things that they can come up with in their minds, demonically obsessed on, in my opinion. And this is what they do. and they turn on their own on a dime. They turned on, I know Roger and them got into it, and then they got into it with Barton, and Barton left. And Larry didn't say a word. If you were friends with somebody, wouldn't you defend him? If I was in a group with Abe, I wouldn't be in a group committed to hating people in the first place. But if you were, and I was in a group with you, Dick, or you, Abe, and they started attacking you and you got mad and left, I wouldn't just go, oh yeah, Abe left, he got attacked. Oh, by the way, blah, 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 blah about this guy. You know, like, why would you do that?
Yeah, Barton defended Larry when he
Larry
came at
didn't
me in a
defend him.
negative way. He was defending Larry, so how come Larry couldn't defend him?
It's an absolute case study on the nature of chaos, eh?
Mm-hmm.
It's fascinating.
And it shows you how little it takes for somebody to turn on you. It doesn't
Yeah,
take
for real.
much. And if they think that there's something in it for them, and they can be convinced that you deserve it somehow, you know, then that's all it takes. But sadly, it's going to be a thing where too bad for them, because I'm still here. Abe is still here. And everything they've tried, the conspiracies that they have tried to, they've entered into conspiracy after conspiracy to do things to us, to take us down, to hurt us, to do everything they could possibly do, mentally, physically, and spiritually. It hasn't worked. But folks, be mindful of this. I'm gonna run here, but I'm gonna leave you with this. These demons, they go from person to person, group to group. They don't just, like, it's not by chance. It's not random that you run into some wacky person that comes after you. And then another person comes after you. You didn't do anything to these people. It happens to people because that's not the people. They're vessels. The demons are stalking you through the people.
Yeah, big time.
Mm-hmm. Abracadabra just made a good point. That's why I said Denzel Washington earlier. What you're saying reminds me of the movie Fallen. Yeah. It's kind of like that. It
Is that
really
the one where
is.
the demons go from people to people to people?
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what they do, man. And that's what they did. And that's what they're going to continue to do. And I really believe that. And thank you, James, for saying that. But Rex James here, you know, his last name, James Jones, and they have a profile of him, Rex Jones. Now, I take your word that that's not you, Rex. But yeah, they're using it, you know. But they use fake profiles all the time. So who knows? You know, they're always using fake profiles.
It
Yep.
I
seems
think
like
Ona's right about that. I've said that before, Ona. She says Satan saw you as a spiritual threat. Y'all, she
Yeah.
says y'all, they probably
Yeah,
don't fully
exactly.
understand why they hate you. They don't. That's what the thing is. If you ask them why they did what they did, or why they do what they do, or why they hate you, they'll give you a million reasons, and not one of them is worth a crap.
Yeah, you
Like
guys are
Larry's
exposing the
reasons are
darkness.
do what?
You're exposing the darkness, and the devil hates that more than anything.
Yeah. They'll tell you, like Larry, he tried to say, well, you know, he attacked A&M, and well, you know, he believes in the Anunnaki. He says what you said I don't even believe in, dude. Like, I threw it out as a theory because it's part of the show, you know, to explore. And he just clung to that, and then he just said all kinds of other vile, crazy shit. And I'm just like, what is this guy? There's no real reason. They can't give you a real reason. They can only give you a bunch of reasons, but not one of them is really a true like reason for doing what they've done. Oh yeah, and Tony, the Leviathan. Tony had to leave. He had to go run the patrol, whatever. But yeah, Leviathan. They started saying we're worshiping Leviathan, which I'll be real honest, man. I really didn't know a whole lot about that. I just knew it was in the Bible as Behemoth and Leviathan. I knew all about that. And I had heard of it as being like one of the Satans that represented a direction. And they said that I was wearing a symbol or something, and it was a sailor's cross. And I'm just like, what in the freaking hell are you talking about? Like, you know, they just come up with shit in their head, and you know, and I think something demonic gets in them, and they say something, and then they just go around telling each other, it's the time, yeah, you know, and it goes around and around. And it's especially from the Cockroach King. He's one. I think he's the main one that's spewing all that crap. And I think he's the one using, this is my opinion, I think he's the one that made that profile, that he's talking to himself all the time. I know him and what's her name are using that Jessica Valencia. What is it called?
Rebecca Valencia something.
Some bullshit. And so, and people are telling them, you should sue them. Yes, do sue us. Each one of you sue me and watch when we go to court. And it's going to be like, dude, our lawyers would have a cakewalk. It would steamroll these people because we have the proof. Go to PRT News. Boom, 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 boom. It's all right there. Everything is documented. And it costs a fortune to do that. But if they ever get the sand and somebody donates the money to them to do it, thank goodness they'll do it, because then I can vindicate myself in court and put in work on these people because of what they've done and uncover all of their bullshit. But they're not going to do that because that would expose the whole truth, and they will never do that. That would be like me walking in. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go jump into a meat grinder. Nobody's going to do that unless you're suicidal. Nobody's going to do that unless you want to be in court, lose your ass. That's why they don't do it. But it's so ridiculous what they've done and how hard they've fought, and they're fighting the devil's battle, and they don't even care. They don't care. They don't care what good we've done. Lots and lots of people, I mean, a lot of people have messaged us and said that the words that we've spoken and what we've talked about have brought them closer to God, closer to Christ. People have reaffirmed their salvation. I can't tell you, Anthony, you read the emails all the time.
Yeah, a bunch of people have just straight up reached out and said that this show and the information that's being shared on it has brought them back from the brink of taking their own lives. Yeah, I mean, like that it's pulled them out of the darkest periods that they've ever experienced in their entire lives.
Hallelujah.
And it's not just like the us. It's not just the show. It's the community. It's the camaraderie around it. Like, there has been a lot of good that has come out of PRT, and honestly, like, you can't get discussions like this anywhere else. Like, if you listen to the podcast, to the live streams, and the depths of those conversations, it's very, very difficult to find that, like, on any other paranormal channel or community. And I don't know of any other channel that has a community that's as tight knit as ours. I mean, like, okay, like Wolf said earlier, like, okay, right now it's 1:20 in the morning here in Texas. There's 341 people here, and if we go until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, but there's going to be at least 300 people still. I mean, these people who attack us, they think that they're following their own will. That pride in them tells them that they're following, that they have free will that they're exercising, but they're just like slaves of a demonic entity that is a slave to a more powerful being, who's a slave to a more powerful being, and just so on and so forth. They're literally like armies of slaves. That's it. I mean, nothing more.
And their battle, their anger is with God, our Father.
Yeah,
that's who these demons are at war with. Their fathers are at war with our fathers.
Mm-hmm.
It's a birthright. It's a struggle.
Yeah, it really is.
We struggle against the darkness. We struggle against these beings who are of the darkness. They're of the dragon's seed. That's what they are. And that's the sad thing, that these people, they dwell in the darkness.
The tares always try and choke out the wheat, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's just what they do. They've been at war with us for as long as mankind's been around.
And here's an easy way to look at this, folks. We have asked them many times just to stop, leave us alone, walk away, we'll leave you alone. What would we have to gain by going to war with these people? What would you gain by that? Like me, and on this channel, I have 2 businesses. I have this show. Why would I want to put everything in jeopardy to fight with these people, with these lunatics, so they can say what they want and say that they're the victims? Why would you do it? Why would you risk everything to go to? Why would Abe want to waste time on his show? Why would Bettina do the same thing? Me do the same thing? Blondes and Booze do the same thing? All of these channels that have had problems with these people, Tex, BMR, why would they do it?
It's like all these different people from all these different walks of life, from all different parts of the country, with all different perspectives on different things. But the one thing they have in common is that they have a problem with you. Like how does that work? Like, are we really supposed to believe that all these different people came together and just agreed on to tell the same lie about you? Oh, it's just all lies from people who hate me. All these different people from different walks of life. I'm the one common factor in their lives, but never mind that. I'm not the problem. They're the problem. Like what? That's just ridiculous logic. It's insane that anyone would believe that.
Obsessive.
If everywhere you go there is a problem, maybe you're the problem. And like here that there are lasting and meaningful relationships that have been established, and they're strong bonds. They don't have that there. Like in the PRT community, the people come here and they come together to learn and to create. That the evil doesn't understand that. Like the demonic, it goes against their very nature to create. All they can do is pervert what has already been created or destroy what they can't pervert. That's it. And the only thing that unites them is this drive to destroy and pervert and twist. They don't build or create anything, not even friendships. Those people are not even friends with each other.
No, they'll attack each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing you don't see, like between us. You don't see us attacking each other. I mean, I've been friends with Abe. We had that one dust up, and that was because of a dude from Texas.
Yeah.
The dust ups we've had have been, and Dana, yeah, those same people, the same demonic ass people, the same people that got us to fight me and Marvin, And that dude was going to me and trying to talk bad about Marvin to me, and I was like, dude, why is this guy? He's supposed to be
Brother Josh was sick, and I was sick with that virus. I had gotten fevers, and I was sick for about 2 weeks. With fevers, and I couldn't eat or nothing. Imagine you're sick, you can't even get out of bed, and you got Dirty Larry sending you all kinds of stuff, Dana Ortega sending all kinds of stuff, and then messages from David, they were from Texas. So I started deleting people,
It was
But it's
ridiculous.
kind of like they planned it out that way. They knew what they were doing. They were working both, telling me stuff, telling Brother Wolf stuff. And then when we talked, I said, I never had a problem with you. I know I've been sick, and these people tell me this. They were telling you something. It's kind of like that. They will ask me questions while I was sick just to see what I tell them. And then whatever I tell them, they flip it and try to make me look like the bad guy, or they'll send me freaking memes and shit, They would send me memes, and I was like, what the hell, The one that would send memes all the time was Fat Cuffington. He was always they were from Texas. He was always sending memes and memes and memes, making fun of people, and it's like, what the hell is he?
Yeah, they're both in the character assassination, both of them.
Yeah. So when I see those kind of memes that he was sending to me, that's kind of like the same tactics that Corn on the Cob uses, and to me, because they're in cahoots. So yeah, there was a lot of people working to come in after Brother Wolf or the Paranormal Tour, because my group, I had just barely created it. Not, I had my positive spiritualist, the spiritual encrypted encounters that got deleted. My Facebook got attacked, and I got permanently deleted off of Facebook. So I had to start from scratch again, But yeah, there's some evil people right there, man. I guess I got placed here for a reason. It's to fight the good fight. and that's why I continue to fight spiritually, and I'm not going to back down from doing the Heavenly Father's works. You know, I'm going to continue to do the things that I do, because I feel if I don't do the good works, then the Heavenly Father doesn't have use for me. Then I might be gone from this world. So I'm staying active, and that's what I continue to do. Spiritual encrypted encounters, be of use to the Heavenly Father. You can use me as a vessel, show me something so I can share, as a messenger to share with the viewers, send a message, just like I shared the battle that happened up there. So yes, there's a lot of things happening around us. We have to have the relationship with Jesus Christ so he can show us what's happening around us. That's why I'm not trying to dwell in the negativity from the roach camp. I'm just trying to focus on what I got to do, or like Brother Josh focusing on this show. You know, focusing on my show, even though we're going through things with my cousin. You know, he's, you know, prayers to him that he's, you know, in the hospital still.
And God bless
Going
you.
through a lot, you know, cousin Jesse. But yeah, man. So a lot of things been happening in my life, losing members of my family, and you know what happened to cousin Jesse. But it's not stopping me from doing the works. I mean, I've had people come at me in a negative way through my appointments, you know, with the doctors and nurses, but I just ignore them and I continue to push on forward. But I'm going to continue to do the works of the Heavenly Father till it's time for me that he just says, okay, your time here on earth is over. But I'm going to continue to do it regardless. You know, I feel myself, if I don't do something daily, then I'm being not useful to the Heavenly Father, to Jesus Christ. Just like the battle over there in the airplane, I could have just ignored the witch and let her do whatever she was going to do. But there was a lot of people on that plane, and there was children and everything. So no, I had to do what I had to do against her, you know, which is fight spiritually against her. I think there was another one that when we were coming back, I ran into another one that was affiliated with her, the way she was looking at me and stuff. But I just, you know, it's nothing new to me. I've been fighting spiritually since I was 3 years old. So it's just normal to me. It's like, that's why there's people, I mean, for a little group, you know, they have a lot of hatred. Don't you think, Brother Josh? The hatred they have towards you, towards me, because we didn't. I think they've tried a lot of black magic, right, to come up against us, and it has failed, and they're pissed off.
Yeah. I'm sorry for laughing, but man. So while we speak, Abe, they are over there flipping out, going nuts, folks. This is what I'm talking about here.
It's burning the demons on them. I'm
Yeah,
telling you.
God bless them. God bless them.
Here is what they're saying here. Golly, this is crazy. Josh and his SS troops, it says here, while we continue to have a cryptid show. This is from Stephen Michael. This is you, Mike. All you do is watch us and obsess. He says, while we continue to have a cryptid show, Abe and Josh, along with their SS troopers.
Strumbaum Fear Richards.
Oh my gosh. Uber Sturmbannführer.
He wants to be your brother-in-law, Mike.
He says here, our SS troopers attack us again and other people. Look how filthy they are. Live coming soon with proof.
It's like the 15th show.
Proof of what, dude? It's all right. I've already said what I got to say. What do I? Proof of what? And then they call me all kinds of horrible names on here. And,
another big show.
Another show of
it's all coming out.
It's all going to come out. Everybody's coming running to us and telling us all kinds of bullshit. And it says here something about an email. So Dana, who's one of their evil mouthpieces, she's definitely on the demonic side.
The mentally ill old lady who he manipulates into fighting his battle for him.
And God bless her.
He says, yeah, exactly. May God bless her. That's all you can do.
Yeah.
He says here, And oh, these people are unhinged. Look in the mirror, fat boy. That's you and your group. Okay. That is, and she says, that is absolutely right. I do not run this group. I am very sane. The test says that is a lie.
Did you get sober?
Says Josh was the one. Get this. Josh was the one committed to a mental institution by his father. That's not true. Jerry L. Turner. Who is Jerry L. Turner?
Wow.
His own daddy knows and said Josh is crazier than hell. By the way, this woman is not. Her last name is Ortega, but that was her husband.
She's not Hispanic.
No, she's just some crazy.
She's a white lady.
She's a white lady. Yeah.
I spoke to her on the messenger. She's
Yeah, the last name of her ex-husband, whose head she.
What's so weird though is that she
bashed
told
in.
us on the phone that she's like, I love Mexican people. She was trying to like convince me of her Latinism, and I'm like, who cares, dude? I don't give a crap about that shit.
Just because you go to Taco Bell doesn't make you Hispanic, Ms. Dana.
Amazing.
Just because you bashed in your
Amazing.
ex-husband's head, which she really did.
Yeah.
She really did that.
Went to jail for it.
Went to jail for it, yeah. So then Rex Jones says there is no peace in the devil. Okay. I guess that's me, right? And then Dana says, yes, Rex Jones, Josh and Nell don't deserve peace. Joshua Paul Turner is trying to take over my email address. What the
Wow.
What is it? Hold on, let me look. What is this?
That's who you have fighting your battles for you, Mikey?
Can't see this.
My God. Yeah.
I'm trying to take over the email address. No, Rex Jones that's James Jones's.
She was always defending Mike on the when she sent him messages through Messenger. She was always trying to defend him.
Always, yeah.
That she would speak to him and try to tell him that he's nobody can understand him and all this stuff. But that's when I knew she was affiliated with him. That's why you got your wicked ass put it out as my friends list and blocked.
So Rex Jones says they have no love foundation. All they have is lies and deceitfulness. Dana says BS on him. He is trying to take over my email address. Look at this. How is he going to deny this? Because my name is not Paul Turner. What the heck? Michelle McGuire, which I'm sure is another fake. It says not at all. Then Chris Clough. Here he is over there. And his profile is a rat. So that works out. He says, well, it's PRT encouraging violence. That's for sure. Not surprised. Yeah, Clough, you're the one that's mad because you were running around with a dude and getting tattoos for him. And then Geyer, he's a sicko, dude, in my opinion. He says, wow, that sounds just like this world-class fucktard I know. Constantly referencing books that nobody else has read is proof that what he's talking about is right. Yeah, I know it's supposed to be a possum that Clough has, but it's really a rat. It looks like a rat to me. And then here's Larry. Larry shows up. JT is that level idiot. And this is like hours ago, folks. This is hours ago that they were doing this, right? And so it's Michelle McGuire, which is Mike, says he's claimed a lot of shit that he's clearly full of it. Every time his tongue is smacking his top lip, he's lying. You don't even, and we know it's you, Mike, because you spelled lying Lieing.
You don't know how to spell, man.
Amazing.
Shifty eyes. Shifty eyes. Give it away.
He graduated 8th grade and thought he graduated high school.
He says, I can't face the camera head on because I'm looking at my screen, you freaking retard. Echoing blabber, Butterball, finally talking about himself. What's been happening and continues to happen is chunky butt nuggets can't handle the truth. What truth do you guys even have? Butt nuggets, sorry to burst your blobber, but the only one who's committed any crimes would be you. Yeah. Well, like I've said before, I'm no angel and I've come clean about everything I've done. My life has been an open book. That's more than I can say for any of them. They're all like Larry, my wife is on her knees 6 hours a day praying. Yeah, sure she is. Nobody's on their knees 6 hours a day praying. What are you? Are you a Benedictine monk?
Oh, we know that's not you, James.
It says here, so here's another group they made. PRT and their allies' lies exposed. Oh, okay. The more I look into this Madeline live tomorrow, I honestly get sick. This is so sick and twisted and full of just nauseous content. Adult content for sure. This one will never be forgotten.
Why don't you take your that psychosexual evaluation, Mike? You know, the one that the court suggested you take. Why don't you go ahead and take that?
Listen to this, folks. The more I look into this Madeline live tomorrow, I honestly get sick. This is so sick and twisted and full of nauseous content. Then why would you produce it? Ask yourself that. Why would you produce it? There it is right there. There it is. Read that. The more I look into this, that's Stephen Michael. That is Mike McKee. The more I look into this. So you're going to go on and character assassinate somebody and say all kinds of horrible, nasty, Tony's back. What's up, Tony? And say all kinds of horrible, nasty, horrible things. And then you're over here talking about how you're going to get sick. You're getting sick from it. Folks, if I'm over here character assassinating somebody and I'm getting sick from the content, how about we not do it? What do you think, Abe, Richard? Do you think that if there's a sick content, why would you do it?
I wouldn't be watching if it was sick.
Yeah, we know he's full of crap. So honestly, I don't have no kind of words to say about him.
We're the SS.
But you know, he's just ate up. He's ate up in the head, man. What I do have to say though is something that's real. In October, it'll be 3 years that your son has been taken away from you. 3 freaking years.
Is it 3 years?
3 years.
Man,
3 years.
Moving.
I've been keeping a tab on it. 3 years. The first year you said you were going to get it back. You wanted donations. You didn't get them. Second year came, which was last year, and you said you were going to get them. You still don't got them. You're going on the 3rd year. Like Anthony said, how come you don't take the psycho evaluation test if you really want your son in your life? How come you just don't take the test? What are you hiding? 3 years, Brother Josh, in October.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
it was in October.
Yeah. Or sooner than October when he got taken away. Probably in August. Let me see. No, September or October is when the son got taken away.
I mean, I know this. Like, I wouldn't be scared to take no psychosexual evaluation. I wouldn't be scared of it at all, and neither would anyone here. Nobody would be scared of taking a test like that.
It couldn't be. It couldn't. Is my mic not working?
No, it's right. I turned it down a little bit because you're like right up on it.
Oh, sorry. Well, that's how you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to talk into the mic.
Well,
Is it an insult to compare people to the greatest fighting unit that there's ever been in the history of warfare?
Well, don't get too with that because they're always trying to say that we're Nazis.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I should just wear a peace mock next time.
You know what's crazy though is that they say this crazy stuff, but I don't. Okay, let me do the math. The conference was in 2023, the second conference. Mm-hmm. That Abe was at. 2023, that was Labor Day weekend. So 2023, 2024, 2024, 2025. No, it's coming up on 2 years. But his son wasn't taken away 3 years ago. It couldn't be, Abe. I think
it's 3 years ago, Brother Josh.
I don't think
I remember. So. Yeah, he was already gone.
It hasn't because this thing he started with the Peterson Damon thing came in the 3rd or 4th week of September. It was a couple weeks after the conference because he stepped it up after that.
The Peter Davidson had already happened a year before that.
No, it happened right after the conference, Abe.
Yeah, because right after the second conference is when all this stuff popped off.
Yeah, so it's only been like 2 years.
Peter Davidson had happened like already. It's been a while, man.
Yeah, it's been a couple years, but it wasn't 3. It couldn't have been 3.
It's been 3.
I don't know when it got taken away. When that first happened, that thing with his kid, whatever, I was like, that had nothing to do with me. And he tries to tell everybody that I was involved in some big conspiracy. No mother effer. That I hate to be mad and cuss, but fuck you, dude. You're a liar, dude. I had nothing to do with that. He tells everybody that. And he's convinced some people in this community, some actual real people, some stupid ass people. They're stupid to believe it. that he's being set up. Like, what the? You can't get the state of Oklahoma to do anything. Why would you? I mean, like, and he's still not, whatever, dude. It just doesn't make any sense. You can lie all you want, Mike. Mike, I'm going to put the offer out there to you, to Clough, to Larry, to even Dana and that crazy gaywad Chris Geyer. Any one of you little fuckers wants to come and debate me, we'll go to Rumble. You bring your facts, and we'll bring ours. I'll fight all of you at one time. You can all come and fight me by myself. And I will absolutely wipe the floor with you, with your lies, and stop trying to pretend like we're trying to hurt you or physically. There's nobody doing nothing to you. Shut up. Stop that. Stop saying that. I don't need to fight you physically to defeat you. You're spiritually, demonically obsessed and possessed people. The offer is there if you want to come on the show. Any one of you who wants to paint this weird narrative that wants to change the truth, the facts, bring it. Bring your facts. Let's see your facts. I promise you it won't be pretty, folks. Sean asks, Shania asks, what is Rumble? Rumble is another alternative where you can, similar to YouTube, yeah, like James said, similar to YouTube, and you can go on YouTube and but you can say a lot more.
It's a lot less restrictive.
And I'll lay it out there. This is the first time on YouTube that I've just laid it all out there. And of course the rats show up, Clough and Larry. Y'all are rats. You're turds. You destroyed my friendship with Barton, and Barton but it's his own fault. He went along with it. And I pleaded with him that day. I said, you need to listen to reason. This is not me. He wanted it. He wanted to fight. And I was like, dude, you're making a big mistake. I said, you're going to hurt yourself. You're going to hurt us. She said, nothing good is going to come of this. He really was convinced that he was going to be able to take everything from me. And why? We could make this community such a better place. Instead, they want to turn it into a cesspool.
They had I don't know why they had a habit. All of them, the same habit the Stephen Michael has, and it was drug habit. That's why the 20 here, 20 there is because they want to get the next high. You can see Michael where I got a couple of pictures where he's all tweaking and shit.
Yeah, we saw him last night.
And we know that Chris tweaks also because he's confessed to it, that he would smoke the crack pipe and all.
Oh
that.
yeah, Clough.
Cluffington. That's what they have in common.
That's one of the things he told us. He told us that
Who was the guy that said that he thought he was messing with his girlfriend or with his wife?
You're talking about
the Dark Waters.
Yeah, you're talking about what's his name from Oklahoma. Yeah, that guy.
He said that
he told us that he thought that Clough. He told me that Clough had an affair with his ex. Yeah, he told us
they were doing drugs together.
They were doing drugs together. When he would drive a truck through there, he would see her because he was real close with that girl. Because when she turned on us and got a bunch of people to go after us because of him, because he went to her and got her stirred up. And that's when he said, hey, that's proof right there that she's, yeah. So that's what's messed up. When you sit there and you look at all of this piece by piece, you can see what they did and how they were doing it. And many of them defected and said, hey, yeah, we were a part of this. They talk about conspiracies, dude. They're the ones that went into a conspiracy for this, not us. And they're over there saying a bunch of crap as we're on the show. They're stalking us, watching. Nobody watches their show. They watch ours. They're stalking us, not the other way around.
Yep.
And saying the most ridiculous things. And that was another thing that Clough did that morning. Clough, it's true. It's true. I got 4 witnesses, dude, that heard you. You said you were addicted to crack. Did he not say that?
Yeah.
Yep. He said
I think
that.
one time he sent a message while I was doing a live that he was in Dallas at a truck stop, that he was high as fuck, and he was apologizing and all this stuff, but he was saying it with a fake profile. They was high on some shit.
And see, that's the other thing I wasn't even going to bring up, but he's over there talking shit. So whatever. I mean, you know, and it's
You think you'd learn to shut up at some point?
yeah,
dude.
just keeps
Just
digging the
shut
hole.
up, moron. You fat dumb moron.
You don't talk like this, and you can't even speak Spanish for real, though, dude. Like who talks
He
like that?
reminded me of the guy that was with Burt Reynolds. What was it? The guy's name that was this the fat guy with a beard. From Cannibal Run.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Ah, damn, what was that guy's name? God, I'm trying to remember.
You know what I'm talking about? Let me
Yeah.
see. I'll find it. Yeah, that's what he reminds me of, man. But that guy was funny, so I'm kind of disrespecting him.
Yeah, he's
You know, 'cause he was funny.
Puff's not a funny guy, not at all.
No,
Dom DeLuise, somebody just said.
there we go.
There you go. Yeah, yeah. If Dom DeLuise talked like that,
Yeah,
that guy was
crack's a hell of
funny.
a drug.
crack.
Yeah, and there's no other drug that'll put you into a psychosis quicker than that shit. Maybe meth. But
Meth and crack.
6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Well, he did both. He did both, and he told us a weird story that morning about that was the other thing he said, something about he lived in an apartment and he was supposed to be like the maintenance guy or something,
I think so.
and then he got told to leave because he was smoking crack, and they had to kick the door down to get him to leave. It was a bunch of weird. I didn't want to hear all this shit, you know, and you know it's the truth, Mr. Clough. You can say what you want, but that's what you told me that morning. And you can say you didn't say it. You can lie or do whatever it is that you want to do. That's what happened.
That's what they all have in common, man. Is a drug. The other people that were steal your medications and just to get a high, you know, and when they stayed at your house and we know corn on the cob is on some shit, you know. The way he tweaks and he's always asking for $20 here and there.
The only reason I even said anything about that person's taking that was because he claimed that I was running around with a big old bag of drugs I'm addicted to.
Dang.
Yeah, he said that, and I'm like, really? Because your wife is the one that took the right here in the studio. I had a prescription right there. It was right here, and it got swiped.
Yeah, somebody that's
for real?
a thief, or that's addicted to something. You invite them in your home, you're gonna wind up missing stuff out of your house.
Yep, every time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they literally can't help themselves. It's the demon of thievery.
But hey, guys, it's coming out with proof. They're coming out with proof that we're bad. We're the bad, wrong, badong people.
Yeah,
That's us. So, folks, I'm going to run. Just let me see if they've made any other silly posts here. Let me go and look.
probably not. They're getting high right now, brother Josh.
They'll come out with like a picture of you in stovetop jack boots or something.
What?
A
Stove-
picture
They're
of
not
you in
making nothing right now.
stovetop jack boots.
Stovetop jack boots.
You're not gonna catch. They're going to come out between 2 and 4 because they're going to get high. They're getting high right now. Crackheads, man.
If you go to PRT News and you watch the video of Jessica and Mike,
Stove.
dude, you have to see what it is crazy, dude. So they're over there like, that's crazy. They're over there basically saying that there's a demon that has attached itself to Jessica. I kid you not. It's the video is on PRT News.
Named Jeremy, or what is it? The name
Jerome.
Jeremy.
There is a
Jerome.
demon that follows her around named Jerome.
They call him Tyrone.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what they were saying earlier, and Mike was laughing because
He
it's
was
him
making fun of
messing
her.
with him.
Yeah.
It's him messing with him.
Mhm.
He's probably with the one messing with Dana Ortega's Gmail, and he's laughing about it.
And calling him, but that name though, it says Paul Turner on there. Who the hell? Like, why? That's there again. It's like the thing that happened with Barton. I was like, Why would I use my real name to go mess with you if I was going to mess with you? If I was going to be sabotaging, subterfuge, whatever,
Subversive.
be a saboteur,
We
you're not
already
going
know
to
who
use
it is.
Hammer of Austin.
That's Dirty Ike messing with him. He's got him in control. You know,
Yeah.
they're drinking that Kool-Aid from the camp.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They love the Kool-Aid. There it is.
Spiky.
He hears voices on the phone with Jessipo. That's what we call Jessipo, yeah. She claims she was in the military too, but when was this? That had to be at least 150 pounds ago.
Wow.
I mean,
That's a lot of stolen valor. Right
it had to be a lot of frozen pizzas and ice cream ago because, good God, dude, look at this woman.
and she lied on that too, because
You know, like,
if you're in basic training, the time I was in basic training, I never went. I mean, they do have the church, but it's a non-denominational, which means there's no religion.
yeah.
So they just get the chaplain to speak. They don't send you to different things like she claims, you know. Well, I went to the WIC and they don't got that. Not that I know of. Now it's changed, but and then she wants to call herself a Christian. Yeah, get out of here, pinche bruja panzona.
What's
Y'all want a
Sure.
translation?
You heard of the Navy
Bad
SEAL? She was a Navy walrus.
Amazing. That was a good one, bro. That was great.
Gravy
Well
seal?
done.
Yeah.
Well done,
Oh.
sir. Well done.
Meal Team 6.
Mill Team 6. Yeah, dude. Sailor says, watch your fingers, though, because you did a lot of stovetop there.
That's
for
a good one,
These-
man.
these-
She was in the Girl Scouts, but she was the entire platoon by herself.
Oh my
It's just like,
god!
you're like,
Yeah,
you can
look
only
at
go
this.
over here with your imaginary demon friend that it's not really imaginary. And because when the story she was trying to peddle to me at the conference, maybe it's true. I thought she was lying because she was like doing this with her eyes. When somebody's talking to you and their eyes are going like,
Well,
yeah,
She's
yeah,
always
yeah,
looking to the sides, but she's lying.
yeah. So
Or they look
that's
down and
probably
left.
down and to the left, huh? Like down to the left. But she
Yeah.
was doing this, like her eyes were going here, going there, like darting around. And she was telling me about this creature that to me looked like the way she described it was the little dude from Harry Potter, the little house elf, Dobby. No, for real, it did. I told you.
So I was reading some.
Oh, I thought you were laughing about what I'm saying. I'm saying because I'm being honest. I mean, that's what it looked like, or that's what she made it sound like. And then it was actually, I don't even want to say this, but when I was talking to, a good friend of ours, let's put it that way. I don't want to drag them involved, but she's a female friend of ours. And she was like, what if she's just a Harry Potter fan?
Mm-hmm.
And sure enough, she's a Harry Potter fan. And that's what I thought. I thought it then, and I think it now. That
Cool.
Dobie, the house elf, was probably, but then again, that could be the demon. That could be Jerome. That could be what she's seeing. I mean, who knows? And maybe this demon, makes her eat. And I'm not trying to be funny. People laugh. They think it's a
Yeah,
joke.
the-
I'm
The
serious.
demon of gluttony. Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, there's demons that'll get on you. They're parasites. Demons are parasites, and they
I
can
mean, they
make you.
feed your desires, right? Or they force you to. Yeah. So it makes sense.
She probably eats a lot of sugar.
I was going to say
Demons
her
crave
desire
sugar.
is ice cream.
I just want to read
Yeah,
what Wedge said.
I seen no boy laughing all wicked, man. He was laughing all wicked on the video.
Oh
That
yeah,
boy,
his
oh my
laugh is
God.
evil. He's like,
He was laughing all wicked, man. He's got all these people brainwashed.
Wedge
I
said,
mean, they're not
well, she didn't-
brainwashed. They're just idiots like him,
Wedge put, well, she didn't say what army. Salvation Army is an army too.
maybe that's why she hates Abe so much because I bet you anything she did go to the army and probably didn't make it through boot. I'm willing to bet anything she didn't make it through boot because she was probably overweight. Now, if you're overweight, they'll put you in the PT division. They do. They'll put you in the PT.
It's as big as she is, and she's talking about Jerome. There's got to be a Tyrone and all kinds of others. So maybe she was in a different kind of army.
Yeah, I think if she was,
what is it called? The Soul Train Army?
Yeah. The Kiss Army.
I can tell you this right now. I don't. I'd like to see her military. Let's show us your military records and
Yes.
show us pictures of you when you were in this wonderful military you were in.
Show me your DD-214.
Yeah, the DD-214, because she was probably like in the. She had to do the physical training because she was probably out of shape.
I don't think she ever graduated basic.
No,
because she didn't say any duty stations or nothing. Not as just another stolen valor story. I'm thinking that's what it could be. Stolen valor story.
She probably did go. She probably went to Fort Benning, and then when she was supposed to do jump school, she just fell. She just splat. The drill sergeant was like, "Get her out of here. Where this person cannot be in the army."
She tried to do jump school, but the plane couldn't take off.
They're like, jettison some weight, and we'll never make it to Cybertron.
She's amphibious, man, because she's a hippo.
Hey, she put
kind of like a 577. There was a 577 that's got a bulge pump where you could take the water out of the hole, and you could actually go across the lake with a bulge pump floating. She don't need a bulge pump.
Yeah, she put the mess in mess hall.
Yeah,
dude, when she fell in that video, dude, honestly, I felt bad for her, dude, when she fell, because her own daughter was like, ew, get out the way, ho, get out the way. Her daughters are like a real ratchety boy. She would just like, my mama fell. Like, she did not care about her mom falling at all. I mean, it was just like, oh, well, it was horrible. I mean, and I was like, I didn't even laugh about it. I just felt bad. I was like, oh, man. And then she's over there on her channel. She gets trolled by Mike. And I'll never forget. I was sent a clip, and it said, "I just kicked Josh Turner out of the chat." Her channel, I don't even know what the hell her channel is called. I could not even tell you the name of it. It's called. It starts with an A. I know that. It starts with an A.
Nobody cares.
It's like and not animal. Damn it! Don't tell me. I can think of it if I try. Fuck. It's something about magic. I know that. It starts with an A.
Astral?
Maybe that's what it is. It's called, no, it's not. I don't think it's Astral. It's called like, it's Astral Paranormal, something like this. It starts with an A. I know that. Anyways,
Aqua something.
Huh?
AC something. Their channel.
What is it? A crane?
A Paranormal or some crap.
Something.
Arcane.
There you go. It's called Arcane.
Arcane,
Folks, you can go look. This person, and they made some video talking a bunch of shit. Yeah. Who gives a? I don't give a shit. Go look. Act like we're hiding from them or something.
I heard she was in the front lines in 2 different occasions. At Luby's in the Golden Corral.
James says, is her channel called Astrill?
Amazing done.
Probably. But she's got a channel and it's called Arcane or something like that. And it's she fell and I was just like, oh, that's horrible. And and of course Mike, he trolls her on her own channel. I know it's him. We can't prove it, but I know it's him. And she's like over there, oh yeah, Josh Turner's trolling me. Lady, your channel's got 20 people in there. Like, what? Why would I go mess with you? Why would I want to mess with you? And where would you find the time to do this shit? Where would you find the time to do this? I had a phone call with you the other night, Richard. And like I told you, dude, it's hard for me to get time to even do that, to talk to you.
Yeah.
And folks, the phone call was because we still cannot figure out a way to send Richard the money. Like they donated that money that day, so I was just going to give you $100.
I love you guys. I love you guys.
I love you too, man. We want to give you the money somehow, but you don't have the communist ass Canada.
Canada sucks.
God,
Canada
I'm
does suck,
thinking South Park had the right idea. Invade Canada. What the hell?
Yeah, for real. Make us the 51st state, please. Please.
Man, I'm telling you. So we got to figure out a way to get this guy his money. Get him whatever. I don't know what to do. So we got to get you a PayPal. We got to get you a PayPal. And then I'll send you some.
It keeps coming up as error every time I try and get into it.
Doesn't make any sense.
Can you make a new one?
Yeah, make another one.
Yeah, I should just make a new one then. Yeah.
So Richard, I told Richard he's got to come move down to Texas. This is
no
where it's
kidding.
at right now. Texas is happening, man. I'm telling
No
you.
kidding.
But damn, it sucks. It sucks because I'd hate to see people suffer. And poor Richard, he's over here not having food and stuff. And here's Jessica.
Well, it's not that bad, but I appreciate it. The food's so expensive. Do you know how much it costs for a kilogram of steak here?
Well, you'd have to
You have to
turn
use
that,
American numbers.
turn that into pounds for us. Well, I know, but you
Okay,
can
so
turn-
2.2 pounds is $68.
Mhm.
Oh wow.
That's
So that's
unbelievable.
That's about $75 American
What? For one
Yeah.
steak?
Yep.
for 2 pounds of steak,
You got a bow and arrow?
right?
You said 68. Now, Canada, it would be 68 would be American dollars would be less because,
less?
yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, I was thinking the other way. Yeah, so it'd be what, 50 some, 60.
What is the
$50?
exchange ratio, guys? When y'all look it up.
Let's see.
And Lawrence says 2.2 pounds is a kilo. Yeah, but we're looking at a pound steak, like if you're 16-ounce steak, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, it's a kilogram of 2.2.
We don't deal in heathen.
Hey, look, there you go. Salem Nemesis. I forgot about Western Union. I think my wife said that the other day. What about Western
okay.
Union?
All right, perfect.
I could do Western Union. I could go to the Walmart. I never go in that place, but I could go in there
I
for you.
appreciate it.
I'll take
Thank you, Sailor. Thank you,
Nelly. Nelly had said something about that the other day. I just try to avoid Walmart at all costs.
Yeah, fair enough.
So
I don't like giving my money to China.
Yeah.
so $1 Canadian is 73 cents. here.
73 cents. I was going to say 75, something like that.
So like $100 American will be like 8 million Canadian.
No, it would be
Let's see.
100,
136 Canadian
yeah,
dollars.
100, yeah.
Holy crap, eh?
Yeah. So if
Talk
you're
about-
looking at $68, he said $68, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So 68,
68 Canadian dollars.
yeah.
Yeah.
Zelle. Well, we tried Zelle. We couldn't do it either.
Yeah, none of
Oh.
those work in Canada. None of those money changing things.
Okay, here's something I didn't know. Western Union is online too.
Okay.
So we might be able to do, if you make a Western Union, we might be able to do it like that. Boom.
All right, I'll do that. Actually, I'll do that after this.
So poor Richard can eat. We call you
I
poor
know,
Richard.
finally. I can afford 3 pounds of steak.
So you can't go eat Tim Hortons.
Oh God. So they did a commercial where they said, do Canadians really know what's in their coffee?
Do you?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Talk about Satan telling you what he's doing. Do Canadians really know what's in their coffee?
Oh, wow. What was the point of that?
Right? Mocking you. Satanic mockery. My buddy Tom showed me that, and I was just like, are you freaking kidding
They're
me,
living
bro?
under communism, dude.
Yeah. It's Sing Hortons now. Yeah.
Sing
Yeah.
Hortons?
Well, it's completely employed by Indians at this point. It's
Oh, wow.
really bad. They've done a number, man. They've done a number. Well, the government pays half their wages, right? So if you were a small business owner, you literally cut wage costs in half. And it's funny what you're talking about the sugar earlier and all the confectionaries, how it's really, you see the people that are standing in line chomping at the bit to get a donut, and it's like, what in the hell has happened to everybody? What in the hell? Like the obeseness is absolutely killing everybody, man.
Mhm. Everybody's eating sugar, way too much sugar.
Pure sugar and just GMO wheat that they use for the batter, and it's awful.
Oh, not to mention the
Awful.
plastic.
Yeah, exactly. You think that's icing? Yeah, right.
It's all sugar, yeah.
Yeah,
It's colored
microplastic.
sugar.
Yeah,
Well, I
exactly.
know,
Colored
man,
sugar
that-
to plastic, yeah.
That icing might be coming from corn on the cob.
There's a movie out
That
that,
was a nice
my
one over
wife
there.
wants to watch. It's called Clowns Corn. Was it Clowns of the Cornfield?
Yeah.
And when she said that, she goes, "I want to watch this movie, Clowns of the Cornfield." I said, "Honey,
I've
I don't
seen
want
it.
to see a documentary about Ike."
I've seen that movie.
Don't
it
tell
good?
me about. Don't tell
Just
us.
say, is it good? Is it
No,
good?
spoiler. No spoilers.
All right, no spoilers.
We
All
got
right.
to watch it. We got to Clowns of the Cornfield. I know there's another werewolf out too called The Cursed. I
Yeah.
think it's called The Cursed. It's coming
Yep.
out. Yeah, for sure. Clowns of the Cornfield. There you go.
Amazing.
Well, guys, I really got to run, man. I got to go. Tony, we got to go back out and finish our jobs here because we had somebody running the patrol, and they're like, "I'm tired. I'm hungry," and I'm like, "Look, honey, do your job. All right." My wife.
Yeah, I didn't go to do it.
Go to sit down. I'm like, no. You keep working. I don't care if your back is hurting.
Anthony let me borrow
Oh,
the warm
my God.
noodles,
This is
so I
a
just chased
50-50
Nelly around.
partnership. Lift those bricks.
Right.
A deal's a deal. I remember when they tried to turn me and Nelly against each other, it was laughable. They're like, he abuses her. She's been abused by him. And then they're like, I'm rooting for Nelly. Like, dude, what are you rooting for? The woman that's been putting a foot in your ass. You know, it's like what they don't understand is I don't even have to mess with this crap, dude. I got people who are just after them already. And that Sparky guy, man, God bless him, dude.
Yeah.
He tore that dude up.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was watching that and I was laughing so hard. He goes, "What's that? What's that?" Sparky's like, "It's nothing." It's absolutely.
I was gonna say,
it's
what is
absolutely-
one thing that every story has in common? No matter what paranormal. Well, normally, if they're in the forest, there is no sound anywhere. There's not birds chirping. There's not frogs.
Not
going crazy.
always.
Really.
Not always.
I found it to be more silent than if there was really something out there. It wouldn't be that noisy though.
Well, whenever you get a story, you just throw it into the wrong pile. You don't care.
Well, you have a horrible filing system.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let me pause this camera real quick. Hold on. Ignore the sounds. How dare you? Okay. Who made a file for Mummy?
That was probably Sal.
Well, yeah, you're right about that. He did. I was going to say, I thought it was you, but there was no mummies.
I made
in
some
there.
dumb files.
There was a file.
but I
Okay.
didn't make all of them.
No, there was a file in there with a cat, with a mummified cat. And the only thing about this, guys, this is not even, this is true. I'm not even joking. This PRT after hours, right? Yeah,
Did it look like this?
it looked like Lion-O, right? No, I thought it was you
Mummy?
all this time. I thought it was you, honestly, but I think
the
you're
mummy
right.
one. I didn't make.
No,
the mummy
you didn't
one.
make the mummy. Okay, it was
The one you said before. I did make. That was okay.
Okay, yeah, okay. But what I'm talking about is I go in there, read this encounter. And Dick, it's funny because it was from Toronto, Canada, right?
Okay.
Right. And the only thing about this mummy story was that the woman had her cat mummified on accident.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what happened? Yeah, dude, it was a weird story. Well, that part is weird. I haven't ever told the story because there's not really much to it. And this was like 5 years ago, right? When we got this story. I think it was like 2021. Oh, it might be 2021, right? So I look at this encounter, and I'm not laughing at the lady, but when they buried her cat, they wrapped it up, right? Yeah. And she was like, I didn't know that my kids had done that. Right. They had wrapped it up because it had been raining or something like that, I guess. But I still don't understand why they did it.
Okay.
So they put it in like a shoebox, right, Tony?
Mm-hmm.
They put it in a shoebox and it had holes in it.
I remember because you told me how weird it was.
Yeah.
In case it wasn't dead.
Yeah. And so no, I don't know. It was weird. So the cat goes into the ground. I told Tony, I said, go look at this. Is weird. Like, so we all read it, right? And I wasn't trying to make fun of her, but she was very honest. She was very honest. Her name was like Lindsay or something like that. But she's like, my children, but her children were not little kids. They were like in their 20s. So her son and her son and her daughter did this. She was a mom because she didn't want to have to do it. She didn't want to cremate it. So they're like, well, let's bury the cat. Right. The cat's name was, here's another weird thing. The cat's name was Timothy.
Uh-huh. Of course.
Yeah. Timothy, right? Or no, it wasn't. Was it Tim? Yeah, it was.
Mm-hmm.
It was. Okay. There was another woman that had a pet, but it wasn't a cat. It was the name was Jeremiah. I can't remember what kind of animal it was. But anyways, it was a guinea pig. There was a guinea pig named Jeremiah. So those two stories kind of confuse me, because their names, are very weird. But anyway, this cat was buried in a shoebox. The way it ended up being, and they ended up like putting some cement down, and they built like this little thing in the back there. Like 20 years go by. And this thing, they do like a renovation. So they break up the cement and the workers find the mummified cat. Dude, and you're going like, what are the odds? So when I hear all this and I'm reading the story, I called her and I said, hey, so what is the story about? The story is about a ghost, but it had nothing to do with the cat at all.
It was just a weird thing that
it was just a weird thing. It was like a mummy of a cat.
I won't take credit for that one.
Got thrown into a file under mummy.
I'll take credit for goat. I did that. I'm not gonna lie about that one. How
many stories do we get about goat?
Well, I don't know. It was like I thought like goat and goat man. I don't know. I think I was just being lazy, but it was supposed to be goat man.
Yeah.
But I thought you also already had a file for goat man.
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah, we sure did.
Could you imagine Could you imagine the poor construction laborer that pulled that box out and opened it
Oh,
out?
man.
Fuck?
They thought they were on an Egyptian tomb.
For real, they think they found gold or something.
Freaking cat. When she told me, I said, no. I asked her. I said, look, I got to ask you this, Lindsay. I said, did this cat? It was because in the story it said that there was a mummified cat. It wasn't a real big.
Poor mittens.
And I said, what happened to this? She goes, oh, my cat Timothy. And I was like, and you don't want to laugh at somebody. You can't do that.
Yes. Well,
So I was sitting there going like, I said, you named him Timothy? She's like, yes. My son had a really good friend, and they named the cat after the guy's son, like his best friend's son. Named it Timothy. Yeah.
So one guy has a son, the other has a cat.
And that was so bizarre. And then she finds out later on that her son, he had some issues. Like he was, and she's like, well, I didn't know it at the time. And, it turns
he
out
got vaccinated. Yeah.
I don't say things like that about my
Sorry.
people here, man. Because, I don't want, but the son had some mental issues she didn't know. And admittedly, the story wasn't that, I thought it was like it involved the cat. Like I thought the cat was, because it was mummified or something. It was, running around going, cat had nothing to do with anything.
But it caught your eye, though.
Yeah. Well, what happened though when they tore down the foundation, and when she talked about that part, I told her, go back, because she was just kind of breezed over. Like, wait a minute, you had a mummified cat in there, But they found like these artifacts, that were native. And that could have been what led to the haunting. But the haunting wasn't, we're talking about it, but it wasn't that bad. I mean, it was, wasn't like, not like it was a good one, but
I was hoping you were going to say like Mittens rose from the grave and was like walking around in the mummy gear and stuff like that. Like
Mittens?
that would have been awesome.
Let's get it right.
All right.
Timothy?
You're not going to misname him there, Dick.
Don't be talking about Timothy like that. And I asked her, I said, where did the name Timothy come from? She goes, my friend's, my son's friend's, my son's friend's son.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, was named Timothy. I was like, was? Did something happen to him? She goes, no, he's a grown man now. I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Name me a cat after a live.
If you had to go back and look up some of the goofiest emails, like there are some.
Yeah, there's some weird ones.
Oh, I couldn't imagine some of the crap you guys have gotten.
There's one that we can't say.
Yeah, I'm not even,
absolutely bizarre.
I think I know which. Okay, this is a snake one.
No, this is Dogman one.
There was one with a snake. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, no, because that guy, he had me and Nelly going.
Yeah.
He had us going until he said that thing wanted to breed with him, and I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Come on. That right there, Nelly's like, block that guy, get rid of him. He's weird. And then he got from another account. He started like, but he messaged Bettina too, and Bettina's like, you know how she talks. She's like, John, do you know this guy from Massachusetts is talking about? I was like, oh. And then there was another guy that me and Vic dealt with, the lemur guy. Boy, he stalked the shit out of me and Vic. Boy, he was after us. Like, and Vic's like, Vic would get aggravated when he would, that guy, he just would, his voice would start cracking. That dude trolled the shit out of us. He was so mad. He was so mad because I told him, I said, I don't think that's a dog, man. It's a prehensile tail. So we had the 1 year anniversary show, and we had Ken Gerhardt on, and Lyle Blackburn came on, whatever. Vic was on with me. That guy started spamming the chat. You guys are a piece of shit. You look as
Amazing.
after I got off, and I think it was Ken or Lyle, one of them, they're like, man, that guy was mad. I was because he wanted us to believe that he had been attacked by a dog man, but it sounded like a lemur, like a tail that had like rings on it. If I say it, he'll probably jump up and start talking.
It was like that tall.
No, he said it was big, but it was like, me and Vic were trying to figure out like what it could be. So when I described, if I remember correctly, I described it to, it might've been Sibylla. It was somebody that could, I think it was Sibylla. It was somebody that could draw. And they were like, this sounds like a lemur. So that's what I said. And the guy was so mad. He threatened me, that guy. He was like, I'll F you up, man. And I'm like, dude, first of all, you're not going to fuck me up. Shut up. Stop talking silly. But second of all, you're describing a giant lemur. That's what it is. And then there was a woman that she sent me no less than 20 something emails, long emails, all of Tony's already laughing. He already knows what this is. All of these were about her pet gecko who could speak.
Yeah.
No bullshit. Yeah. No, it started in 2020 during the pandemic. She was a character, and she was just like, you're not gonna. She started off with the emails. She's like, you will never. It started off, lizards are smarter than we thought. I saw the headline. I thought, oh, reptilians, So I go in there, I start reading it, and I'm like, what the freaking hell?
What did their gecko have to say?
Oh my gosh! I gave it to my brother. I told my brother, I was like, dude, read this.
You're not gonna believe it. It tried to sell her car insurance.
She's probably listening to like going like, I'm gonna go listen to Mike now.
Told her to wear a mask.
Yeah. No, she was from West Virginia. West Virginia. And I thought this woman was just, a kind old woman that just was a little confused, maybe a little confused,
A little.
Yeah, because, pets, animals can they possessed. I'm not joking. Demons do that. They will mess with people's
absolutely.
animals. But this woman was talking to this animal. It gave her predictions about the stock market that came true. I was like, hey,
fuck up.
Tell Sam. His name was Sam. I said, tell Sam that I want to know.
Told her to invest in Bitcoin and shit. Yeah, says, exactly.
The way that it communicated, though, it would just say words. Words. She said it was a lot like spirit boxing.
Tesla.
Which was weird. Tesla. No, she did. That's kind of what she said. That's weird. Did you talk to her? No.
No.
So she goes, it wasn't like a long sentence. It would just say random words. And so she put two and two together, and when she put money in the stock market, she didn't say what, but she said that what made and so I was nice about it. I said, okay. So I showed D, I said, my brother, and she says, I said, can I ask permission? I said, can I show someone this emails? Are they on your team? I said, yeah, it's my brother. I showed him. And boy, he told Scorpion and Tony and Anthony, everybody, and I said, don't tell nobody because I want, and then he tells everybody. And I just said, look, don't say it on the internet, right? And then so she said, I don't care. You can use my name. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to do her like that. But I just thought, this is not. But she had like long emails of this thing talking to her, saying words. So I asked her, I said, have you ever heard of Jeff, the mongoose?
The gecko?
Yeah. No, Jeff was a mongoose in Britain. I think it was the Isle of Man or something like that, I think. And she goes, yes, I've heard of him. Yes, absolutely. And it's just like that. And I thought, okay.
I know the show Ed, the Talking Horse.
Yeah, Mr. Ed. So
Mr.
I
Ed?
came to the conclusion that she probably hallucinated, maybe, and then she probably read about Jeff, and so she said, "Hey, you know what? I have a talking gecko." The gecko, as time went on, the emails got more aggressive. She became more like, Sam doesn't like you. He says to not talk to you, that you're a wicked man that laughs at me.
Unbelievable.
And
Oh,
I was
shit.
like, okay, I said, you know what? I'm going to cut off the communication with this person because it became more, it wasn't funny. It wasn't positive. And then it was basically that I was supposed to die in 2022.
Oh,
That's
man.
what she said.
So much for that.
Yeah. And had an exact date too. It was like in May. And I was like, wow. And then it didn't happen, obviously. And she kept pushing the date back. And I just said, I'm not talking to you anymore. So that was weird. And that ended up in the reptilian file. Now, who put it in there? It wasn't me.
Could have been anybody.
Oh, yeah, sure it was.
Hey, it was a talking gecko. You saw the headline. What was I supposed to do?
Maybe the gecko did it. Put it in
Yeah,
there.
exactly. And
The
my
gecko's
dog
like,
told
you don't want to save money on car insurance. This is what happens.
right. And my dog told me to invest in Norfolk Grumman.
Well, the son of Sam, that's a funny coincidence. Sam, the son of Sam, told him to go.
That's freaking scary. That was
Yeah.
a scary story, dude. That was a
shoot
real.
people.
That Summer of Sam movie's terrifying.
It is a creepy thing, right? Susan of New Jersey says, then the emu showed up. Emu.
You're not going to believe it. Banjo's telling me to invest in IAMS.
I do got a story about, since we're talking about, how about a cricket?
What?
A black cricket.
Yeah.
I got a story for you. Is something that happened to me when I was a kid. I was probably like at that time frame, like around 7. I was playing in the backyard. It was summer and it was hot as hell. Playing in the backyard, and I hear somebody talking to me. So I'm
Jiminy.
looking around. I don't see nobody, right? So as I heard my name being called again, and I look, and there's this giant black cricket, huge, got to be like 4 foot long cricket on top of a log. So I'm looking at the cricket, and the cricket is telling me to get near it. So I take one step close to the cricket, and it tells me to get closer. So I get closer, and I'm probably like 2 feet away from it, and I'm seeing the big cricket on the log. Then the cricket says, a little bit closer. So as I'm going to take another step closer to the cricket, I hear my grandmother say, get away from that. That's la cosa mala. Said that it's evil. So she grabs me and pulls me away from the cricket. When she pulls me away from the giant cricket that's there, it freaking, a puff of smoke disappears, and it smells like sulfur. And she told me, don't you ever get near anything like that. That's evil, and it literally disappeared in a puff of smoke.
Yeah.
But it was a giant cricket that was like 3-4 feet long. It was telling me, I'm thinking that it was trying to get me to get close to it so it could take me with it. And my grandmother,
that's not a
seen it.
cricket though. That's something huge, and you
Yeah,
would get
yeah.
stories about stuff.
Well,
like that.
it's a manifestation that it took.
It
But
is. Yeah, it's
me,
brujeria.
I seen a big black cricket.
Mhm.
My grandmother told me that it was evil. The one that pulled me away from there was the one that I was telling you about, where the goat man came, or the man
The
that with the
bruja,
goat
yeah.
man came. But she pulled me away, grabbed me, and yanked me. She
Do you
said,
think that your grandmother loved you, or do you and disliked everybody
"Well,
else?
she helped me that time. She yanked me away from it."
Yeah.
So, being around all that, I guess everybody was calling themselves brujas. If everybody was practicing the dark arts and stuff like that, in that town, or you fight against somebody trying to do something bad to you spiritually, that they're gonna think you're doing something like they are. So it becomes a spiritual warfare. But yeah, it was huge. And all these things that happen to me makes me who I am right now. That I'm aware of a lot of things can happen. So when you was telling me about when you was talking about the, what was it, a chameleon or a gecko?
The gecko.
It's possibly that what was actually happening to her is that the gecko was possessed, like you said, it had a unclean spirit in it, and she might have heard it, but at the same time, it was possessing her, especially when she was getting mad at you. That he had some kind of control over her.
I bet you
Yeah.
She was
anything there was
listening to
something demonic that was making that
and
thing to
believing
say.
in it.
I was gonna
What
say
she
it
was
might not
telling her,
even be
it
talking.
had already a grasp over her.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's probably straight
So
up
you-
demonic.
Giving
Well-
her stock picks and predicting the future and shit.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Well, my death, not really the future.
Yeah.
But then he
obviously
started
loved
saying that you were an evil person and all this.
Hmm.
So yeah.
Well, I was an evil person because I wouldn't accept her story about this, and I emailed her back a couple times, and I offered it. The offer was there. Put the thing on the phone with me. She act like I was joking. I'm not joking. I would love to hear this thing talk, but show me that it's actually talking. Right?
Hello, Josh.
Hello, my baby.
Hello, my darling. Yeah. Yeah, but what if you get it and you actually see it, talking over Skype? You know what I mean? Like, can you imagine that?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Because
Dude,
when
if
me
I
and my brother were interviewing those people from Serbia, and we did the Skype thing, and it was so hard to get. But where they lived in a really nice area, a nice place. It had once been just warfare. And this thing, it kind of, we saw something. I don't claim it as an experience, but it looked like something kind of manifested in the back. It was like a smoke, black. And I thought, oh, your house is on fire or something, but it wasn't. It was just a smoky thing, and it was gone. But yeah, that's a weird thing.
This kind of just came to me, but like it doesn't even necessarily have to be something on the actual gecko itself. It could just be on her, making her think it's talking, and it's just whispering a word to her.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, who knows?
Well, I asked her if it moved its mouth, and she said yes.
Oh, okay.
So,
Oh damn.
Interesting. Yeah, I had a buddy that was in the Yugoslavian war. He was in the entire thing, like Albania, Bosnia, Serbia, Yugoslavia, Croatia.
Yugoslavia was the country. It was Kosovo.
Yeah,
and then
Kosovo.
Albania came out
Yeah.
of it. Macedonia, Croatia, and
And
Serbia.
he was never in Macedonia, but he said that there was a lot of supernatural crap that happened in those days when all the killing was happening, all the genocidal madness
Yeah.
was happening, and there was just, he said, the average person became possessed. He said it was like, it wasn't the people you thought that were in the militias. It was like school teachers and bakers and all sorts of crazy crap, and that they were doing some of the weirdest, craziest crap that I've ever heard in my life that he was describing. I mean, it was, and the amount of kids that went missing and the amount of just crazy, crazy crap that was happening there was unbelievable. It was unlike any other war story I've ever heard.
And that castle that those people had, if you go back and you watch that episode of the Serbian Werewolf and you pay attention to that, it is incredible, the story itself, because they found that sarcophagus and then of course that Templar sword, which I don't know. I mean, when you interview those people, the woman, she was very unnerved by this entity and swore up and down that it was a real entity. It wasn't imagination, and it attacked one of their maids. And there was a portal. And Dick, you when you were on the show, you talked about, there was this green ball that swirled, and this thing came out of it and tried to grab that woman.
Wow.
Where was it going to do? What was it going to do? Drag her into another dimension?
Right.
Can you imagine that? I mean, it was terrifying. And she's like, when my husband is away, she's like, I walk around with a gun. I can't imagine that kind of terror, and it was just that thing manifested in their bedroom and was trying to open up a chest at the foot of the bed
To get that sword.
Yeah. And he shot at it. Because at first he was just kind of like, well, you're saying this. And then when he comes back again, the servant was like, yeah, well, this happened. And he's like, maybe she coached the servant to say that. Maybe my wife is she's gone cuckoo bananas. And then he saw it himself. And he told me when he began of the story, when he started telling me, he says, every detail that I'm going to tell you is absolutely true. Like he prefaced it to us with that. He said, please don't mock me or my wife. This is the truth. And this is absolutely the truth. And, and he told me. He's a very somber man. And when he talked, he'd kind of look down like this over his glasses. I mean, and I we Skyped and he told me, he says, look, this is the truth. We're not, when he would go into detail about this demon, the lights would go, and you're like, whoa, what the heck? But
Yeah, that's
yeah, crazy stuff, man. So we're gonna run, guys. Thank you for tuning in and sticking around as long as you did. I'm sorry that we got a little carried away at times and said some things about some people, but I've had enough of their shit, and I've had enough of their demonic ass entities that are on them. Get some help. That's all I can tell you. We told the truth. They didn't like it. They don't like it. They're never going to like it. It burns them. They don't like it. And now they're going to make some, smear thing about Maddie. This woman's been through enough already. Anthony's been through enough of their shit. And, Abe has been through enough of their shit. He's had enough. I've had enough. We've all had enough. They thrive on this war. They love it. And they love every aspect of hurting people and being mean and nasty. And these demons that are on them, dude, they're just moving from person to person, jumping around, and they just love to gossip and spread lies and whatever.
They're completely obsessed.
Obsessed. Yeah. It's very unhealthy.
That is. It's demonic.
Very, very unhealthy. Very demonic. And I don't know what their final end game is, other than that I think for Ike, it's very simple. He just wants to stay relevant. He wants to keep making money. And he doesn't believe he's ever going to get punished for the things that he's done. And he's done things. In my opinion, he's done a lot of things. And I think that he does need to be punished. And that's my opinion. And it is what it is.
I agree.
And yeah, like I said last night on Abe's show, go watch Wyatt Earp and the Cowboy War and look at Ike Clanton, and you'll see why we call him Ike. It has nothing to do with his name, with Mike. And one of the things he said on one of his little lives he did, he said, they call me Ike. It's kind of a spell. They're putting a spell on me by calling me Ike. And I'm like, this guy, dude, this guy is something else. And I'm like, a spell? Like, you don't know how to spell. That's
That makes sense, because wouldn't using your true name be more effective than giving you a nickname?
Yeah, he's just so full of crap, dude. And thank goodness for people who've left their camp and look, I'm done with their lies and their treachery and whatever. And God bless them too, because those people are the people that really, they have a conscience. Wendy Grisdala, and James Jones, those people who said, look, enough is enough. These people are nuts, and we're not going to be a part of it. And what does Ike do? He goes and makes an account of James Jones so he can, whatever, because he knows that we made peace. And he wants to keep it stirred up. He hates me with a passion. He hates Abe with a passion. He started all of this with that Peterson Damon. You did, Ike. I'm addressing you directly. You started all of this shit, and you were trolling everybody for a long time. You trolled us, Blondes and Booze. You've gone after a lot of people, Hellben Holler, Jerry and Ella Williams, Abe and Bettina. You did what you did. You've done what you've done. You've thrown rocks and claimed it's Bigfoot. You've done so many bad things to so many people, and you've hurt so many people, and you won't come clean. And even now, like Abe says, as long as you have air in your lungs, as long as you have breath in your lungs, you can still confess to God. You don't need to confess to me. You don't need to confess to, we're men. We're just people. But get on your knees and pray to God through Christ. You can do this. I know you have it in you, but I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I said it last night. I think that you're a sociopath. Those people, like I've said before, are born beyond redemption. Think about it. Sociopaths do not have the ability to do what?
feel.
So I'm
They
with you.
Yeah, they don't have feel. They don't have feelings. They don't feel like we do. So they're never going to be like, "Oh, I'm wrong." They don't have a guilt button that says, "Hey, I feel guilt." They don't love. They don't have compassion.
They have
When
no
you
inner
don't
monologue.
love, there's nothing reining them in. They don't have emotions like we do. So that's why I said they're born beyond redemption, because so the question is, why would God make people like that? Well, that's the thing. Those people are born like that. And that's why I say things like, I believe that we've had past lives, because those people keep getting thrown back into circulation. The evil does their thing too. Those people are definitely of the devil being Satan.
Yeah,
And
the
they come
terrorist
from their
one.
father, Satan, and they keep coming back. This guy may have been a Pharisee that persecuted Christ, for all we know. I mean, that's what I believe. You don't have to believe like I believe. I still love everybody, and I want everybody to be happy and blessed. But that's what I believe, and I think this guy's got that issue. And he is the cornerstone of their little community where they hate. It's based on hate. It is not about truth for justice for anybody. It's about hating us. And the fact that Clough and Larry, you guys keep going over there and being a party to this guy when you know absolutely what he was accused of. And Clough, you of all people know that there was no conspiracy, and you've joined in with this guy. You know damn well that there was no conspiracy against this man. You know that. You know the absolute truth. You know it. And your big problem that you have is because you sat down and opened your big fat mouth and said a bunch of crazy crap to me and to the guys that they heard you. And, now you're whatever. Was I flabbergasted? Yes, I was. And I still am. But, I didn't hold it against you. I just didn't want to be around you. That's it.
Maybe he's trying to go after somebody that in that camp, as a pervert that he is. Maybe he's trying to go after the daughter that's with corn on the cob.
I won't even speculate on that because I don't know if it's true. But I mean,
I'm just saying, as perverted as he is,
well, yeah, because he
was trying to come after Sister Madeline. I wouldn't doubt it.
Well, then again, he said he got a tattoo for a guy. So,
I'm still getting that Abe CS tattoo across my chest, bro.
The Iron Bear. You got to get the Iron Bear
Right
tattooed on your nipples there.
You get
what's the other guy? The other guy's name? The one that with the glasses, the pervert. That the guy
Gayer.
Yeah, he's gonna get Gayer tattoo on his chest. No, he's gonna get Gayer tattoo.
Gayer, sorry.
Gayer on his left ass cheek.
Oh, he spelled it wrong.
Dude, I'll say this before we bounce here. He made a meme of me that was so disgusting that even Roger, with his fake account, Roger had that fake account in there, was like, "Can you please remove that?" Like Roger's the kind of guy that would cut me or Barton's skin and dance around in it by the moonlight, like Ed Gein, right? And he was so disgusted by that meme because the meme was me sitting there kind of laughing, like, with my mouth open. And Geyer he was standing there with, he's a big, fat, ugly gay dude, right? He's just like, you haven't earned it. Like he's trying to say that I'm going to blow him or whatever. And I'm sitting there going like, dude, and they were grossed out by it. When people in the Roach camp are grossed out, something's really wrong.
He's like the guy from Silence of the Lambs, the ones that's in the hole.
Yeah.
Buffalo, was it Buffalo?
Buffalo Bill.
Well, I wouldn't even insult Buffalo Bill like that.
Yeah, I'd fuck me.
I'd fuck me hard. But Buffalo Bill's over there like, look, I draw the line when it comes to like that guy. Dude. And John Wayne Gacy over there, John Wayne Geyer over there. Mm-hmm. No telling what kind of skeletons he's got under his closet. That guy, man. I mean, he's probably got people tied up. He's over there like, you're not eating your pork and beans. Oh,
hey, let me tell you this. This house that my buddy's renovating, They had a when they first opened it up, they had a room in there that was a secret room that was that had a little hatch door to it that they found.
Mhm.
They found a child-sized mattress and a bucket in there. Okay, this
could be
house is
fine.
haunted. This house is haunted as hell, bro. I've been over there 4 different times, and every single time in the far corner of the house, you can see shadows moving around. And Joe and Jordan said that they've heard footsteps, and it's bare bones. It's just the like there's no drywall on the wall. It's just the framing, and they can hear people walking up and down, walking up and down, walking up and down, up and down the hallway. They'll be in one end, and they'll be like, "Is somebody else here right now?" And they can hear plain footsteps.
You got to get them to come on the show, or at least give me their stories. So I can
yeah, sure.
Because I could retell them. I could make it, really good.
Not like I just did. I don't know.
Huh?
What?
What'd you say?
I said not like I just did and ruined it, but
you ruined it.
Yeah.
No, you didn't ruin it.
I'm just joking around. I'm joking around.
You did ruin it, but I'm trying to be nice.
Yeah,
I know.
Agree with you.
No, I'm saying like if they give me, because somebody can give me a chopped up story,
exactly,
whatever, I'll still
exactly.
turn it into, I'll make it what it needs to be, and because everybody has a story, it's just on how you tell it.
Yeah, exactly. That really is your talent, though, is telling these stories, man.
Mm-hmm.
Andres has a question here. If anybody has any questions before we bounce, Andres says, "You plan to talk the vampire? What?
Vampire dog?
What are you talking about?" He's talking about the dog that was vampirized. What, I think that's what he's trying to say. But what about it? We talked about it a little bit.
Did he know the mummified cat?
I don't know if Andres, did you just show up, or did you wake up and go, "Oh, these guys are still talking"? It's been 5 hours and 43 minutes,
Yeah,
dude.
for real.
Yeah, I mean. What is this? Abracadabra says they found during creepy ice cream man's administration bodies in the inside of Amityville wall. What is up with that? Wow. So so tomorrow night we're dropping the episode, right? And I think Barb Hartman is coming on Friday. She's another one that's been attacked by these people, another podcaster. She's coming on Friday, I believe, and then. Is it tomorrow night you're dropping the episode?
Yeah.
Okay, so tomorrow night we're having the episode. This is Val's story, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it is Dogman stuff,
werewolf. Dogman with a little bit of like possible witchcraft.
Witchcraft, yeah, of course. Because that goes hand in hand with it. I don't care what these nut jobs try to say. It's the truth. Maddie says, according to Jessipotamus, Dirty Ike doesn't attack women. Really? That's all he's done since I've known him, is attack women and condone the attacking of women. So he can say whatever he wants. So that's it, guys. Thank you for tuning in. I had a great time. Abe, thank you for coming on and talking. Remember, it's all connected. PRT, join us in the real reality. And Richard, you're starting to become a regular here. Be careful. You might become a co-host.
Right? I'll be awesome. Thanks, buddy.
He's already got the tattoo on his back that says wolf.
He's got the tattoo, man. He's got a tattoo for a dude, man.
On his back.
Yes, as a tramp stamp.
Well, if you're going to do that, I'll do the same. I'll get a tattoo with Dick. Right on my back. Or you, Richard.
Can you imagine getting a tattoo of if you're a woman, right? You get a tattoo of your boyfriend and his name is Dick.
Oh, jeez.
That's going to be the weirdest conversation ever for every man you're with after that.
Right?
Oh my
God. It's not a conversation that gets better when you explain it.
Yeah, how are you going to explain it? Yeah,
that one's for you, baby.
Not an easy way to do that.
Yeah.
You're going to have some problems.
Doctor, you need to get a PRT tramp stamp.
Yeah, it's really, really, really weird. Some of these things that these people do to themselves. I've seen people body modification that is so insane. And you're looking at this person, and there was literally a guy on Instagram who looks like he turned himself into a lizard. And then he's talking about how people discriminate him and don't give him a job. and I would not hire you at gunpoint.
Yes. No kidding.
I'd be like,
kidding.
that's suicide for my company. You might as well just go ahead and kill me. I'm not going to do it. It's ridiculous. But so Abe, you're going to be on tomorrow night. You're going to come on.
Yeah,
tomorrow night? So tomorrow night after our show, this is just an hour podcast, whatever. But then later on in the night, late night, Abe, join Abe. Abe is on late at night. So for you night owls out there, that's a lot of you guys right here, guys and gals, go check him out. Spiritual Encrypted Encounters with Abe Sees. He has a show. Yeah, go check him out. It's I like it. I listen to it all the time. Most of the time I'm driving, so I can't really chat or jump in, but if I can, I will. So you'll catch me in there sometimes, but yeah. And then of course we have the lurkers that come show up over there after they get all methed out or whatever it is that they do over there. They
the streaming service he uses doesn't work for me. I can't hear them when they're I can't hear anybody else, but I can talk through. I don't know. It just won't work for me. I've heard other people say it doesn't work for them either.
To jump on?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Well, it sounds like that's a you problem.
Sounds like one of the issue.
So let's get this Western Union thing going, Richard, so we can send you.
I'll give you a shout. Okay, I'll give you a shout, buddy. Thank you.
I hate to think of you just eating Tim Horton. That's it.
Right? You can't even afford Tim Hortons now, buddy. It's $3.65 for an Americano. They just raised the price again by 20 cents.
How many of you? Okay, you know what? I'm going to ask this question. How many of you want to see Richard move to Texas? Come down here, because we need to get him down here to do that, and he needs to get his passport. So everybody needs to start spamming this guy and aggravate him.
Yeah,
we need to see it in the chat right now. How many people?
Yeah, but let's do that. How many people in the chat want to see Richard come to Texas and move out of Canada?
If over 100 people do it, I'll leave today.
He just starts walking.
He just starts walking with like a hobo stick on his back.
He does it on the stream, just walks out of his front door.
Just keeps going. He's like, right now I'm in Vancouver, Washington. He just keeps going.
Like Forrest Gump.
He just checks in every now and then. Eugene, Oregon.
Yeah.
Sacramento, California. Salt Lake City,
too.
Utah. It just keeps going.
Goes past Texas.
I've now passed my first Mexican.
Right.
We're in the Southwest. we're headed to Texas. No. Yeah, that's what we need to do. We need to have him move to Texas. It says Texas, Stanfield, 1, 2, 3. Dollar Tree is not $1.50. What does that mean? What is Sailor talking about?
She doesn't know.
She's just talking. She's a youngster. She's just talking. Run, Forrest. There you go. Run, man. Get your butt down here. Texas is very conservative. Yes, it is. Let's see here. Bounty Hunting Bear says move. Andres Stanfield, move. Texas.
All right.
You can get a lot of people
out.
All right. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about, buddy.
Let me see.
I know. I'm going to have to lose that accent. That's for sure.
You don't got to lose the accent.
Lose it.
Nobody down here is going to judge you for that. We're just going to
Talk
say,
like this.
we're just going to be like, that's the weird guy.
No one's going to judge you to your face. We promise.
Yeah, exactly.
Behind his back, we're like, he's Canadian.
Yeah. You'll have to excuse my friend who used to be a Canadian.
Yeah, exactly.
What's up, man?
Stanfield said, get to stepping. Get to stepping, boy.
I thought Canadians were cholos. Because they were like, hey, what's up, eh?
See, yeah, look, James says, beautiful women in Texas. We can say that. Yeah, that's it.
Fair enough.
See, look, and Sailor told you what's up. She says, shut up, Dick.
All right, fair enough.
Claire says
man.
Texas. South Park, Canadian. They got the little heads that bounce around with it.
Yeah, I'm not your buddy, guy.
I'm not your buddy, guy. Hey, guy, I'm not your buddy. I'm not your guy, buddy. All right. So what province are you in again?
Ontario. I live
Ontario.
about 2 hours north of Toronto.
You live about 2 hours north of Toronto?
About 2 hours north of Toronto, yes.
What is you don't have to tell us the town or whatever. How big is
I
it?
don't care. I live in Wasaga Beach.
Oh, okay. How big
It's
is
the longest freshwater beach in the world, man. It's like 13 miles.
it? Yeah. So
Lots of titties.
lots of what?
Lots of titties.
Oh man,
Oh man.
Yeah, this place
family
is
this is a
great.
family show.
What
What are you
Dick.
talking about?
What are
Is
you
that what I
talking
said? What did I say?
about? You said
Trish
titties.
Stratus.
Uh,
Trish
yeah,
Stratus is from
I
over
meant
there, ain't she?
it. Yeah.
Why it's too cold to be running around with your boobs out, right?
Not right now. No, it's like freaking 35 degrees outside. It's crazy.
Is
Centigrade.
that
So like,
non-heritage?
I don't know
He
what
said
that is.
35 degrees. I'm like, it's freezing.
I don't know what that is in the weird Fahrenheit
We
scale.
use Fahrenheit down here, man.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
But
so
it doesn't
weird.
make sense.
We don't
Fahrenheit
use the
doesn't make
heretical numbers.
sense.
He's right though. He's right though, because why would freezing be 30? You know,
Yeah,
Thank
degrees?
you. It's
Yeah.
zero. Freezing is zero. Everything above is 1. Everything below is minus.
You know that the United States was founded by
Ah.
Masons, and they use everything backwards. We don't use the metric system.
Yeah,
Right.
really.
When I stayed in Mexico very temporarily when my stepdad, he had a ranch down there in Monterrey, south of Monterrey. And we went down there, and I stayed. I was there but we were there for like 2 or 3 weeks, and I stayed there for like a month in the summer one time. I love my stepdad. He was a great guy. And so I went down there, and he had a horse ranch down there. I mean, it was crazy. And he was a chef up here, a brilliant chef. He used to work for a very famous Mexican restaurant here that practically invented their menu. And so we go down there, and everything is in the millimeters, liters, and I had to get real familiar with the metric system. And I realized Canada and Mexico both do the same thing, and they don't use Fahrenheit, and we're the only dumbass country over here using all this weird shit, and we think it's normal.
Sorry, I don't speak heretic. I don't shoot. I don't
Feet.
know all that.
Everybody
Let's
uses
speak
feet and
American.
inches for construction here, though, which is interesting.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's all feet and inches. But then you'd never see a yard. It's all meters after that. It doesn't make sense.
Scorp says it's 95 degrees there. So Scorp, you better be doing your rounds, dude. I know that. Get your ass in trouble yesterday. I'll
95
put you on
degrees
blast. You got in trouble
Fahrenheit.
yesterday. Yeah, but anyways, so get your butt down to Texas where normal people live, right? People that are Christian and not pagan weirdos that
There's
worship
a lot of
Moloch.
that here. Yeah,
There
there's a lot
is.
of that
They're
here.
worshiping Moloch. Get out of there.
People just don't care here. They just don't care.
Because it's
crazy.
socialism run amok,
Yeah.
which is communism, and it's
Yeah.
they're evil.
There's a lot of that going on. Yeah.
Yeah, sailor.
I
And
appreciate it.
Albert says a grease sailor. He said titties. Too bad co-host. Exactly. Andres is calling you
I
out.
mean
Your
it.
sin. Your sin. Well, that's the thing about us, though. We're not over here pretending like we're without sin. Those people on the other side are like, we are perfect and holy.
I live at the beach. It's bikinis all day. What do you want from me? You want me to tell the truth or not?
I want you to go out
Come
there and
on,
preach the
sailor.
Bible.
Come
to
on,
them, right?
sailor.
You need to go out there and throw Bibles at these people and preach the word. What are you doing? Go.
Oh yeah, called out. Oh, hard. Yeah,
Exactly.
fair enough. All right. Yeah, you make a good point.
Abracadabra says not all pagans are equal, nor do they all worship. Well, I'm just making like a general statement. There are a bunch of Moloch worshipers over there. All right,
Yeah.
guys. Look, and see now you got Scorpion talking bad. That poor guy's never been like this. Now he's talking dirty. Look, I've just finished on in time to hear about the beach boobies.
Nice.
Look what you're doing. You're corrupting my audience with your sickness, with your Canadian sickness, eh?
Yeah, there's a
No
lot of
Western
that going
Union
on
for
around
you.
here. Right?
We're gonna punish him. No Tim Hortons. You will not get Tim
I
Hortons.
mean, if you're just seeing all those women like that, there's a lot of beef going on over there.
It's pretty good. There is a lot of nice looking ladies in Canada, I will admit. It's all the phytoestrogens in the food.
The phytoestrogens.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. They've been feeding them to the girls for years, and
Well,
well
you
done.
know, though, testosterone is what actually makes a sex drive in men and women.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I
it's
didn't know the
truth.
women.
Women that have a sex drive. I'm going to tell you something. This is going to sound completely weird, but it's based, right? But if a woman has a little bit of chin hair, she's got a lot of testosterone. So if you can overlook that little bit of chin hair, you can get you something going
There's
on.
a lot of women here with mustaches and chin hair and stuff.
I'm not
too.
joking.
Yeah,
That's what that is. They have
interesting.
testosterone. there are, and I'm not bagging on Italian people or anything like that, but a lot of Italian women have a little bit of hair,
Yeah.
Damn.
but they're very sexually driven women. I'm not joking. They really are.
True.
Latin women in general, but people think it's some kind of weird. I'm joking. I'm not. I'm being serious. They do. They have this testosterone. That's what makes women and men both.
That's why the Indian girls wrote the Kama Sutra.
They are. Let me tell you this. The
They got
white
big
race.
sideburns and stuff too, man. They look.
I'm not joking. You're right.
Yeah.
This is a very truthful thing. But the white race in the world, okay, white people, even light skinned Hispanic like me and Abe, they're less than 7% of the world population. Did you know that?
They're less than 7% in Canada right now, I'm pretty sure.
They're less than 7% in the entire world. There are more people from India than there are the entire white race.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
True, man. It's true. And there are more people, there are more Chinese people than there are white people in the world. It's crazy. And they're always like, minority, but that's not even a really accurate term because Africans outnumber, white people like 1,000 to 1. Like it's crazy. Like there's a very small, and it's not a racist thing to say. I'm just telling the truth. It's 7% of the
Soon to
world
be much
population.
smaller with these birth rates.
Yeah, and it's by design. It's to destroy something. And I'll tell you what it's all about because of Christian Europe. The people that are in charge would rather see Muslims than Christians. They have this, but it is a demonic, it is a satanic attack. Because when that happens, do you think that those people from Islam are going to be okay with you? Like, they're not. They're not. And so being attacked demonically, they're attacking, Christians.
Yep.
I mean, that's the truth.
Straight out of the Frankfurt School.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It is so, they're fanatical. They are very fanatical. I told you what happened with the guy that used to work for us, just yelling at the girl at Taco Bell because
they're wiling out. They're wiling out. They're wiling out here too, but the guys like fighting here as well. So it's not. From what I've seen, it hasn't gone overboard yet. But with the numbers that they're stacking up, just wait. Give it a bit more time.
Well, look what they're doing in Sweden. Sweden, they have now admitted that they have lost complete control of like a quarter of the country now, and I think it's much higher than
that's
that.
madness.
They're going to lose their country within the next 5 years. They're done.
Yeah,
they'll be completely destroyed, and they will be under Sharia law. It will become a Sharia law, entrenched in Northern Europe, right there.
So messed up.
Sweden, France, Spain's going to keep fighting. I know Spain because Spain was under their boot over 800 years. They don't want to go back, and they're fighting.
Yeah.
Spain will go down swinging, right?
Germany's
done. That was by design. They got rid of them. Yeah. Italy is damn near screwed. Look at Rome. Rome has fallen. Yeah. You look at Rome, and you won't even recognize that it was once a European city. It's almost all African people. And then
same as London.
Yeah, London is gone.
Paris
has fallen big time. It looks terrible. Belgium, less than 13% white people left that are from Belgium.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. That are under the age of 18. Everybody under the age of 18, 87% are non-Belgian. So this is what's really happening. It's really happening, and people can get mad if I say it. Too bad. It's the truth. Ireland they marched today to try to stop, this madness. There's a guy, he's always on there, and he goes, "These people, they're not Irish. They're talking like they're Irish. They're not Irish." He's up there like he's saying it, And Conor McGregor, he's up there like, "Get the fuck out of my country, you fat bitch." He's talking to Rosie O'Donnell. "We don't want your leftist shite here, What do you do? What do you do? I mean, I know because when I was down in Mexico, guys that looked like me and Abe, light-skinned, they called us gabachos. They don't like you, man. Pinche güero, and they would say things to me, and they thought that I was some, güero, And I would tell them, "Que tienes?" Oh, shit, you speak Spanish. Oh, okay. Yeah, right. Because I don't
Yeah,
look
somebody
English.
said that to me at a Mexican restaurant. They said, I talked to them in Spanish. They're like, "Oh, yo creo que I thought you were a gringo, a güero,
Yeah. Because you're
Call
white,
it-
or they think you're mixed or something.
or gabacho." They call it gabacho. Gabacho.
Yeah. I hate that shit, man. They start doing that pinche gabacho. I'm like, what? You want to throw some chingazos or what? I mean, what's going on here, man? You know, you like your cabeza? I'll make you look real fail, man. You know, some of these little ugly ass or little sapo feos already look like frogs over there talking. What are you doing? You know, you shut the fuck up. I'll beat your ass, man. That bullshit right there, that raises bullshit. I don't like that shit. They come at you with that shit, trying to because you're white, you know, and then they don't realize that dude, I'll beat the shit out of those culeros, you know, and I'm just like, whatever, man. I just like bam, hit him in the face real fast because that's what I did all the time when I was young. That's what because they start talking that shit, man.
Yep.
They go down because they talk a lot of shit and they don't like you because they look at you and they just say that you're white, you're this, you're that, you know. So my one sister, she's real white and she's like she's pale. Anthony's mother is pale. What's funny is Anthony looks just like his dad. Like he looks like his dad, everything about him, except his dad looks more like Abe's color.
Yeah.
And my sister's like pale. But Anthony came out looking just like his dad, but dark.
Yeah.
And what's funny is his last name is Moreno, and Moreno means dark.
Mm-hmm.
Moreno, yeah.
Moreno.
Dark.
Yeah. So let's take a
Dark
look at
complexion.
Anthony. Let's analyze this guy. So you can see that he is sort of Hindu looking.
A Muslim beard, as you can
So you know what's funny is
The
that,
hottest.
like if I shave everything except for my mustache, I look Indian. But then, like if I shave everything except for the mustache and like the little soul patch, I'd look like extra Mexican.
Yeah, you can look really Mexican. And if you were to shave the
I'm a
beard,
chameleon brown person. If I just let everything grow out without even grooming or shaving it, I look Arab.
You're what we call a TSA nightmare.
Nice.
oh shit.
TSA nightmare.
They come up and they're like, oh shit, we have a boom. We have a boom.
Yeah.
We got a boom. Mayday, mayday. And then he starts talking in perfect English and they pull him out to the back and they're like, what is your business here? Who taught you our language?
Yeah.
Don't lie to us, you jihadist fucker. We know you. We saw you looking at us the way you looked at us, like you wanted to go boom. You want to go boom. Don't lie. He's like, okay, I admit it. I want to go boom. I admit it. Then they're like, oh, okay, he's Indian. Never mind.
Yeah.
He just wants to spread curry and
If I
love.
just smile and shake my head like this, like Indian. Hello,
What?
sir. Thank you. Come again.
Welcome to 7-Eleven, my friend.
oh my God. Mike's like, we got him now. They're being racist as fuck. I got him. I got him. I got him, guys. Racist some bitches.
At least he doesn't look Indian.
oh my gosh. It isn't compounding it. Stop. Jeez. Gosh, we got a lot of different cultures here, and they're always racist. You know, I've had a lot of, we have a lot of different people that come on the show, a lot of different people, whatever. But the thing about it is most of them, they can take a joke. I mean, we all joke and talk. Some of the best conversations I've had have been with Black people that would sit there and tell me, you know, their stories, and they'll just be like, look, I might say a few things that might offend you, and then they'll just say the N-word, and I'm just like, because you know how they say with the A, you know, they'll be like, this mo, you know, and then you're just like, okay. They ask me if I'm offended. I'm like, that's on you, bro. I don't care. Say what you got to say. You know, Mexicans do it too.
Yeah.
They'll be like, this Mexican right here. And this one guy we interviewed, I know you heard this the other day, Anthony, you were cooking. His name is Andy. He was on the phone with me, and he was like, you know how in the Latino family, you know, you got that one cousin that steals and smokes drugs.
Yeah.
He said that. And I was like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. He goes, well, I got like 2 or 3 of those, right? So every Easter they come over, they steal shit, right? So he's over telling me shit. He goes, so I had a gun, right? And not only did this motherfucker steal it, he shot it through the floor. So he's like in a 2-story house. His cousin was upstairs.
Wow.
It's a creepy story anyway, but it was hilarious the way he was telling me. And Anthony was cooking, Anthony was rolling. And he goes, who is this? His name is Andy. He goes, dude, and he lives in Southern Cali. He said my cousin was trying to steal my damn gun, but it went off. Imagine we're sitting there waiting for the Easter dinner, and my abuelita's in the kitchen cooking, and bam, and then he comes down. He goes, "Oh, sorry, man, that was me." And they're like, "What the f were you doing?" He goes, "I was messing with your gun." And then his abuelita comes and starts hitting him with the chancla. "Ay, pendejo," right up his cabeza. You know, you were trying to steal that cuarta. Don't lie, pendejo. You baboso. And he's like, okay, I need the money. It's like, holy shit, man. I was laughing so hard, dude. And then he goes on to tell me about this horrific encounter that he had. He goes, and that was my gun. He stole it. He tried to steal. He goes, and then the little bastard came back and did take it. Because it wasn't done. He came back. So he told me, like, in the way that he was like, you got those cousins, right? And I'm thinking, yeah, actually, I have a couple of them. Yeah, they do shit like that. You love them from a distance. They're like, hey, I'm gonna come by your house, Holmes. I'm like, I'm not there. There's somebody there. There's an attack dog. He attacks people, especially brown people. He would tear you up, primo. Do not come to the house. Okay. What's the dog's name? I'm over here lying. Beverage. He's horrible. Mentiroso, you ain't got no attack dog over there, man. I said, look, yeah, he does. He's horrible. He's a bad guy, man. Where'd you get the dog? I don't know. A crackhead gave it to me. He said, here, take this dog. I took it. He's there. He's waiting for you. Don't come over. I will meet you. You need $20. I'll meet you at the 7-Eleven. So you kind of bribe these people every now and then. You give them a little money so they don't come to your house. Plus I got neighbors. I don't need my white neighbors going, what the fuck is that? What's that? I got that one neighbor who's always out watering the grass. Hey, what's going on? He's real curious because he sees Tony and he sees him, right? And he sees Scorpion. Now, my brother doesn't really stay. He stays out at the ranch, but here lately he's been staying at the house. So he sees these two white guys that kind of look alike. He sees, let's take a look at Tony. Tony, you don't know what the hell that guy is. You look at Anthony, you don't know what the hell he is, right? He sees Nellie. She looks like a normal woman, whatever. And he's like, hey, what's going on? And he's like trying to get the names, I was talking to Tony. And instead of what I'm supposed to say, like, oh, Tony Long, he's Asian. So I'm just like going, like, okay, So it's kind of like this weird thing. He's fishing for information. I know what he's doing.
It's awesome.
But it's kind of like Pat from Saturday Night Live, So you're like, my significant other, and they never really get to the bottom of what Pat is, whether it's a male or female. That's kind of what happens with these two. And they're like, he goes, so it's interesting. There's Anthony and then there's Tony. And he goes, in there. And I'm like, people. So this guy, he keeps on too. He's like, so what do you do for a living? I'm like, I have a job. And he can never get to the bottom of what the F is going on. And, he goes, well, your wife, what does she do? I'm like, she goes to work.
She does things in
She
places.
does things. And he's like, so what do you have a religion or I know what he's doing. He wants to ask that question. Like, what is my religion? What the hell is my race? Who are these people? He doesn't, Maddie comes over all the time. He's like, I met Maddie. She's I'm like, a woman? He can't figure it out. He doesn't know what's going on. He's like, I met D. And I'm like, yeah. So he's and I'm like, relative? And just walk inside. This poor guy, he's probably sick of it. He runs out there to water the grass so he can question me. And he's never going to get anything out of me. He doesn't know. It's just a game to me. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. One of these days I'll be like, dude, okay, I'm just going to be honest. We are from another planet. Start doing the solar opposites.
Yeah.
That's all it is. You're just doing, we crash landed here. I hate Earth. It's horrible. Freaking nosy neighbor. Guy's never going to figure it out. Never.
That's so awesome.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, that's, and you, like I said, I told Andy, I said, you got those cousins, you just pay them off. You're like, hey, primo, you need some money? Okay, I'll meet you at the Circle K. And then they're like, oh, okay. And they want to know where I live. They're like, and I'm not going to tell them. And he's like, oh, well, I'll meet you where over there. Where you at? I'm like, oh, I'm going to meet you over there. I'll meet him in the next town over. I'll meet you at the Circle K in Georgetown. How about that? And then we'll meet up there. It's closer for you, homie. And they're like, what are you scared of me coming over? No, because you're going to steal some shit. I got a lot of shit laying around, bro. I don't need that happening. Am I still my freaking identity, Holmes?
The metal detector hasn't been installed yet.
Yeah, I got one of those cousins that kind of looks like me, and if he smiles a certain way, I'm like, nah, man, no primo, because you might get a fake ID at the pulga. I don't know what you're gonna do, man. He'd be like, look, officer, I know I was huffing paint behind the store, but I can prove that I own the securities, man. He shows him some fake ass pulga ID from the flea market and shit like this. My name is Josue Pablo. Right there, you see Turner. Turner, you know it's me, Holmes. That's me. See the smile? Put your hands behind your back. You're going to jail and probably going to get deported. I'm not even from Mexico. Well, learn to like it. Your people did. That's it. You're done.
Straight to alligator Alcatraz, eh?
Straight to, and then Trump's like, we have a place where we put Mexicans with alligators. They wrestle. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of for the alligators now. Not so much for the Mexicans. The Mexicans are learning. They're learning, though. They're learning. I think they've smuggled in a few shanks. They love the filetos, as they call them, and they stab the alligators in the eyes. They sometimes they win. Sometimes they win. Not usually, though. They usually just become alligator poop. Any more questions? Yes, you with a turban. Are you going to blow us up? No? Okay. Just making sure. We did bomb the shit out of you. They're like, no, sir, I am from India. Well, it's one of those countries. Some kind of stand. We blew it up. I plan, I bomb, I ran, whatever. Kanadistan. That's where you live, Dick.
Yeah, it is where I live. I know it's fucked.
Dick is in the audience. He's like, hey, yo, I got a question for you. I'm a little nervous. Here, I'm going to do Dick Richards here. Here's Dick. Here's Dick right here. There he is. Easy to do Dick. He's just like, yeah, I got a couple questions. Prez, glad that you're not like one of the globalists. I just want to say I'm a big fan of your work. Are you gonna annex us? Because I haven't eaten in like 2 weeks.
Right. Buddy, these 50% tariffs are killing us.
So here's Trump's response to you, Dick. Here's what he's going to say. I don't know you. You look like someone who would probably vote for me, but I don't know. What are you? You look you got a little bit of a complexion, off olive a little bit. What are you?
Yeah.
You're like, I'm straight up, my parents, my dad's an Englishman.
Yeah,
My
I just
mom
live at the
is
beach,
French
bro.
Canadian. I look at boobies on the beach. I can get behind that. I love to look at boobies on the beach. Where are you from? What province are we going to be owning from you? And you tell him, and then he's like, we'll welcome you with open arms. Just vote for me as eternal emperor of the galaxy, and I will bestow on you citizenship.
All you'd have to do is drive one tank to Ottawa and you'd have the country.
Pretty much it.
Yeah, literally.
We plan on going there next week. We sent 2 aircraft carriers to knock over a couple fruit stands, and that should be it. There's not much resistance. The Indian people there they're being deported as we speak.
Oh,
the
please.
borders of India will be overflowing when we're done annexing Canada.
Please.
Folks. That's it.
5 million visas are up this year in Canada. Do you think they're going to send them back?
No.
Hell no.
Not one of them.
Because you need them to vote.
Yeah, really.
That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, if they run an Indian for prime minister, he will win by a landslide.
Mm-hmm. And you guys will be erased from history like so many more other people.
Yeah, we're getting close. We're getting close. We're getting close. I live in a small town, and there's a lot of
Christianity is almost dissolved there.
No, it's madness.
But you know, the thing that all of these countries have in common, folks, that are losing their identity, they're losing everything. They turn their back on God.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, 100%.
Socialism, communism, they turned their back on God in all of those
Yep.
countries, and now they're paying the piper.
Amen
The
to
exception being Ireland is fighting back because they are like, hey, we still believe in God. We just drink a lot. So they're fighting back.
Yeah, a lot of the churches in the next city over have either been turned into mosques or veterinary clinics. It's
Mr.
outstanding.
Richards, I have a question for you. Do you
Okay.
have pictures of these boobies? Okay, because we're going to have to confiscate that phone of yours if you're
I
going
don't
around.
take pictures of random chicks on my
Okay, I'm
phone.
just making
That's
sure what kind of
effing-
pervert we're
that's-
dealing with before
that's
we let you into our
weird.
country.
That's-
Are you part of
that's-
MS-13?
no. I've
They're
seen
going
a
to give you
few
a
of them.
random questionnaire. Do I need to send ice to your house or tea or any of the other beverages? What do we do?
Right.
I mean,
You can give me a coffee.
so we're gonna make sure that you get some vittles in your tummy. Okay, you seem like a
Appreciate
really good
that.
guy.
I do.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
All right, all
Able
right,
to go
folks,
to Tim-
we're out of here, man. Brother Abe, mi hermanos from another
God
mother,
bless you, Abe.
and of course
God bless you, Josh.
Richard. You know Richard's real last name? Do you want us to tell you?
Sure, you can tell me.
I'm not going to do it, not unless you want me to.
It's Maury.
Maury. Richard Maury is his real name. His name is not Dick Richards. I hate
No,
calling him
that-
Dick because it's not really his
Anybody that thinks my name is Dick is a bit of an idiot. I mean,
name. So I talked to you the first time, and I just to make sure that you weren't a liar. As I said it again, I was like, "What is your real name?" Because you said, "No, it's not Dick."
yeah,
And you're like, "No, only my uncles call me that." Okay,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
so we'll call you
Yeah,
Mr.
that's-
Maury. We got to come up with a cool nickname for you, though.
Hey, you have at her. My nicknames suck.
We'll do that. We'll come up with. I was thinking Tim Horton. What do you think?
Tim,
Call you Timothy. Timothy,
Yeah.
the cat, frozen in time.
right?
Timothy the cat. Tim Horton. Mr. Horton.
It's Sing Hortons now.
Sing. All right, guys. We had a great time. We had fun. It's 6 hours. We're over here talking for 6 hours. That's crazy. So 240 people still here, though, right? We had a great time. We had fun. The ops will strike back tomorrow. I'm sure they're already preparing their battle plans. You know, they're taking their flat guns and they're putting them in place so they can come at us. You know, but it's what it is. They'll keep doing what they do. Who cares, right? So tomorrow night we have the episode. We have 2 nights. Tomorrow night's the pre-record comes on 8 o'clock, right? 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock, and then
Awesome.
after that on Friday. And go check out Abe's show, Spiritual Encrypted Encounters with Abe Cias. He goes on all the time at night. He's burning the midnight oil. He's the night shift for us, right? And check him out. Listen to what he's got to say. He's really good at what he does. And on Friday, I'll be back with Barb Hartman. Barb is also a big supporter of PRTs. He's got a podcast too. Saturday, I don't think we're doing anything. And then Sunday, we'll be back with another great edition Paranormal Roundtable. Hope you enjoyed tonight. We had fun. We just had fun, and we just laid it out there, laid out the truth. It's what it is. People are demonically possessed. That's just, I mean, that's the absolute facts. If you don't want to believe it, don't believe it. But that's what it is.
It's a hell of a lot of it going on.
There's a lot of it going on. A lot of it. I think personally, most of it's coming from Tim Hortons.
Yeah, yeah.
Makes sense.
You definitely see a few there. That's for sure.
I asked Dick and what's his face. I asked Richard and what's his name Under Fire. They were on and they were both from Canada, you know. And I was like, why do people go to Tim Horton? And Richard's like, because they're nasty. You make it sound like a bunch of perverts are like, yeah, let's get to Tim Horton. Let's get one of them sausage biscuits.
Fucking gross, bro. So gross.
Oh, shoot.
All parasite fodder, bro. Just parasite fodder.
It is.
Yeah.
It really is. All right, guys. Y'all be careful. You stay safe. Be blessed. Everybody. God bless you guys. We're
God bless
just
you
people,
guys.
man. We sin. We ask God to forgive us, and we try not to be wicked, but do like Abe says. He preaches the truth. Love foundation. Love people. Forgive. I forgive. You know.
Amen.
All right, guys. I'm out.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
God bless you all.
Good night.
This is
bless.
Nelly's
God bless.
Alice Unbothered song. Gonna play us out here.
Is it safe to fall asleep? Is it safe to dream? Eyes open to all these weird things. Alice knew what she had to do. Keep calm and journey on. A splendid time it could be. Taking the high road blissfully. Time was ticking. The Mad Hatter was slipping. The mushrooms were kicking. The journey was about to begin. Hectic white rabbit racing against the clock. But Alice had another thought. She knew she ruled the plot. So she ate this and drank that. Was simple as tit for tat. Time was ticking. The Mad Hatter was slipping. The mushrooms were kicking. The journey was about to begin. A caterpillar smoke rings. He really thought he knew things. Two sides to the same thing. Blowing smoke rings, cool and cryptic. But Alice didn't miss it. Big or small, Alice would not fall. Time was ticking. The Mad Hatter was slipping. The mushrooms were kicking. The journey was about to begin. Floating smiles disappearing. Sitting in a tree, smiling constantly. A type of madness with clarity. As the Cheshire Cat kept grinning, Alice took what she could and headed back into the woods. Time was ticking. The Mad Hatter was slipping. The mushrooms were kicking. The journey was about to begin. Mad Hatter tea party with dormers and hair. They could have lost their minds anywhere. But it was neither here nor there. For Alice really didn't care. Tea time with madmen, a swamp of thoughts. Alice got up and walked off. Time was ticking. The Mad Hatter was slipping. The mushrooms were kicking. The journey was about to begin. Unbothered so far. The Queen of Hearts with her guards. You're nothing but a pack of cards. You can paint the roses red and be off with their heads. But I'm still asleep in my bed. Time was ticking.